It's more than esports. It's not just a competition. It's the competition.
This right now in the Spodek Arena is a moment that every player waits for the entire season long.
So many Game 5, so many losses, but not today.
They're back, they're big, and they're Swedish.
Welcome to ESL One. You couldn't ask for a better venue and better teams to face up in the finals.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL National Championships. We've got some amazing action coming your way today.
What a great time to be here in London.
The crowd is already packed, ready for some fantastic Counter-Strike.
I didn't believe it when they said it was sold out, and I walked into the stadium and it was just ridiculous.
This tournament has been nothing short of amazing. So many storylines and so much to talk about. It is going to be unreal.
Live from the Barclays Center in downtown.
Please, what do you call it? Throw a bit of views. No!
My first video game, I think, was a flight simulator, back in before Windows even. Yeah, and then I progressed to what was it, Delta Force and Soldier Fortune, some other games like that. Well, I'm not playing CSGO lately. We just moved back to San Diego, so I've been hanging out with some friends, playing golf, hanging out with my girlfriend, hiking, playing with the dog, just kind of casual things. Before I went pros, my favorite players included people like Neo and Forrest, Zet at the time, way back in the day, K-Sharp and Blizzard, different players like that. My favorite skin is probably the M4A1S Knight, even though I don't use it a lot. I just like the dark, simple skin. Maybe a M9 Bayonet Tiger Tooth is pretty cool too. So the biggest rage monster on my team, that's an easy one. Quite a competitor though, so most of the time it doesn't stop him from continuing focusing, but occasionally he gets a little too tilt, but yeah. If I wasn't a gamer, I'm not quite sure. I would have probably just graduated college a couple years ago, and yeah, I don't really have an answer for that. Yeah. My spirit animal is a fox. I don't know. I've always wanted a pet fox. I just said that. My favorite dessert is probably Oreo cookies and cream ice cream, or yeah, that'd probably be it. If I could pick a superpower, I'm not sure. I think I would flying would be pretty cool. Maybe never having to eat ever again, or something like that. I don't know. Because when you think of superpowers, you think of traditional answers. But I think for a superpower, could I 2 for 1? Never have to eat, never grow old. No. Invisibility? Maybe invisibility. We'll go with that.
Hello, hello, hello! What's up, Dallas? How you doing today? All right, so we have a couple fun matches in store for you guys today, and you'll notice I said a couple there because we don't just have the epic grand final that's going to be coming up later today, but we got ourselves a Zowie show match.
That's right, the Zowie show match, 2 versus 2. We've got some of the best talent around these parts, right on the stage right now.
The best players on the stage, not necessarily the world. They're kind of here. In any case, so it's going to be really exciting. So let's go ahead and break this down. Stunna, why don't you tell us what these guys are going to be playing?
All right, so for the Zowie show match, we've got a 2 versus 2 on Rialto, 1 bomb site. These guys going head-to-head, first to 16 wins, just like in Counter-Strike. And that is what we're working with today.
Yeah, we decided to make it a little easier for them, you know? It's kind of put the training wheels on. I'm bringing the thunder early on. I don't know if you realize this. I'm roasting. Well, here to roast.
Not only do these guys get here really early, I think they're pretty fired up themselves.
Are they really?
Pretty fired up as well to play on the Zowie 2540 monitor as well.
Look at this guy right here, branding all day.
Just saying.
Do you guys want to know who the teams are? All right. So, to my right, we have Team Cowboys with Moses and Yanko and a very, very interesting flag that they have there. Looks pretty good. And on the other side, we have, it's like they don't know where they are, but God bless. The Redcoats. It's going to be Henry G and Sponge. Dear God, what do they do to themselves? It's not good.
Yeah, not good at all. I think, I don't know, who are you pulling for in this one?
Well, you know, I am in Dallas. If I did say anyone other than the Cowboys, I would be wrong. So Cowboys all day. What about you?
I'm going to have to go with the home team. I mean, we are in Dallas. How many of you from Dallas? Let's get it, Dallas.
There you go. So let's go ahead and talk to the guys. I'll scoot over here. All right. Yanko, how does it feel to be representing the United States of America?
I didn't hear a thing of what you said. I hear United States of America, so I can just say,
hell yeah. There you go. He didn't have to hear the question. He didn't have to hear the question. Moses, a lot's on the line here. You know, the Cowboys, the Redcoats. This may be bigger than the finals itself. Well, how are you feeling right now?
Whoa. I'm feeling really good. I know Chad absolutely hates USA chants. It gets under his skin. And I know the heart of Texas can do the loudest USA chants anyone will ever hear.
Why don't we try it out? Why don't we try it out? Let's go. USA. That works. What do you have over there, Sonna?
Well, I'm standing by right now with Mr. Chad Burchill, Sponge himself. I'm sure you got a lot to say about this. How are we feeling going into this one?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. You know, so far I'm the show match king. So I've only played one and won one quite convincingly. Had to destroy my teammate today, Henry, but Yanko and Jason were also on the receiving end. I think Yanko is now forever going to be Wanko. I think that's fine. And I think if we win, we get to rub Jason's bald head. Is that right?
So we're going to get cream pies out as well, of course. Naturally, those have to come out. Jason's used to it, so we're going to drop him in pies. I think that's the objective for this one, once again. Do you agree?
Wouldn't be an ESL event without pies, but yet again, the Zowie 2540 monitor coming in real clutch here, and I think that just about does it for you guys. So, without any further ado, let's throw it over to Blue and Sadakis, who are standing by.
Show match here. It wouldn't be an ESL event without it. We've got the Cowboys going up against the Redcoats, excuse me. Sadakis is with me. Sadakis.
Their name doesn't matter.
No?
Nah, it doesn't matter. Who are you cheering for, Blue?
Oh, the Cowboys, easily. That's a given.
I agree. I really like to see Henry get absolutely destroyed. And I think Chad needs to be brought down to earth. He's getting up there a little bit, maybe some humility. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Moses and Yanko on this one.
Yeah, we're not in Sydney anymore, to say the least. So.
Yeah, that's true. He's out of his depth, Chad.
We have to...
He doesn't have his 10 fans here anymore.
You boys in the crowd are going to have to definitely try and root for the Cowboys there to get revenge for what happened back in Sydney, as now we're on U.S. territory, and we have to show them what for as soon as we get started with this match. Now, what's interesting is everybody's curious. We are on 2v2, so that means the map is also going to be interesting.
Can we just get a shot to show how much Chad cares of his mouse pad? He may not have brought that with him. I can't confirm. I don't know if we can get a camera on that, but yeah, it definitely has his name on it. Definitely prepared. Henry brought the jersey that he wore in Sydney. I'm surprised he wants to put that back on after that embarrassing display. Like, these guys care so much. Whereas on the other side of it, I'm pretty sure Yanko and Moses just woke up this morning and walked in. So they're pretty much. They're relaxed.
Yeah.
Carry on. So there you go. Look. Come on. Your playing days are behind you, Chad. You retired for a reason. Let it go.
All right.
Carry on, Blue. Format 2v2.
Yeah, so it's 2v2, and we're playing on. Obviously, we've been kind of busy throughout the week, but I think during the week they put out this new mode as part of the operation, and there's this new map that's included in as well that has only one bomb site and is actually meant, I think, just for this 2v2 format. So it works out perfectly. We're gonna have these guys jump into it. I don't think any of these four guys have actually had a chance to play this map yet, so it's gonna be fun to watch them figure it out as soon as they get started with it. They just did the knife round. I think they're just waiting for them to ready up, and then we'll actually get started with it. And so you get to embarrass themselves once again in front of a huge audience.
Yeah, I don't know anything about this map really. Obviously, I know it exists. So can't really tell you about. I know there's 3 ways into the site. I can't tell you about choke points. I can't tell you about which side I favor on this. It is a little bit different than obviously those two men on screen, Henry and the Beaver. We casted the 2v2 event in HTC, which was mostly retakes and then an aim map on the third one. So this is very different because there actually is a bit of economy that goes along with it. Some strategy. What it looks like, Blue, we're underway. And it looks like Wanko has already destroyed them with relative ease. I expect that's going to be a common trend.
So there's the Cowboys off to a start already, picking up the first round. We barely even got in game, and they've already picked up the first round themselves. So the Redcoats, there you go, boys. There's the chance. There's the chance. So now the Redcoats are going to look to respond. There you go. Not shooting them until he sees the whites in their eyes, but he did it pretty well in the last round, and now he's going to attempt to do it again. And it actually, I think this just plays out like normal CS, actually, so we have the economy and everything. Henry just trying to brute force his way up to the plant, but not going to work out very well, as once again the Cowboys shut it down and pick up their second round.
Yep, that's the way it's going to go. I'm going 16-0.
I mean, it's looking favorable at this point. They're still having a good old time over there on the Redcoats side, but...
Look at this smoke that Wanko's got set up already out of spawn. Just instantly throwing it toward them. Probably doesn't know where it lands, but he's going with it.
It's working, and Yanko seems to know how to utilize this this top part of the map a lot better than the others so far. But what exactly are the Redcoats doing in this round?
Sitting back.
Just
I know
hiding in a
Sponge
room.
likes to play Dave defeat source still, and these windows up here kind of remind me of a Dave defeat map, so maybe he's just going to sit there and camp like he does in that game. I doubt the CTs need to push him, so I'm probably not going to get much out of this. Wanko's figured it out, too. He knows they're in there.
Yanko just keeps hanging out on this roof, and it works out well, or this terrace, whatever you want to call it.
It's a tough angle. I wonder if you could lob a Molotov off there. Is there a skybox you can bounce it down on top of that?
Maybe.
He's going to be playing up there a lot.
Oh. Moses almost getting outmatched by Sponge.
Not quite. Yeah, look at that. That angle is ridiculously OP.
He's found the spot, so.
Yeah, it's going to be either a team flash to go over or a Molotov that has to land up there.
So Sponge finding himself with just a measly little P250. He's going to get knocked out last, and there we go. The 3-0 start for the Cowboys. That's just the beginning of it. No, now we'll see the real guns start to roll in for Henry and Sponge. So we'll see if they get a chance to pick up a round or two before they're inevitably shut down by the Cowboys.
So now we've got AKs, double flashes, going aggressively. Yanko not up top this time. Maybe he should have gone back there, but Moses trades. So too does Henry, wrapping around quite simply. They get their first round. So I lost the 16-0 bet. Didn't really bet on it. That's fine. I'm not silly enough to put pies on bets. And when I am, it's bets that I win. The only way I get pied is if Carmack, I know you're around this weekend, sabotages me. I had caramel hardened in my ear for about 12 hours.
That was intense. I saw that one.
That was a delicious cake, at least.
It looked painful to me.
It was a heavy cake. Yeah, that thing weighed probably more than I do. Well, esports has been hard on me, so maybe not anymore, but more than I used to weigh. Wanko again on the roof.
Using that roof again.
They've got to figure something out. They have to. Maybe buy an op, sit and just watch the angle, force him over.
What I'm curious about is, could they try to challenge him on the roof, or do the Redcoats not even have a way up from their side? Because I know Yanko just has a ladder he can go up.
Yeah, I don't think there is a way up there, because the windows, you can't really jump out on an angle to get there. I'm trying to, hang on. Let's go to my spectator PC where I can actually fly around the game like the commissioner that I am.
I'm waiting for this to just become a battle for the high ground, essentially.
Very timid. Sponge has walked out. Back to the pistol for Sponge. Henry's gone with the AK. Selfish buy as always. They actually have level money. That's fair. Yeah, that spot. Henry's going to be raging. There is a way up. Okay, so if you go through the apartments, there's a little bridge, wooden plank that you walk across. So you walk the plank, and that would put them on the same side. I think you could easily strafe jump one to the other, though. So if they start doing that, Yanko can just get over to the right and watch that window. Pretty sure that's a pretty easy jump. Launders would be able to tell me. Movement master that he is. Oh, this is interesting, because now we actually have Sponge with bomb behind them and actually going into where the bomb site is. I think you can plant inside of that, the edge of that room, can you not?
Oh, hold on.
Decent.
With the eagle kill? Now we just got to find Moses. I don't think Moses has even shot this round so far.
He's got the M4 as well. Which for some reason in the HUD shows as an M4. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at Moses. Sorry, first time casting, guys. Didn't know what I was doing. I'll get there eventually. I'm lost without Henry.
Now It's Sponge with the high ground, and there we go. He's pulled off the clutch, brings it back for the Redcoats, keeping them in the match as they pick up their second round.
Yeah, doing better than I want them to.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a close match. I was expecting a shutdown here.
Have you played this map yet?
No, I haven't.
Is that Moses on the wall? Is that a portrait of Moses in the CT spawn? We might have to get a look at that.
We'll have to see.
Did he get a graffiti in the game? For getting pies in the face, they felt bad, and they were like, we didn't have a graffiti last major, but Moses deserves one. We'll put it on a 2v2 map that is only in an operation and eventually will go away soon, just like he did as a player.
Oh, just throwing it out there, man.
You got to. Sponge takes down Wanko. They're only 1 point behind now, to be fair.
Coming back, keeping it even, keeping it interesting for the crowd.
There, is that not Moses on the wall? Looks just like him.
What's that thing on his head?
Probably cream.
That's just the target for later.
Yeah, exactly. How much later are we talking, Blue? Like Counter-Strike later or like hotel room later? And I don't want to know.
You never know. Well,
there we go.
Finally, they counter out Yanko on the roof there.
Took you long enough, Henry.
Over peeking a little bit, but now it's on Moses. Not performing, unfortunately.
So tie game. Yanko stopped going there. He goes back. Henry wins it. Start to see if that plays in Yanko's mind. Have they broken the economy? No, not quite. Yanko's able to get a deagle. Moses has a gun. They'll buy in with the deagle as best they can with armor. No utility, interestingly. I would buy a smoke or a flash. Why not? Smoke off the whole bomb site sitting there with a knife. Pull a showtime. Yeah, look, they're just going to rush the roof now. Double nade. They know he's going there every time. And they actually get him reasonably low, down to 5 HP before he gets found by Henry.
All right.
They're taking control. All right, they're taking the initiative.
On the counter, now it's about the Cowboys getting back in the match. They need a new strat here. Now, what would be really next level is, I don't think you can. I think it just kills you if you go down there. If you could somehow like swim through the water and try to go around them on like a big flank or something like that.
Do you remember DE docks way back in the day in like 1.6? You could swim the whole way outside.
I think that was before my time, personally.
Yeah, you were. How old are you? 12?
22.
Okay, that's a good number actually.
It's from Moses. I'll spot a mile away and shut him down, and now the Redcoats have really got it going. They've got all this money to play with. Cowboys, what's happening here? I think they need some support from the crowd. It's been rather quiet out there for the last few rounds here. I think we need another USA chant. That was really good.
We're gonna let them carry it. I think honestly, Blue, they were listening to you sing them lullabies during this because, oh, shoot Henry in the head, Sponge, I dare you. He didn't. It's a shame. Yanko's gone even further this time on the roof, but he thinks they've gone by. They haven't. They're going to catch him out. No way. If he pushed into the apartments, he might have had a chance to completely surprise them, but he overread the situation. That is a dab, and I'm not impressed. It's okay.
Keep that to yourselves.
It's fine. I'll let it go. It's early in the morning. No need to get upset. I'll be in a bad mood for the final. How do you fare the final, Blue? Who's going to win?
I'm looking at North to take it personally, but the problem is I think Thorne had a tweet earlier that was saying that the problem was they hadn't been like tested so much, at least in the bracket stages of yet.
That's
had a little bit of an easier path to get through here to the grand finals.
It seems to always happen when you have a crossover format, especially when you have seeded groups that come from two different divisions of, listen, no offense, North America, less depth on one side. So it's yeah, I think that was inevitable. Yeah. But they needed to be in a final, so it's good for them. Henry spotted them early, but watch out. Sponge is 4x3. I actually know that for a fact. I saw him set up. He did not see Moses at all push up. Moses is everywhere in this map. He's on the wall there too.
This whole map's just a homage to Moses.
Yeah, speaking of which, have you noticed the avatars or the in-game pictures?
Oh, yes.
They're quite good.
It's a fine selection by the admin team, I believe.
It's pretty good. Who wore it better, I think? We need to have that vote. Was it Moses or was it Henry?
I'm thinking Moses personally.
Really? I think Henry wore it
just on the photography jobs.
That's true.
I think Moses' photo caught a lot more of the action.
You know that the pictures on the Cowboy side is Yanko smashing the pie in his face. Look how happy Yanko looks to do that. Sponge has actually got him though, so it's all on. Well, it's a 1v1 actually, because Moses has found Sponge back. I was gonna say it's all on to Moses, but getting Henry. He's a little bit lower. Henry sneaks up, no idea that he's there. There is an element of surprise if you're not spotted early from the roof position.
This is disappointing. I thought this was going to be easy for Moses this time around. Apparently it's his map, so.
His map? Is it? It's been out for like a week. Does he play this regularly?
I don't know. I'm just saying, judging by the graffiti again,
it's true. That's a good point, actually.
That has to mean something.
You're right.
Henry, trying to go for the pre-fire now. He's getting interesting with this. He's getting advanced on the tactics. Ends up in an open duel against Yanko, though, who has had to abandon his little roof strat that he's been using. It's 15th round as well, so end of the half. Sponge will look for the 1v2 clutch once more, as he does just try to play it back by this cafe. See if he can clutch things out from there. Not the best coverage, though, so he is going to be pretty much in the open, and that's going to let Moses push through as the Cowboys claim one more round to close out on the first half.
It's not bad. Split it down the middle. Cowboys are slightly behind, though. But I'm pretty sure we're going to get a word from them in a second. I'm wondering if the Cowboys have anything to say for themselves, because right now they're throwing more whiffs than Tony Romo. Yeah, not impressed. Not impressed. I'm pretty sure Tom Brady would do better. Moses, Henry G, who wore it better? You can vote in chat, type their names. Good old YouTube.
Let us know. And while we are at the halftime, ladies and gentlemen.
To be fair, wearing what they're wearing on their face, they could be on another version of Tube, but I won't go there.
You're just going off today, aren't you?
It's fine. Let's find out what they've got to say for themselves.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. 8-7 to score. You guys are looking fantastic right now. What is your secret to success?
It's a CT-sided map, and we're winning on the T half. So you know what? This has been pretty easy so far. Yanko was good at the start. We shut him down. The tactics were better. We can read them like a book. Pretty easy.
If you had to say what kind of book Moses and Yanko are, what book would you define them as?
50 Shades of Grey, because we're really just dominating them right now,
Diablo! Okay, so we're going to send it over. Sponge, actually, hold on. I got to ask you a question, man. How you feeling? You feeling good, buddy?
Oh, I'm a bit disappointed with that first half, to be honest.
Casters are tossing a lot of shade to you, but being pretty brutal.
I think it's just jealous of my good looks, so that's probably the most likely scenario.
Wow. Just so much going on over here. Anyway, Stunna, what do you have for me, buddy?
All right, I'm standing by right now with Yanko and Moses, and you know what? Yanko doing his part. Yanko, what's going on in this matchup?
We've been dominating since the start. Then they started playing like little bitches. They turtled up, and they just walk around the map. It's like, your playing days are over, boys. You don't need to like walk around. You can just have some fun, try to hit some headshots. Also, you can all speak up a little bit so we can hear you when you try to trash talk. That will also be nice.
Oh, no, that sums it up pretty nicely. I mean, we saw them before the game going over strats, figuring out smokes on this map. It's quite embarrassing, really, that they feel the need to do that.
Sponge definitely knowing some smokes here on this map, but going into the second half, away with this map.
We're going to run away with it.
It's that easy. Well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to finish up 2v2 here on Rialto.
Start for the Cowboys.
Hello, future professionals. It's that time again to showcase a smashing smoke for Mirage. Today, I'll be teaching you all how to smoke CT as a terrorist. To do the smoke, line yourself up along this door. Aim at the corner of whatever this thing is. Then jump and throw. If done correctly, CT will be perfectly smoked off. Combine with the stairs and jungle smoke and A site will be yours.
competitiveness of the North American scene have become a lot better.
I think just in general, Counter-Strike right now is just really competitive.
I would say you have maybe 4 or 5 really good teams in NA, but that's definitely not enough if you want to practice and learn more.
Every time we over here, we have practiced them. They seem to get better all the time.
They have a lot of confidence going into every match.
They have a lot of potential, we all know that.
North America has always had the talent player-wise. They were just lacking basically guidance. More top teams right now in Europe.
They know when they have to push for information or trying to make a play happen when they're down numbers and they have to make something happen.
I think the scene right now is so competitive.
When we play them, you could really feel how structured and how good their team play is.
I think you have to think more about the team than the organization.
It just shows that many more people is dedicated to the game now.
Well, welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, here to the show match of the EPL Season 5 Grand Finals. It's the Cowboys versus the Redcoats, and the Cowboys keeping to their NA namesake with the trash talk and unfortunately the performance as well, as they are lagging behind by 1 round behind the Redcoats.
It's a good point. They're the only NA player active in this game right now, and they're losing, so something in that maybe.
Bit unfortunate, we just can't escape it.
Their trash talk was much better, I have to say. I approve of that config level. Maybe some Kenny S in there, but on the other side, some work I think needs to be done. I'm not impressed by them. And there you go. Moses apparently wore it better, Blue. So you were right. I thought Hank did, but maybe it just suits the nice bald head that Moses has better.
You can really appreciate the pie scattering on Moses' photo that I'm sure you guys will see again in another like 30 seconds or so here.
It's true. The funny thing about the second time, when we were in Brazil for the Movember campaign that we kicked off, is how hard Yanko hit him. Like, he actually punched him in the face with a plate of cream. It went about 20 feet.
The funniest part is we didn't actually have real cream pies for that event. That was just,
it was just whipped cream
It was
on a
just
plate.
whipped cream and a plate, because cream pies weren't a real thing in Brazil at that point.
Yeah, well, we couldn't find one on short notice either, so. But here we go. Is anyone going to play the roof? I think they will. It looks like Henry's already up there, if I'm not mistaken.
Look at Sponge, though. Hold on,
He's
let's
gonna
see
get
him. Henry might just do it himself, though, as he picks up. Not very much, apparently, as he'll go down to Sponge. And the Redcoats are going to be able to keep the lead going right in the second half.
Dual P2000s for Sponge and Henry. Not using the USP, but it works. They, again, by the way, Yanko and Moses, as you saw, trying taking over the roof. I think they're going to continue that trend, perhaps stubbornly. The problem is now they lose the second half pistol. As we mentioned, economy is a bit of a factor in the 2v2, a little bit differently, obviously, in the way you can't really farm cash in the same light, but means they get a jump and could grab a few more rounds here. Have we seen a bomb plant yet? I don't think we have.
No, we haven't. They've pretty much ignored
that
part of
straight
the
kills.
It's a pretty big plant area, too. It looks, from the looks of it, if that red box is to be believed.
Yeah, I think if it is, you might even be able to plant inside of that section.
Yeah.
So you go. Henry's gone to the same position. Go knows the ankles, but can't find ankles. Knows the ankles. Angles, same thing. Can't find it.
So the Cowboys falling behind. They need your support, guys. It's rather quiet out there. I know it's early, but we need to tune it up a little bit here, intimidate the Redcoats a little bit. Otherwise, the Cowboys are going to end up dropping this one, and that's not what we need right here in Dallas.
Henry's going to drop down. They're going to spot. Ooh, they bomb plant. We got a bomb plant. Just give them the win alone. Well done, Cowboys. You still lost. You still suck, but you got a bomb plant. So first one.
So the Cowboys. Oh, now we're getting cheeky.
Sponge. I think that USA chant. Let's get under Chad's skin. Says I'm jealous of his good looks, but if I'm jealous of a 4, it's time for me to just leave. There we go.
I like it.
I'm believing.
So first gun round, I believe, with both teams in it, but Henry is going to push right forward with Sponge. It goes 1 for 1, bringing this into another Yanko versus Sponge situation. And Yanko pushing forward. He might just have the angle to end this right here. Sponge is able to dodge it, though. Gets himself behind coverage, but he needs to watch out inside of the store, as Yanko did spot him moving out, but I think Sponge may have caught a whiff.
I don't think he did. I actually don't think he saw him because he saw his feet, so he wouldn't have been able to see upward.
The problem for Yanko is he really can't get down from this roof without making any noise.
He's watching both sides of it, but Sponge is being very patient. And Yanko seems like he's being impatient because he's losing the information that he already had, so. Little battle of wits. Yeah, there you go. Yanko's made a lot of noise now.
Just trying to get out into the open, but for Sponge.
This is Sponge playing classic, isn't it? Didn't have the skill to take duels, so he was an in-game leader, made other people do it for him, and then would sit back and wait for corners and wait for the tees to plant, which is what he's doing now.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
Well, we got a Molotov picked up for Yanko.
Oh, this could get interesting. Oh, he's gonna go for the plant.
Sponge trying to look underneath of the dumpster.
Almost a good plan.
Plant's fine. It's decent because he can get the Molotov into that archway. Door's going to protect him as well. Sponge is going to tap this. Oh, he thinks he's going to hold it. Yeah.
Oh!
Yanko, what have you done?
Such confidence in taking that final tool, but Sponge played them all. He was ready for it the whole time and shuts down that round. The Redcoats continue to push forward in this match.
I know Yanko's been working with James Bardoff a lot lately, but I didn't think he'd picked up any of his aim tricks. That was pathetic.
That was sort of an easy
That could be the game. 12-7?
I know.
Ugh.
He had every advantage he needed in that 1v1. It's a good attempt. Sponge is going to find himself in a bit of an open shooting duel, though. Back over here by the river.
Well, it's kind of all by the river, Blue. You can't say by the river.
That's very true.
I mean, the river's around the whole map.
That's not a bad position. It's a pretty bad position to call out there.
Yeah. Sponge has pulled one back from the roof, though. Bomb went down as well, so it's upper hand to him. One bullet will do it either way, and it's Yanko that's actually going to slip up. Sponge has gone by, getting closer to the bomb. Oh, Yanko's not sure at all.
7 like every way. So Sponge definitely has the advantage.
Look at him playing these corners. The beaver burrowing into his dam. They don't really burrow.
No.
Whatever. I'm supposed to know that. They're like a national animal in Canada. It's fine. It's actually a crime, apparently, to kill beavers in Canada. Makes sense.
Are they endangered or?
No, they're just protected.
Oh, gotcha.
Because of their significance.
Hold on, the timing could work out for Yanko here, though. He is going to move up, and he finds Sponge in the open, so finally, there's another round for the Cowboys.
The main reason they're protected, Blue, is because when they actually dam off streams, they create small stilled water lakes, which create a large ecosystem for plant life. Oh. So a lot of other animals live simply because of the beaver's presence in a location. So if you kill one and they run away from the dam, you actually kill an entire plant ecosystem in that small area. There you go. The more you know.
It's very interesting. All right. Well, Cowboys have won one. They're going to need to win a few more if they want to find themselves back into this match, as the Redcoats still have a decent lead to work off of here. But the battle begins, and it's Yanko striking first yet again, taking down Henry. No trade this time from Sponge, so he's alone, set against a 1v2, trying to take a page out of Yanko's playbook and utilize this roof that he went for on almost every single round back in the last half.
Well, they won a round on this side now, finally. So they've got that going for them. But unfortunately, again, they don't have the bomb, and it's Sponge. Sponge clutching, though, is kind of a weird thing. He's done more in this game than I think he did in his whole career. So we'll see if he can keep that trend going against Moses.
Moses seems a little bit scared to take the duel himself. Two former pros do try to duke it out.
Map is kind of elusive in the fact that you can slip around behind each other.
Yeah. Map is a bit of a nightmare for callouts, to be honest. With the exception of like this area, everything's pretty much just the bridge or some sort of a walkway.
Sponge is dragging this out as long as possible. Moses is trying to sneak up behind him, but he's already lost him. Bomb's still down. Moses has to get to that now with 29 seconds. It's Sponge that's just going to watch it. I think, ooh, I thought he was going to spot him there, but again, he's on the high ground, so good relocation. He should be able to take this round quite quickly as soon as if he peeks left. I mean, no one tell him. Pretty straightforward.
Moses just seemed to be giving up on that one, just hopping out with a knife in hand, so.
Yeah, it's not very alpha male of Moses, is it?
No, not at all. Would have thought he'd get more assertive about taking up positions there and trying to go for that, but not the case.
Whoa, we just like pulled back while zooming in.
Hey, did you see that?
Yeah.
It's
elongation at its
those new tricks. Oh, all right. Yeah, again with that double kill. That's like the 4th time he's done that now.
Yeah, someone's got to carry for them. I mean, like we said, the North American letting everyone down as always, so Moses needs to be very thankful of his Serbian friend. More experienced in combat, obviously, so showing that leadership now.
It's actually a little bit brutal with looking at the scoreboard.
Yeah, what is the scoreboard? 16 kills for Yanko, 7 for Moses.
Wow, Moses is on struggle streak right now, so he needs to get back in the match. Henry is also going to try to find some frags this time, though. Yanko wanted to go to that same spot to take the duel. Didn't play out this time, and now he's got a nice flank possibly to work against Henry. And he is going for the long route on this one to try and get roof control.
Yeah, Henry's got no idea this is coming. So let's see. I think he should. I think he should. I think he will as well. Dude, what have you done? Oh my God! Moses! Giving us a heart attack. I really wish he cratered. That would have been even better, but still gets the kill. Very awkward.
So, after that, Sponge is just going to end up camping in these apartments, or whatever you want to call these again.
I'm twice as mad because knifing Henry, I would have been able to make fun of him for that all day.
That was more of like a "this is Sparta" moment. We just kicked him off the roof.
Yeah. Get off. King of the Castle, did you ever play that game as a kid? The playground? No. We used to play it on the snowmounds that the snowplows left in Canada until one day someone pushed a kid off so hard that he got knocked out cold, and then the teachers wouldn't let us play anymore. It's just a shame. I really liked that game. I used to be really coy. People would run at me and jump, and I'd just duck and then go flying off, and I'd be like, get wrecked. Good tactic.
Oh, there's the wall bang for Moses. Took him quite a few bullets, but he got the job done. So the Cowboys again finding a little bit of a footing here. Trying to get back into this match. It's only a 2-round streak, but as close as this could certainly help. Try and push them back into it, tie it up, and then maybe push up to 16 to close it out, because I believe that's what we're playing to here.
Apparently, it's strictly forbidden to feed the pigeons on this map.
I haven't seen any pigeons.
Yeah, I don't even see any chickens. I just see a vulture. His name's Moses, and he's dead. I don't know why. They went with the vulture because when they played Worms, he was always going around with the little helicopter picking up all the items, but I think the bald eagle suits him better, personally.
Yeah.
Yanko has to clutch again.
It's just a real issue here for Yanko. And the worst part is the Redcoats don't seem to want to actually take any action to get him killed. They're just sitting back and hiding, so turned into these super long rounds. He just wants to fight.
I don't know if you've noticed this T model, but they have like a lot of pimples on their forehead.
Did they?
Kind of interesting. Yanko's got Sponge down though. He's got it down to a 1 versus 1. He wants bomb. He's got to go. Well, it doesn't have to actually. It's a minute 6. He's got time. He's got damage. Fake the plant. Bait Henry back in, and you've done it again, Yanko. Why? We could have had a 13-11 game, something to talk about. Now it's almost over, Blue. I'm a little sad.
It's a bit disappointing, unfortunately. There, they say pros don't fake, and well. Yanko clearly not a pro under those circumstances, so he ends up dropping that round.
Look at that RNG.
Always the case.
Snaps over to the left. That's it. Inspect that mouse.
Clearly the issue.
It's actually not the issue. They're provided by Zowie. It's an EC2, and it's a beautiful mouse. I use the same one. So the problem is actually just Henry G.
Oh, yeah.
Moses' turn. Gets Sponge back. Henry's on the roof. Checks it, but Henry's got it. And we're on map point for the red. Damn it for the Redcoats.
Yeah, I'm sure the crowd's a little bit disappointed about these circumstances, but
I am. These two guys, just that, the egos. I would have loved to see them bash down. I'll have to wait till the next event.
Yeah.
It's fine. Cologne, maybe?
Yanko just probably disappointed in Moses at the end of the day.
I would be.
Just really didn't show up to this match.
That's a lovely shot to start.
Yanko again, bringing these good kills in. Still need one more, though, to try and find themselves an 11th. And, of course, Sponge is going to look for the clutch on the P90 of all weapons, too. Just getting real cheeky with it at this point.
Let's go for overtime, boys. If you lose to a P90, I swear to God, you're going to be banned from show matches in the future. Sponge has gone to an AK, so that redeems that quality at least, but still another 1 versus 1. Sponge tagged the 68, both on AKs, both with armor.
The smoke moving out, but he landed on that box, so Moses is given an opportunity to take out Sponge, and the Cowboys do get to survive a little bit longer here off of that.
So Yanko, 18 kills, Sponge, 18 kills, Henry, 15, Moses, 11. He is definitely the weakest link.
Definitely the problem, one would say.
Why didn't they put you in, Blue? You could have done better.
I mean, I might have, dude. I've been practicing.
I have not. It's good that one of us has.
I got out of rank D in ESCA recently, so I had that to accomplish.
Nice. Well, Henry's pulled this back. Moses going down at least gets information, but information is, unless you can act upon it quickly like that, it's useless on this map because it's so easy to get away. So Yanko does, strikes while the iron's hot, and makes it now a 15-12 game. Still a chance. because they've also got them down to pistols.
They just need 3 more rounds and they can take this to OT.
This will be Henry's call. He hates force buying when you have the lead and don't need to, so he's going to say, yep, just buy a pistol, keep your money even, and they'll buy in the next round.
Both of them just got wrecked by nades at the start, too. Those are actually pretty well-placed nades.
Did they hit?
No, they missed because they went into this room, but if they went out through mid, I think they both would have hit.
That would have been significant. No armor. I'd love to see a nade stack kill both players on this map.
That would be incredible.
Ooh, that guy's excited. Why didn't we give the crowd mics? They could have casted. I would have come out and casted with them.
Guest casting?
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah. Sooner or later, have additions in the crowd.
Yeah.
Yanko by fire. Goes down to the pistol. Henry G tags up. They're looking for a double. Moses suspects that Sponge is in there. Correctly so. But Sponge does it with the headshot. And unfortunately, the arrogant Redcoats pick up the win.
And so off of that, Sponge and Henry G are going to prove victorious. And it's another loss for Moses and Yanko as they go down with only 12 rounds to show for themselves. And Moses, well, with a rather uninspiring performance there. Did try to bring it back towards the end, ended up with 13 kills.
Is Sponge sponsored by Patagonia? Because all he does is wear their shirts. I hope he gets paid.
Are they an Australian company?
I have no idea. They probably are. They've got some weird things going on down there, but they managed to get another win, unfortunately. You know what, Blue? Next event, me and you will beat them. And we'll do it with tasers, negevs, and knives.
I'm surprised no one pulled out a negev in this match, to be honest.
I would have.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely would have. Well, that said, Blue, it's been an honor. Actually, it hasn't been an honor. It's been an absolute tragedy. I'm glad it's over, but just to make sure we finish it off correctly, we'll send it over to the stage to talk to the winners and losers.
Good effort.
The tragedy is here. The losing squad, Team Cowboys. I mean, what happened, man? You had the whole crowd. And they were chanting USA for you, Yanko, for you.
Thing is, like, this show match is here to get the crowd a little bit hyped up, kill some time. They can like get warmed up into CS. They don't want to see people walking around the map playing hide and seek. They want to see people get some headshots, some action.
Couldn't agree more.
I don't care about winning. I'm an entertainer. I'm here to entertain. And these guys, they're just horrible.
Bunch of pansies. That's what I would say. Yeah, hiding in the room. All right, what do you got, Moses?
It's just a terrible brand of Counter-Strike, really. They really are just a bunch of little pussies.
Stunna?
Spitting the hot fire on this side. Now, you guys came in here under the United Kingdom banner. A marginal victory here for the United Kingdom today in Counter-Strike. I know it's been a while. So on top of that, how are you guys feeling walking away with the W?
Some big words there from 2 very small men. That's all I have to say. But you know what? They're complaining about strategies and stuff. We're here to win. We're not here to put on a show. We're here to prove we're the better players. And I think we did that. Yanko was all right, but I think he needs a new partner. That's the problem.
See, they just want to put on a show, which is the normal North American Counter-Strike way. The rest of the world wants to win.
Don't forget where you are, by the way.
No, it's okay. They know I'm joking.
I know.
The funny thing is, I knew, Yanko said to me yesterday, he said if we play slow, he's going to tilt. So we got under his skin straight away, and we got the victory. A win's a win.
A W is a W, but you are in Texas. You got to be careful. The gun laws here are a little different than where you're from.
Everybody here is very nice, all right? I went out last night for dinner. Everybody was very hospitable, so no offense.
Good recovery. Good recovery.
Yeah, the sweet tea really gets them going out here. So with that being said, we're going to be going to the grand finals next, and I do appreciate you guys. Congratulations on this Zowie Show Match Championship.
Give it up for everyone. Seriously, give it up. All right, guys, so coming up next, we are going to have the grand finals. Are you excited?
You know it, big dog.
All right, it's going to be awesome. We hope you guys are excited as well. Finals coming up after this.
The first video game I played was Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. is the first video game I played. When I'm not playing CSGO, I'm probably playing Battlegrounds or H1Z1. Favorite player before I became a pro player would have been Shagwire, Canadian, and he was a boss. I'd say favorite pro player stream I like watching is Flusha. I don't know why. Just I like watching Flusha. My favorite skin would be any of the Hyper Beast skins. Biggest rager on our team would probably be Pete or me. Other than that, everyone else is pretty quiet. If I were to go pro in a different esport, it would probably be Rocket League. Do you want me to say why? I feel like it takes a lot of skill and it seems pretty fun and intense and high pace. If I was not a pro player, I would be probably in school still. I'd say my spirit animal would probably be a lion since I'm a Leo. Maybe a panda. I like pandas, so because they're just like so fuzzy and adorable. I don't know. I think my superpower would be flying. I don't know why, I just like flying, and I think being able to fly at any moment would be pretty cool. Favorite dessert would probably be churros. Other than that, I don't really eat dessert too much. I don't like cake or anything like that, so probably churros. If that counts as a dessert, I'm not sure.
As he can't see the smoke starting to come in, so he's the master, and there's the first headshot, looking for more.
He's very, very good with this gun. Knows they're going to be closer. Reads the flash means they've got to be there. Lines up the headshots. He's got number 3. Bomb down as well. There's the 4th. Nico nearly goes for a deagle ace.
Now if he goes down 5-on-4 just like that, and it's going to be even more for Flush. A double kill, triple kill. What God's name is that?
The time, but they flash over and they push, A with all 5. Only able to get 2 kills now, but I think that is all that they will get.
Oh no! Oh, what? This is somehow going down to a 1v1 as FNX takes down nothing since he runs out of ammo. Doesn't have armor, mind you, but still, he's upgraded to an AK, but he might get caught reloading here. They both jump out of the open and FNX!
Oh my
God!
God!
What is that? He destroys Cloud9!
Finally, we've got a good shot of this.
Just
and then
pranked him.
Viali! What is that? Viali! He's in a 1v2 and it's so winnable. He's got 12 HP, Nico's got 6, and Rain's got 18. I wouldn't put it past him. Oh,
Get out! Get out, Viali! One yet by FaZe. Second round force. Yeah, look at this.
The fact is as well, he drops the smoke, and then it's listening that smoke, so we can get past that. We can push through before it goes down and not have the grey screen.
Bang.
It's actually the player that works against them, and he's so hungry for that ace at the point. There it is. Boom. Finds Kiyashima. He's normally in the apartments area. He knows that.
The new update haven't really changed that much.
Valve updates on the bigger picture for the game in general have always been good.
I think they can do better.
It's changed a little bit the meta, but not too much.
On the other side, I think the UMP nerf has been completely useless.
Even if I have an AK or M4, I'll drop my teammates that whatever gun I'm holding and just buy an ump.
The ump still is like insane.
I also read about some stats about it. It haven't really changed anything.
If you're gonna change the UMP, you need to change the pistols as well, because you're gonna lose every second round.
The update is a bit confusing for us.
You don't use the UMP for long distance anyway, and that's the thing that nerfed.
It's a good adjustment, but I don't think it's solving the root of the problem.
I think they have to nerf it again, and
They need to change some more.
I just wish they could have more specifics in fixing the competitive side.
It's going to be absolutely electrifying. I can't wait for this.
Indeed, New York is about to get dumplit. It is going to be unreal.
I'm telling you, this ESL, this is Electronic Sports League, is going to get nothing but bigger.
Exclusive Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes. Athletes aren't just born. They're molded from the core. A core of strength. A core of laser focus. A core that can handle anything. A core that sweats the small stuff. A core that's the difference maker, game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete, but the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
off. This gives away the indication, though. They should know he's here. They do with the knife. GW! He goes through.
In the same place there. Simple just jumping. Catching into the side. He's going to fall down again. What is it?
Snacks. Does find one. Does he dances back and forth between the box? What a shot! What in God's name is that from Snacks?
Caravan drops him and Fallen. He turns back on. Takes a second as well. And the third. That's going to be the Queen's go there. Oh, what are you doing?
These opening smokes are going to. They are putting one down at the very start of this round, but it's Config just greeting the edge. Oh, switches up! Config!
They're going to move in, and once again, very quickly, they've tried it before. They're going to shut down time after time again. Automatic!
The left side. First shot's very easy. Knows that they're on the right. Lovely shot and get right with the aim.
Challenging towards Connector. Sick shot from Kenny. And again.
The opponents were being that passive style, but now you can see Scream doesn't care anymore. Scream's doing their own stuff. 4 quick headshots and the ace. That's beautifully done. That is sick.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, Xfinity, ESCA, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, Logitech G, and Zowie.
It's been a long season, but we're finally here. It's Grand Finals Day at ESL Pro League Season 5. We're at the Verizon Theater in Dallas, Texas. We're gonna see G2. We're gonna see North battle it out for the trophy. Welcome to the Xfinity Analyst Desk. My name is Moses. I'm here with two of the finest minds in Counter-Strike. It's YNK and it's Sponge. How you guys?
Still saying nice things about me. That's.
I know. I
appreciate
you don't
that.
deserve it. You really don't deserve it.
All right. Well, next time we'll play a format where it's just heads-up Counter-Strike.
I like that. It's about time we start talking some sense.
A maps, perhaps, or just put a 30-minute round time, 30-second round
30
time,
minutes.
something like that, where people can't just hide away from you and run away.
So I knew that Henry and I would lose if we actually played, you know, and took duels because you guys have better aim than us. So we had to play the brain game and be a little bit smarter about it.
Just pandering to us right
He
now.
really is. It's patronizing, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah, either way, Grand Final Day, let's get off us for once, and let's move on to the actual game of Counter-Strike. Yeah, we're going to have G2 taking on North. These are the two best teams in Europe throughout the season. North eliminating Team Liquid, the hometown heroes. We going to get any North fans because of that? Are you guys a little bit upset with North, perhaps?
Wow.
Ooh, nice one.
Maybe you can look at it this way, though. The team that beat the home crowd heroes could then become the favorite because that, you know, if North win, Liquid lost the team who won the tournament.
That seems very complicated. Even you stumbled over that. Either way, are we going to have any G2 fans here in the crowd? Well, we know where they're leaning. That's not bad. The guy who's having fun down in the cheers, he's got a North fan and a G2 fan with him. It's Stunna.
Thanks, Moses. I'm down here with Eric and Steven over here on the sidelines. And where are you from, man?
I'm from right here in Dallas, Texas.
Ooh, I think there's a little something behind that. How about you, man?
I'm from Houston, Texas.
All right. All right, there we go, there we go. Okay, so tell me right away, why is North going to win this matchup?
Well, Scandinavian CS, it's always been the best. Simply can't beat it.
It is what it is. How about on the G2 side of things?
Our players are better.
Well, it is what it is. Hey, guys, head over to ESL.gg, get involved, get in the gameplay, start playing at home, play with your friends, family, bring your wife, your cousins, your brother, your mama, all that good stuff. Nonetheless, right now we're going to the Grand Finals, so let's hear it for this Grand Finals matchup, Dallas, Texas.
If I had to play only one map to the rest of my career,
I've always loved Train, even back in 1.6.
Rage. Mirage.
I just like Cobb. I like to play it. I feel confident, and so probably Cobb.
I think it's been one of my favorite maps ever since I started playing.
It will be Dust 2. I love it, you know, it remembers me so much memories that I would always live on this map.
It would definitely be Cobble. That's the map I'm most comfortable on. I play the hardest position on that map, which is the drop zone, and I love that position.
It would be Inferno, my favorite map for sure. They need to do some changes, but I like it the most anyway.
Tuscan was like one of my favorite maps. Very simple, and you can do a lot of things. You have a lot of possibilities.
Being worked on for about 3 years, so I don't think it's ever going to come out.
Yeah, I just missed the map overall, and I would like to play it over and over again because, yeah, it was just great playing there.
Yes, such an important matchup here on the stage, but we have to figure out exactly how they got here. It's been a long season. It was a good bracket. I mean, it was a good group stage, 3 days that we had, and then the quarterfinals, the semifinals. And if you weren't tuning in yesterday, you missed those semifinals. We can bring up the bracket now to just show you exactly what happened. It was SK taking on G2. That was a 2-0 win for G2. A little bit surprising there. Team Liquid falling to North 2-0 as well. They had a close match in the second one, got blown out on the first one.
Yeah, G2, obviously, you know, the G2 SK, the semifinal that many were expecting to be the grand final, perhaps. But, you know, G2 with a 2-0 victory, it was a very close game. You didn't feel like SK made any huge mistakes, right? It was the small things that just added up, and G2 was playing very, very solid CS. They were punishing SK for those mistakes. Shox finally showed up for the tournament as well, and they managed to come out on top.
Yeah, and I think Cold Zero had one of his worst performances ever, right? So that definitely leads to SK not getting across
Still
the line.
Still a positive rating. That just tells you how crazy it is.
It's insane. But in that specific game, I think it was like a 0.72 rating or something along those lines, right? And he was definitely needed. If he was there even at half strength, they would have gotten across the line against G2.
Yeah, and one guy who actually stepped up to try and fill the gap that Cold Zero left was Fallen. He had an impressive game. I know, Yanko, I believe it was you yesterday who said Fallen is definitely back. We saw some of the vintage opping out of him, but it still wasn't enough for G2. We had Shox, we had NBK with a good game. For a team that has so much individual skill, G2, their players have really showed up in this tournament.
Absolutely, and it's great to see. As we were pointing out, you know, coming into the playoffs, they didn't really have a standout individual so far in the tournament. It was SK's players who have been performing great individually, Fur and Fallen, first and foremost. So that's a great sign for G2 fans. They're definitely going to need that in the brawl that's a best of 5 against North.
Yeah, and this is some of that Fallen. This is, Chad, you said he's the everything opper. This is some of that combat style that you like to reference so much and how aggressive he can be with this weapon.
When this stuff pays off, which, believe it or not, happens more often than it should, Fallen just looks like a genius, right? Any other player jumping in, taking these duels, trying to win the round on his own would be criticized for making that as a mistake. But because he does it so often, you see it time and time again, he just has that aura about him where he can go into those situations and show us some amazing frags like that.
It is insane. I was talking to Cold Zero last night, you know, about the game and everything, and in reference this round, and Fallen himself said, guys, I did something dumb, but it worked, so we're fine. Just keep going, just keep going.
Those are the best kind of rounds. You always love that. But yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. A lot of times we criticize players for making those kinds of things. It's just Fallen, we expect it to work.
As the in-game leader as well, you have a little bit more leeway, right?
Yeah, you're like, all right, guys, I'm not off the leash too often. Let me do it. Let me have my turn. Certainly, no one from SK is gonna doubt him when he does things like that. The next semifinal was North taking on Team Liquid. That was a pretty exciting matchup in the sense of, you know, that we thought throughout this tournament that Liquid looked pretty good. We thought maybe there was a chance. The maps looked okay for them, you know. For a team that had such a big advantage in North, going into Nuke as the first map, something Liquid has loved throughout this event, they just got stomped.
I think they overestimated their Nuke as well, right? Because they did so good against Envious. It was like, okay, well, if we can play that good against them, we can do that against anybody. Pulled it out against one of the best historic Nuke teams that we have so far since it's been re-released, and they were just on the end of it, you know, getting run over. The turtle set up by North was really good, just letting them come into the crosshairs underneath, letting them try and flank around to ladder, and they already knew what was up and shut down those plays.
Maybe a little bit that hurt Liquid was the fact that Chiefs had beat North on this map as well, forcing North to take another look at it. It moved on to Mirage for the second map, Yanko, and that was actually a very, very close affair.
Yeah, and we were questioning that pick from North because they could have gone for Cash, a map that was open. Liquid doesn't really play it, but we saw from Config in that interview post-game saying that we just go for what we're confident on, what's our comfort pick, but it almost, you know, came back to punish them. We could have very easily have seen that third map. They did, in the end, manage to grind it out, which is a great sign for North, you know. Recently, in the recent playoff runs, when the game gets close, like the Chiefs game, for example, as well, the most recent one, they tend to choke a little bit and the game slips away from their grasp.
Let's keep going with Liquid a little bit because we're going to have plenty of time to talk about North coming up in the grand finals, but let's kind of close things out with their elimination from this event. Twist coming in as a new player, Stanislaw as a new in-game leader. Zeus is a still pretty new coach considering the amount of events they've gone to, but it was still back to Elige, that kind of superstar player who really showed up in that semifinal. He was the one with the 35 kills in Mirage. He was the one leading the way for his squad.
Yeah, you know, we see him perform so well time and time again. We don't talk about him as much anymore because he needs those other factors to help him out, but he is... you could argue he's the best North American rifler, right? Or maybe even the best North American player in general. And it's been a long road, right, for this kid because they've battled through a lot of adversity, different in-game leaders. They've had to change up roles from time to time. But what would you say the last 6 to 8 months, he's kind of been consistently the best North American fragger, or at least looking like that, and he's definitely on par for that at the moment. I really like with Liquid, you're not looking at the individuals, you're looking at what's changed in their mentality. They look disciplined, they look well prepared off the back of Zeus and Stan, and you could see that in that Mirage game where they were counter-shredding things North were doing and not giving them normal mid-control.
Are they the best team in North America at the moment, Yanko?
I think it's too early to tell after one tournament. I certainly enjoy the way they play. They play good fundamental CS, and the one team that you would compare them to is probably Cloud9. Cloud9 has been the reigning North American team, especially since they won the last season of Pro League, right? First international title for a North American team in over 10 years.
Yeah.
But they are looking definitely on the way to steal away that title from Cloud9.
Yeah, and they've been poised to do it for some time. So an early elimination, but I mean, they said their goal was just to get out of groups at this event. So they at least achieved that, and then more winning the quarterfinal match against Envy. That's not bad whatsoever. We do have some tweets as well from some of the G2 guys that were brought up. We can bring those up on the screen. Just some social media presence of what they were talking about heading into these grand finals as well. You could see here, NBK, the curse is going to be broken tomorrow. Someone that went through to the semis will win the tournament. So it's never happened in the history of Counter-Strike. A team that has skipped straight from the groups to the semifinals in this format has never won the grand finals. No matter who wins today, that curse is broken.
Yeah, and maybe it's because of the fact that everybody had a day off. In the past, it seems like the team who goes straight through the semis, they have a day off, but the other team continues through, and their day break is a little bit different because we have the group stages and the tournament arena in a different location, right?
And also what you have in a best-of-1 round of Robin stage, their upsets are more likely than some of the other formats. So very often you have a favorite who doesn't get a straight semi-final bye. They have to go through the quarters, and then they actually beat the team in a best-of-3, right? That's where their strength really comes into play, and they end up winning the whole tournament.
Now let's take a look back as well. We've alluded to the semifinals, we've alluded to the quarterfinals as well. Let's check out even just the regular season. We're going way back on this one because it was like a 3 to 4 month long regular season that we had. Both of these teams were at the top of the standings in the European division, first and second. You can see North up there at a 19-7 scoreline throughout the season. G2 at 16-10. You can see the other teams that we saw eliminated throughout the group stage in various stages of this event. The big thing for G2 that we need to talk about, their ascension. They started this season 1-8, I believe it was.
Yeah, with losses to teams like Envious, Hellraisers, Heroic, Fnatic, and then they turned it around from there and basically blitzed through to get back to this position. When we started the season, it was like, well, the super team, they're not really super at this stage, and it doesn't even look like they're going to get to the finals. We were ruling them out very early, and they turned that around, and now they're here in the grand finals. That's absolutely nuts.
Yeah, we've seen a gradual rise in their performance, Yanko.
Absolutely, and it just tells you, that even a super team, a team filled with stars, needs time to get their, groove flowing, to kind of get the routine, get the practice in. Early on, they also failed to qualify for Katowice online, if you remember, so they really had a rough start the first month or so, but gradually, ever since then, they have been improving.
Well, you could see NBK wanted to face the North is here. He says it up on the screen there at the lower part, and I mean they've gotten who they've wanted. I mean they might be a little bit. This could be a struggle. We've seen the players on North have been equal to the task of G2.
I feel like North is one of those teams that a lot of the other tier 1 teams want to play against because they tend to play very, very well online, and then they play well on LAN in groups, and whenever they get into playoffs, that's where things fall apart for them. So they kind of want to punish North, I believe, for the fact that they've been defeating him perhaps online and just playing super well, and now you're on our turf.
They probably want to beat them as well for the BM, right? It seems that Config and Magic, they're happy to spray the bodies, do the teabagging, a bit of smack talk on Twitter and even in
banter,
interviews.
I would say.
It's good showmanship. I like it. We've got to keep that up.
Yeah, doing our best. And a couple of other guys who got some banter and some showmanship. It's going to be Sadicus and Henry G. They're down on the floor in the crowd.
Yeah, from Henry and Chad than from you and Yanko.
It's true.
That's fine. I was on your side the whole time. I was rooting for you.
Not from what I heard.
I was talking about the whole time.
Okay, well that's good to know. You always got my back.
Yes.
Yeah.
That said, let's get into what really matters because the fans came to watch good Counter-Strike. The bad stuff's behind us.
Sure.
G2, so much skill coming into this. Go up against another team that has a similar problem than SK. North made it through on a slightly easier side of the bracket, but they only have one star really firing. Now, they've had a few other people step up, but if Config's going to be on that level, Magisk needs to match it.
That's absolutely true. Config has been playing the best Counter-Strike of his entire career, I would say, and he's been fundamental to their success. Mage's Boy, though, he's had that sort of similar impact in previous events as well. If they can both turn up today, I think they have a chance. But for me, G2, they're the best storyline of this event. Starting off the Pro League, 4 months months ago, 1-8, and I think that was good for them, for like a superstar team to actually lose games and have to work together and work out what the problems are, instead of like the old Envious who came into the scene previously and won everything straight away, didn't have to adjust too much and then just dropped off. These guys seem to be on an upward trajectory.
Yeah, and I think it was always going to take time. Obviously, it was a big change. It was the first roster shuffle in France for a while. On the other side of this, North has also come under criticism for being inconsistent at events. They haven't been in a final since Epicenter. Well, haven't won a tournament since Epicenter. And now they come in from an easier side of the bracket. If they crash out in this and go 0-3 or don't put up a good showing, even picking up one map and then being a dud on the other three, it's still not going to result much for them in terms of winning people over. They need to come into this and be convincing the whole way through.
They've said they've adjusted roles and they have looked much better this event. It's been a while since we've seen them get to a grand final. They are looking very good, I have to say, but for me, G2 are the better team overall. I think if you look at the superstars, you've got Kenny S. I think most people would say he's a better AWP than Cajun overall. And then you've got Shoxy as well, the in-game leader, going to be posting more numbers in MSL. So I think on paper, they look like the better team. And Matt, I'm going to say, I think a 3-0 is coming in.
Really? I was going to go 3-1. Henry thinks 3-0. I'm just hoping that North give us some good Counter-Strike. They are definitely the underdog going into this final, but anything can happen at Pro League. We've seen it with the comeback already from G2 in the season.
I think we've had an upward trajectory. We started very slow, had quite a lot of trouble to qualify to tournaments, to win online games, but then at some point we just had a click where everything went good again and we started winning all our online games. We had decent results on LAN. We always lost our LAN tournaments to the teams that were going to win the tournaments. Lastly, we won one in France, and that's very good for confidence. So we've been working a lot and we've been still trying to figure out what's going on within the team and who is supposed to do what. Yeah, now we're finally finding some momentum in our spot where we want to be. Yesterday, we were very shaky, even when we played Envy and won against them. We were just not in our spot. We were not very confident. We were not in that LAN atmosphere and mode where you just have to think about headshotting people and nothing else, basically, because your game is set and there's nothing you can change anymore. And then coming against SK, things just changed because we're facing the best team in the world and it gives you an extra motivation. And so that's where we managed to just get together, get as a team again, and everything was working for us. So from that game, then we just had to carry it on against Fnatic, and that's what we did. What's very important for us is to work on our consistency. We have troubles to stay emotionally stable for most of the players and to always give what is needed to be given at any point of time. And so that's one of our main weaknesses, and respecting our game, because we often know what's the right decision, what to do at the right moment, but we generally, sometimes we don't do it and then it makes us crumble and makes us lose the game. So again, it's just finding that baseline where we cannot lose against X or Y team because of this or that reason. So it's just trying to remove those small mistakes, those stupid mistakes. And again, from there, one round after the other, just making the right decisions. And yeah, it's a hard work, but we're getting there.
Grand finals start right now. G2 taking on North. A long road for both of these teams, and let's finally get into it, boys. So much skill on both of these rosters. We heard the casters. This might be crazy. I don't know what Matt and Henry were thinking, but thinking that it's going to be a 3-0 or a 3-1, hoping that North is going to give good games, that seems insanity.
I want whatever they're smoking, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
3-0. What do they think this is?
I have no idea.
Okay, so
this is why they're casters, though. You know?
The North run, if you look at it on paper, was easier, right? They had the easier group, they had the easier semi-final, but the brand of Counter-Strike that they played was, just as good as the one that G2 did. I know G2 actually had to defeat SK in a best of 3, but they struggled against teams like Cloud9 and Immortals in the group stage, right? So that's a bit of a worry, a bit of an issue there, I think. Maybe they didn't prepare enough for those matchups, but I think North have definitely got what it takes to make this an amazing series.
Matt just hasn't even been using his regular mouse pad as well. He's a completely different mouse pad in this tournament.
Damn.
Just got it to him last night. He's got a new one. It's all sorted out. He's good to go.
So you're a North fan?
I'm just a fan of getting everyone the tools they need to play Counter-Strike.
Just a good Samaritan, aren't you? Yeah. I'm not really sure. I wouldn't expect a sweep here by any of the teams. I just believe that the maps are very, very equally spread. There's not like, a team doesn't have a huge advantage out of the maps that are going to be in play. it's only going to be slight. What's interesting for North is that they actually do tend to perform better when they're the underdog, right? When they play the likes of G2, SK, Virtus Pro, FaZe, Astralis, and so on. That's where they really are loose. They don't feel the pressure as much. A problem might be that when you look at the skill, yes, North has a lot of skill in the likes of Magus, Config, but like Kenny S and Shox on the other side, Apex, especially if he has a good day in that entry fragger role, that can be extremely, extremely hard to deal with.
Well, let's talk specifically about G2 first, because these guys, I mean, you look at the players on this team, Henry alluded to the struggles they had at the beginning of this season, but if you go back to last year, they've got major winners on this team. They've got world champions in this team, and they spent the majority of last year just getting destroyed in every tournament they went to. They were shadows of their former self. We didn't see anything individually. We didn't see anything tactically. It's been a long road back for these guys, especially the start of this super team.
Yeah, I can only really theorize that the way that they kicked off was a whole new mantra, a whole new approach to the game. Because if you've been following Counter-Strike, you know that the French scene, or at least these guys, have been known for force buying, being very aggressive, never giving an inch, and always playing to that style. The meta shifted. The meta moved away from that. Now we're looking at a time where, sure, force buys are still really impactful, but the players that you have on your team, they all can be part of a great system. And it looks that now that Smiths has gone to coach, that they've started to build that system. And you know, their struggles early on were probably because it's the teething period. It takes a while to get used to playing structured Counter-Strike.
And it's also interesting how almost all of these players at some point played in the team with Existence, and they were always leaving the team to join like the other team that's more loose, where you have more freedom to play. And eventually they form this super team, all come together, and they want to play more strategic CS. So it's an interesting aspect to how the metagame has shifted over the years. It's fairly obvious with G2 and Fnatic, first and foremost, that super loose playstyle it's just not viable anymore.
Yeah, you need to find a nice middle ground. You know, you need to be somewhere in between, being able to have those individual plays, those force buys go your way, and falling back on that structure. Because it's for changing of pace, for changing of strategy, for different matchups, you need to be able to play a very well-rounded style of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and, I mean, that's what we kind of noticed out of them, was they were missing a lot of that structure. We were missing, you know, that in-game leader who could really bring it forward. So it was kind of funny, yeah, that Existence was always left out of those teams.
I think it's interesting to just touch on it a little bit. We always talk about, you know, structure now, it's important, and why yes and why not. I believe the main reason is just individually, players have become much more disciplined. What would happen a year or 2 years ago is that you would give away these unnecessary fights, you would give away duels to players like Shox, Olofmeister, Kenny, right? And they would just keep punishing you for it. Nowadays, teams are aware of it. They will turtle up. They will use their utility. They will kind of force you. If you really just want to go for duels, you're going to have to take unfavorable duels. And the average skill level of players has risen so much that these dominant players like Shox, Olofmeister, right? They can't keep winning those like they used to before. And you know, that way you need to make your own strategies and find a way to equal the battlefield.
To find those duels for your star players. But we can see some of the stats from the star players coming up on the screen pretty shortly of this G2 side. Actually, both sides. I was wrong. It's everyone. You can see Config there, 176 and 122, 90 ADR for him. And on the other side, he's not really matched by anyone. NBK's the closest at 85. He's back.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the thing here is with the close frag distribution that you're seeing, it's because both teams have played very well as a unit, as a team, right? We had Config going huge in the group stage, so his stats are padded a little bit there from those instances. But otherwise, it's pretty even across the board. Other than Apex, who he's still having I guess he's in an adjustment period, adjusting to a full-on entry fragger in structure, because it's different from being an entry fragger when it's loose, because you have a few more luxuries when it's loose, right? You can approach situations a little bit differently.
Apex also does a lot of secondary calling for the team. On the T side, he's kind of, you know, the tip of the spear for that strike team that they have in the style that G2 likes to run. So he gives a lot of input to the team as well.
And here's North. Some of the very similar struggles to what G2 has had after they won Epicenter in October of last year. They've really kind of bombed out of a lot of events, and they seem to not be performing up to what they should on paper. They have everything you could possibly need. The good thing is with AZ coming back into this lineup, it's always been the question of when is he going to start fitting in? When are they going to figure out how to use him? He's having a good event here. You could see him up in the stats. He was about their second best rated player, but it seems to be at the cost of Magisk a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's not a matter of you expecting AZ to be the superstar of the team. It's just that he wasn't even able to pull his own weight in some of these tournaments. And when you look at North, if you just look at their placings in the last couple of LAN tournaments, you would think, okay, this is not too bad. They make the playoffs, they maybe make top 4, but it's the teams they lose to, right? They would lose to teams from which they should be far, far better.
Yeah, I mean, that was always the question. Was, I mean, do you feel like there's any element of astrology? Is this like a Danish thing that these teams like look so good on paper, have so many of these like close to winning these events and just can't seem to pull it over the line?
What I think happened with North was a special circumstance. They ran one center. The team was not in its infancy, but it was still relatively new with these 5 players. They won this event. They won it in, very stylish fashion, very similar to last season of Pro League where we saw Automatic and Stewie play well. It was the Config and Magic show and they clicked. And from them, they won the tournament. Now, you're going to think that that's a style that can work. And, they tried that over and over again. But I think they learned that they have to adjust the way that they approach the game. Added ASEAN, realized that, yes, we still need to look at things, maybe make him fit in a little bit better. Went back to the drawing board, adjusted a few, positions and strategies and how to get him feeling more comfortable in the squad. And it looks like a better unit to me at the moment.
Now we're going to see some of Config, one of the best players in the tournament, not only on North, but he's been a monster. We've talked plenty about him, but I mean, how does he even do some of these things? I mean, the one tap, the jumping in the air, but all these deagle kills as well. He's having phenomenal impact.
He's a very obviously mechanically skilled player, but he is one of those guys who are hyper-aggressive. Confidence is like the name of the game for him. If he can get into that zone, pretty much, he can do whatever he wants on the map, more or less. Moves that you would think could be easily punished, and he somehow manages to get a kill and still get away with it.
Confidence is the buzzword. We had that pretty much throughout the group stage, right? But the fact that someone who's so young and new to the kind of big stage environment can stay confident in all these situations and disrespect players who have been at the top for, the last 4 or 5 years, it's crazy that he always has that, and I think it shows in his persona a little bit.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem to care, does he?
Yeah, he loves it.
It's pretty awesome. Loving some of the interviews he's been giving, obviously. Let's start getting into it. Let's start looking at the maps. I know they're going to be doing the map veto pretty soon, but just among us, let's just kind of start questioning where this exactly is going to go. I know you two, just from the conversations, there's some pretty obvious vetoes that both of these teams are going to break out.
Yeah, well, the bans are really obvious, right? It's going to be Mirage and Train. So Mirage will come out from G2 and Train will come out from the North, guys. So I don't think we're going to see them at all unless like a massive span is thrown in the works.
This is a best of 5, actually. So, I mean, it really almost doesn't even matter. It's just the bans that really matter because you're going to see all those maps. It's the order of them in which they go in.
And that's decided by coin toss, right? So the coin toss will decide who gets to, ban first and then pick the first map. So I think if you get to do the first map pick and then the third map pick, you have a stronger chance to 3-0, or get at least up to a 2-1 lead early on in the series because you have 2 maps that you're more comfortable with or should be more comfortable with in theory early on.
Yeah, I mean, now we're getting into the maps question. I mean, is there a map in the pool right now? We've gone through those phases as Inferno got reintroduced, as Nuke got reintroduced, that those become the important maps to add into your pool. Those become kind of like the pivot points of the veto process, where if you can get that map and you're better on it than your opponent, then you have a great advantage in the veto. Is there a map like that right now that we have?
I don't really think so. I mean, between these two teams, that's like, I think in another best of 5 final, like getting the first pick, being able to pick the first and the third map would be super important. But here, I don't think as much because when you look, guess they've only played 3 maps at the finals, but for them, that was just kind of a gift to an extent, right?
Exactly.
Their map pool matched with Liquid. That's the only best of 3 they played as well. So in best of 1s, obviously you can veto 3 maps. You're not going to play that many of them.
Not only is that a thing that they've had that comfort, they also haven't had to show strategies and if they've changed anything on other maps here at this event because they definitely went back and readdressed some positions. You can see that on Mirage with their CT holds. They moved MSL and Magic Boy around. See with Inferno, that's one I think they could have potentially moved positions around as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if that comes out early on.
No matter what map we're going to play, it always comes down to getting performance out of some player that you don't expect. We can talk all we want about guys like Shox and Kenny, talk all we want about Cajun B, Config and well, here's Config. We'll just stick with that one right there. NBK's brought up right next to him, another hugely impactful player that hasn't been doing this for G2.
Actually, you should take this one.
I was going to say.
Yeah, is this my turn? Is this where I get to
NBK?
have someone else's? Yeah, I have been saying NBK is back for some time. He's looked better and better, increasing over the past couple months, and just seen some stellar individual performances out of him. And he is one of those players where when he goes off, he has that carry performance. We just don't see it very frequently, and not a lot of people know. Historically in CSGO, he was one of the best players of the early days, one of the only people who could challenge NIP during their undefeated streak.
And he was the Zipex before Zipex. He was one of the most overqualified, not even support players, just role players. For example, back in the day on Inferno, when you could throw all the smokes, they would just give him the smokes and leave him alone on the bomb site. He would always deliver for the team. So it's great to see NBK back. He doesn't, have to have 30 kills, but as long as he does his job, it makes it so much easier for everyone else to deliver big numbers.
You can see him there with longtime friend and teammate Smiths, as they go through. Whew.
You got there.
Yeah, they're going through the map veto right now, so they're figuring out the two captains at the moment, trying to figure out exactly which order they're going to be playing these maps in.
I think the best thing with these veto phases for these guys is they both speak different languages. So they're going to be speaking in their native tongues right now. I hated doing vetoes. I had to walk away because I speak English, right? They can all know, they all understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess that's
Good point.
some of the issues.
I think here, though, it's going to be... I think teams maybe only have slight advantages on maps. For example, you look at North, I would maybe give them a slight advantage on Overpass. For G2, I would give them an advantage on Inferno and Cash. North, also slight advantage on Nuke, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And Cobble, it's probably 50-50, if not slightly towards, you know, G2's backyard. So whichever the map, I think this is where actually the fact that what you pick, your opponents pick the side, I think that can actually influence the picks a fair amount.
Especially if you're a momentum-based team, and which both of these teams can be on that T side. If Comfy can get off to a good start, if the likes of Apex can find space and get entries with Kenny S and Shox coming in behind him, the T side might not actually be a bad thing. You know, we want to, if a map like Nuke comes out first, then you're obviously starting on the CT side. And the first game of the day, you can be a little bit nervous, you can not be warmed up, you're a little bit jittery, and you can get caught off guard. And you don't want to have a bad CT side on Nuke.
That's actually what we had in Sydney in the grand final between SK and FaZe. It was FaZe who picked Train. SK got to start on the CT side and then basically, you know, ran away with that map. FaZe had a very, very slow start. So definitely something that you should take into account, seeing as how this is the only game of the day.
Yeah, and in a BO5 now, I mean, do these teams have a deep enough map pool? Is there going to be like any glaring weaknesses in a map that some of these teams are going to have to play?
Really good matchup for both teams map-wise, right? They both have six map pools, I guess. So it's pretty even, or the middle ground here is nice for both teams. So it means that we can have a really interesting matchup. It's just going to be who's prepared better on which map. So if you've spent a lot more time preparing for one that you consider a weakness, so say for North they prepared a lot for Cache, that could be a really awkward kind of game because they'll both be adjusting and posturing for each other.
And that's always a recipe for a great game, right? Because you won't see a team run out of ideas. You're only going to see teams try to outplay each other, try to out-mind game each other, and, you know, the individual plays that can potentially, you know, turn the tide of the game. So it's always a great thing to see. You hate it when a team is like weak on a map and then you see them like reaching for things to do.
One thing that I note with North is I think they have more individual imagination when it comes to making plays. Like they look at making their own ways to find frags. And that's something which I think is really good as part of a structure. Because once you have that structure down pat and you can always fall back on it, having a chance to be able to let your players like Magix and Config go for those individual plays means you have an X factor.
I'm sorry, I just heard someone try and start a Let's Go Liquid chant. That was quite good.
Maybe they could all do it.
Yeah, maybe they could all do it. Show some support for the Team Liquid side of things. Maybe? No?
No,
all
it's okay.
I'm not going to start it.
Hello, Scoots.
Yeah, what's up, Scoots? Let's check out...
Here we go.
There we are. It's back.
It's lagging just like our TeamSpeak.
Our TeamSpeak, yeah.
Oh, excuses?
Moving swiftly on. Back on track. Back on track, Jason. Let's go.
Let's check out, I mean, we talked a little bit earlier about the showmanship of Config, of guys like Kenny. They had a lot to say. We can bring that up and show you kind of the back and forth that they had. Is this actually overconfidence, or is this kind of just a little bit of banter, a little bit of showing off?
I hope it's
cameras?
both.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think, you know, people need to be showmen. They need to put up the talk and walk the walk. That's the best way to put it, I guess.
Yes.
I don't know if that is the best way to put it.
Let's see the clip. We'll bring it up from here.
Who would you rather?
We really want to face North because they are really cocky, and we want to show them that winning an event doesn't mean anything on CS.
Ooh. So what are your words for Kenny S and G2, who you're going to be facing off against tomorrow?
Good luck, Kenny. I'll fuck you up.
Oh. Whoa. Dear God. Okay. It's getting a little hot in here. I'm going to let you go ahead and do your thing, buddy. Ladies and gentlemen,
that's it.
Right there. But when we come back,
good luck, Kenny. And then he realized, oh, I can add something in here.
He's like, fuck you up. I have time. I have time to do this. That was good. I didn't even hear what Kenny said. What did you know what he said?
It's like he said that winning one event doesn't matter anything.
That's not bad. Shout out to October.
Rolling back the years.
Yeah, really rolling back the years, isn't he? Yeah, I mean, go on with your point, Chad. That kind of showmanship that you want to be brimming with confidence as well. We keep using this buzzword, as you called it. Every team has talked about how much you need to have going into these matches.
If you're prepared, like both of these teams have really good support stuff. They both have a head coach, Smith and Rugger, respectively, and then they both, as I learned this event, have analysts. So NK for G2 and Ave, the 1.6 legend, for North. So it's really good because those analysts, they add a lot. You know, they basically tell you what teams are doing in terms of tendencies. The defaults, writing all that information down is fantastic. It helps out a lot. And it means your coach can focus on other things, keeping the team together, maybe looking for new ideas, that kind of stuff.
Well, we've got the vetoes ready, so we can get right into it. We can bring those up on the screen. We'll show you exactly where these matches are going to go. See if the analysts are correct. They had those two. Yes, they are. Mirage and Train get banned out. Those are the two big ones you guys mentioned.
We get paid more for that.
Yeah, definitely.
Bonus?
Since you could see that G2 has first pick, this is where I would probably like for them to pick Cash, because that's a map that's even CT-sided, and I don't see North like picking T-side to start off.
North has struggled to add that into their pool.
Exactly, and G2 is one of those teams, in turn, that are not really afraid to start on the T side. Sometimes they would even welcome it, because that means you can dictate the pace of the game right off the bat.
I don't know where North are going to go, right? Like, what do you think is most comfortable for them? Because their comfort picks have looked really good for G2.
I think they should go for Nuke first.
That's
a map that G2 won against Envious, but it was 16-14. It was a very close game. If you go for Overpass, I think recently G2 has been maybe deceptively weak on the map. That one game against Immortals, right? We saw them very dominant fashion, especially on the CT side against SK. Gaming, previous performances on LAN as well. So I would stay away from Overpass initially.
Cobble.
Well, there's that cash pick at the very least. So, you know, another little kick in the paycheck for you guys.
Well, for Yanko.
Correct?
Yeah, and it's actually what's interesting. North decides to start on the T side, so they don't get maybe baited into that sense that, you know, CT side is easier. We saw that Cash actually recently has been the most T-sided map, something around 70% of the rounds won on the T side. I was expecting actually Cobblestone to be left for last, because, you know, it's a map that both teams really enjoy, but maybe they felt that they had an advantage on some of the other maps. But again, when you look at the sides, Cobblestone is more even than Overpass or Nuke, for example.
Now you question, do they lean towards an Overpass or do they try and throw an Inferno there? You know, that could catch North off guard, because now it looks like Inferno will probably end up being the last map.
You think so? You don't think G2 is going to pick it here?
I don't know. No. Wow.
All right.
Well, I've picked Inferno.
Okay. Subtractions from the paychecks coming out.
That's
yeah, Overpass for G2, Inferno for North. The final map, the deciding map, is going to be Nuke.
I feel like Nuke is the last map because neither team wanted to pick it and to get to start on the T side. That's probably the main reason. G2 very confident after their game yesterday against SK. Maybe they feel, okay, we got our groove back on Overpass, and then between Nuke and Inferno, I guess also after the performance G2 had against Cloud9 on Inferno in this tournament, getting beat down 16-4, maybe North sees some openings there.
The thing with the Overpass pick as well is G2 were able to punish the individual aggression from SK very well, and that's something that North are known for. You know, Magic's Boy pushing all the way up to that fountain on his own, so maybe they can run a similar structure to inflict a lot of pain on those guys overextending.
Yeah, now this is going to be, we like these orders mostly. I mean, how do we feel if this gets to Nuke as the 5th map? Is that decider? I mean, if it gets to all 5 maps, it's got to be an advantage for North, you'd say.
If it gets to Nuke, it's a blockbuster series, right?
Yeah.
If we get that far, that's going to be awesome. I would say, you know, slightly towards North just because we have more depth of them playing on that map. And as Yanko mentioned, they did G2 did have a rough game against Envious 16-14, so the weaknesses are there to be exploited. Whereas North, they've looked very solid on this since they lost to Chiefs.
I think this one definitely has a big chance of going the distance. There's going to be a lot of, not necessarily pressure on North. They've been saying how they're more comfortable on the T sides, and on both of the maps, I mean, the first 2 maps, they are going to get to start as T. So they have that opportunity to dictate the pace of the game, to take basically the game to G2, and that's something that maybe they're going to feel more comfortable with than sitting back on the CT side, which for them has been the main struggle for a while now.
There could be an issue there, you know, because we did see Liquid counter-strat them on Mirage, their way that they wanted to do their T structure with that mid-control. If that happens on other maps and MSL runs the game plan as usual, G2 will have done their homework, they'll have done their research, and they're going to probably do the same thing, counter early on, and if they can't get that... The thing with MSL and his way of in-game leading, or at least the way I look at it, is he needs to get his structure down first. He needs to get the part of the map that he wants. Once they've dominated that, his calling all, you know, goes off the back of that, how he changes pace, what bomb sites they hit.
Let's focus specifically on Cash. That's going to be the first map we're going to see as these players finalize getting ready and getting sat down at the computers and everything like that. This map, we talk about it so frequently, lends itself to aggression, lends itself to the variety of plays that you can make.
And actually, it's very interesting for North to pick it up because MSL has he hates the map, or at least has hated it previously. You know, he feels like this is where I had a real argument with him, because he feels like there's nothing you can do once you lose mid control, and it's impossible to hold mid for the entirety of the game. And you know, I respond, but there's so many things you can do on the map, be aggressive towards main and this and that. And it seemed like eventually North kind of picked up on it and realized how you can go around that mid control and what are the other things that you can do on the map. And it's actually been deceptively weak for them. Statistically, they've been losing a lot on it, but they've been losing to, you know, Astralis 19-16, to FaZe 16-14, SK 16-14, a lot of close games that, you know, they just barely lost.
Unless they've changed things since they used to play it, this map having Magic's Boy as the A anchor, Config as the B anchor, and then the other three kind of move around, Cajun with the AWP roaming between the sites, and the other two kind of fill in with what MSL wants to call on that CT side. If they're still running with that, it's very powerful because Magic's Boy up on that boost at A site, he can get a lot of multi-frags from there. Config likes to pick up the AWP in B site and sit passive with it as well. So they have a lot of diversity that they have on their CT side. And Cajun online, throughout the regular season, he was the backbone for them on this map. He was putting up big numbers consistently. He was always in the right position with the AWP, so that's going to be a big factor.
And also another thing we got to see is we saw the stat that North only played 3 maps so far in the tournament, and Cash is not one of them. You know, they might have some new things that they prepared specifically for the tournament or specifically for G2 since they had the opportunity to see them play yesterday.
Yes, well, stage is set. Players and teams are ready. They have joined the server. It's the grand finals of ESL Pro League Season 5 here in Dallas, Texas. If you've missed any of the action up until now, youtube.com/ESLCS, all the VODs, all the highlights, all the replays. Come on. When it begins, G2 versus North.
Hey Future Pros! Today I'll be teaching you guys the crisscross smokes on Cash. This is a 2-minute both by will allow you to take mid in a safer manner. You both have to line up with the center of this doorway. Position yourself so you and your buddy are aiming at the opposite side of this doorway. This is great for taking vent control or just securing close mid for a later strat.
Athletes aren't just born, they're molded from the core. A core of strength, a core of laser focus, a core that can handle anything, a core that sweats the small stuff, a core that's the difference maker, game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete, but the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome to Dallas, the home where competitive Counter-Strike was born. Dallas is the third largest city in Texas with over 4 million citizens. As home of the Texas Rangers or the Dallas Mavericks, the city has developed a fierce appreciation for competition and sporting tradition. It is here, at the heart of the Lone Star State, where professional Counter-Strike really took off with the creation of a league that would change the esports landscape. In 1997, the CPL laid the foundation for the future of esports, and a legacy was born. It was here in Dallas where SK Gaming was crowned champions for the first time, gaining an international title. Winter 2004, the moment when Team NOA came from the lower bracket to take the title. 2006, the first taste of success for Fnatic's Forest at the CPL Winter Finals. Now, Counter-Strike returns to the city where it all started as a global phenomenon, propelled on the back of the same passion that is responsible for its overwhelming success. The story of Counter-Strike and its spectacular history will continue. Teams meet to battle it out for the glory of becoming the ESL Pro League champions. Here in Dallas. the city where legends are made.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the finals, baby. How you doing, Dallas? Oh my. You guys are looking absolutely fantastic, and the good news is we have a fantastic match lined up for you today. These players are playing for this right here, the ESL Pro League trophy. Absolutely gorgeous, and it's going to be an incredible game. So before I introduce the players, I want to get a temperature check here real quick. Let's get a temperature check. Who's rooting for North? All right. Oh, ooh, that's some shade. Who's rooting for G2? Got a guy over there with a G2 Army sign, like that one. All right, let's go ahead and jump into it. Introducing first. You guys know them, you love them. Put your hands together. Two. And their opponents. The pressure is on, but these five guys can really bring it to whoever they face off against. Let's go ahead and give them a warm welcome as well. Put those hands together for North! All right, let's get some words here. MBK, how you feeling, my man? Hi. This is, crowd's pretty rocky here. They're going for you guys heavily. How you feeling right now?
It's great. I mean, we came here with only one goal, playing in a final and playing for the win. And now that we have the crowd with us, I mean, we've always enjoyed playing in America, so now we're very happy to be here in the final.
One thing I do want to ask, you specifically said you wanted to face off against North. Now's your opportunity. How confident are you guys against this team?
I mean, we had a harder group, we had a harder semifinal, and I think that they're not the same team as SK is. And so in a best of five, we have a pretty good map pool. We're very confident into this matchup.
All right, guys, give it up for G2. Thank you so much. My man, how you doing today?
I'm doing really good, boys.
All right, G2 wanted the matchup against you guys. You, yourself, you're pretty confident. You're playing some incredible CSGO. And crowd here, a little rocky. How you feeling playing against this partisan crowd?
We don't give a flying fuck if you cheer for G2. And we're gonna crush them and show who's the best in the world.
Whew. You know what? I have nothing else to say. Any words, though, for the fans at home who are maybe cheering for you guys as well?
We love you guys. The guys who cheer for us, you're the best. The guys who don't, you're the worst.
All right, well, I'm gonna let you guys get to it. All right. You know, I started this at the beginning of the show, but I felt like it was way more fitting for right now as we're here for the grand finals. So I asked you the question at the beginning of the show, and you guys responded aptly. So I'm gonna ask it again. Are you ready? Let's see if we can do one more. I said, are you you ready? It's the finals. Let's kick it off.
Yes, it is the grand finals. Players setting up, players finally getting into their seats to begin. A packed out house here at the Verizon Theater in Dallas, Texas.
Would you say electric, Jason?
I would say, yeah, electric's good. The energy is electric.
It's a great vibe in here. I'm liking it.
Yeah, I liked that sign, the body you can have my body. That was quite good.
Damn.
Was it now?
There's a nice screen. I can see her standing up over there. It's good stuff.
I like the fact that we have a heel in esports now.
We have a what?
A heel. Someone is playing the heel.
Okay.
That's Config.
Yeah, okay.
He's doing that. It's great. You know, having that little jab as well at the crowd. He's not afraid to get stuck in there and show he's a showman for sure.
I like that. We just need more of that. I'm a Config fan. Ever since I saw his first interview, perhaps, at DreamHack Bucharest last year, that was some pretty cool stuff.
What was your favorite part of that interview?
I think people who watched yesterday remember you saying it.
Either way, both of these teams now, obviously G2 and North, spent a lot of this year disappointing, underachieving, not reaching the heights that we knew that they could get to, not reaching what they had on paper. This is now a culmination of all that hard work to get here. The long best-of-5 series ahead of them.
I think, yeah, that's probably better. The skill ceiling is definitely something that these guys have, and we want them to reach it because they're so exciting.
Listen, jokes aside, the whole North should have more of that Config mentality. They have to stop playing not to lose, and they have to start playing to win. They have to come out all guns blazing.
Yeah, that or they just need to match up with NBK, who said, you know, we had one goal at this tournament just to make it into the finals.
Well, Nathan's always very humble and understated, right, isn't he? Your boy?
Yeah, my boy Nathan. Yeah, I like the humble and understated. Puts his talk in the server. Either way, this is now. Yeah, I mean that's just kind of a good way to put it. Is which of these teams is going to max out this kind of ceiling that they have? Because I don't think even despite either of these teams winning this event, I don't think we're going to say this is the best they can get. I think both of these teams kind of feel like they're just on the rise still.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's still a teething period for G2 to go through. This is a good stop for them, you know, having this chance to get stuck in and be in a grand final, the pressure, see how their structures work before the heavy tournament season starts up. And for North, them changing their system, changing a couple of positions, they have to work towards being better as a team. So the fact that they're doing that and they're proactively looking to do that is a great sign, and they only can go up.
And also it would, obviously, just besides the fact that they would, win the tournament, for North it would mean a lot in a sense that they have been changing a lot of stuff recently because of the losses to underdogs in playoffs, changing positions on the CT sides, changing some of the roles. They've been trying a lot of new and different things to make their game work, and they need confirmation that actually what they're doing is having progress.
And if it does work, it just adds another depth to their CT or T sides, right? Because they can always go back to that old style. They can always pull it out of the hat because these players have played in these positions for such a long period of time now. It's always going to be ingrained, even if they are mixing things up, which is exciting for them to become, a contender for that #1 spot.
And just add another facet to some of their tactics, as you mentioned there. Yeah, that would be very cool to see moving forward. Is this the stage where the stars show up?
In the past, especially with like Astralis, for example, Device seems to struggle on the big stage, right? I don't know if that's going to be the same for people like Kenny, Shox.
Is this Shox giving one of his motivational speeches?
They're pretty good, aren't they?
That's amazing. That one that's
YouTube,
the one that you have on YouTube. That one's pretty good. If Shock's doing that right now, I'm feeling very good about G2.
Yeah, what is that? If any of one wants to search it up after the event, it's what Shock's pre-game speech or something like that?
Yeah, Shock's motivational speech.
Yeah,
I think that was actually at the Pro League Finals season 3. Yeah, I think that was actually from that event.
That would be a good sign. Mine always used to be about, because I'm just like a guy just jump up and yell like an idiot. I'd be like a gorilla driving the bus, and I wanted my team to get on the bus.
That's so weird.
I know,
so
right? It was so silly. Did
anyone actually get motivated? Because I've seen your teammates. They're like the least emotionally zoned in. They have no excitement in them.
I got them to smile. You know how hard that is.
Mini goals. Either way, this now matchup, opening up on Cash. This is a map that we've talked about in the past. Lends itself to just being a brawl. Lends itself to being, almost like a fist fight, where it's just back and forth. Who can take the hardest hit and still keep moving forward?
We saw yesterday that G2 want to contest that middle portion of the map as well on their CT side, right? And the fact that they want to do that means it can be a brawl very early because the Ts always go there to start off. You know, you want to get that mid control and then do your strategies from that point. Go back to A fakes, take mid, and then do a B split, that kind of stuff. So if they are going to play a heavy mid setup, it will be a brawl. And, you know, the 4 spies are going to come in from both of these teams.
It's also going to be very important for North starting off on the T side. They have a good balance of going for set executes, having like elaborate strategies, fakes and so on. But they also like to run a very, you know, brute force type of a play style where they would, you know, just to change the pace, sort of a gambling play style. It's based off of a read from MSL, going for a blind call, you know, just throwing some nades towards mid, try to draw away 1 or 2 CTs from the A bombs and then just pop flash out of A main.
One thing I did notice from watching G2 yesterday is they really like playing as a pack. You know, they would do their default and then they would just do the death ball.
Well, it looks like we are ready to get started. The grand finals begin right now, G2 versus North. It's over to Sadakis and Henry G.
Thank you, Moses. Yes, we are going to get going. It's Cash, it's G2, and it's North, and they're rolling already.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the first map of the grand final, G2 North on Cash. Let's make some noise as we get into it. T-side will be North, 4 sets of armor, 1 flash, and a very fast kickoff here as KGB finds the first headshot. It's going to be taking down MBK and a double kill. They've got full mid-presence now. Config lighting up the scoreboard.
And if MSL, oh, good shot from Apex on the second one. If MSL knows that mid's hard to hold on the CT side, he's going to try and exploit it early on the T side. Hence, they go over on the boost immediately. Bomb does get planted. Becomes a slight issue inside of the site, given that there is only the 1 kit on Apex. Does have a smoke, though. That is actually massive because he can get in and get fast upon this. If they find Magisk behind Forklift, might be a tougher challenge. He baits him out. Shocks hits the easy shot. It's going to be straightforward then. I thought if they couldn't find Magisk in that corner, they would have a tough time trying to get the smoke on the bomb, but it works out perfectly.
Very fast approach there from North, boosting up towards middle, getting that fast A-split coming in. We thought Config had done enough to pit the round on the board there, but Kenny S stepping up with Shokti as well. The clutch coming in the favor. Here's the replay of Config. Fast kills towards middle. Bit of a stack there from the G2 side, but shut down. Overall, there's Apex doing a very good job with that silence USP. So, Cash Matt, let's talk about that. North, not famously very good on this one. They don't really like to play it that much, but they have been working on stuff, boot camping a lot, so you think they'll be comfortable on it going forward, but I still think G2 are going to run away with this first map.
Flash goes into a main, fast push, NBK. 3 already, sits around with the FAMAS, dodges a flash, could go for an ace early on. He's got one, set the tempo. It might be against pistols, but it's certainly a great way to start a map.
Nice and aggressive there towards A main, pushing with that FAMAS. It's nice to see that rifle return. And MBK finding the ace in the second round. That's going to boost your confidence going forward. He's going to be filling in a decent space now. And it's going to be the 4 spy from North. I'm getting the bomb down in the pistol round. Means they can get AKs out in the third. G2, though, are going to be very aware of this situation. Kenny S brings out the AWP, of course. Will follow his progress. Likes to be a very aggressive player on this map. He'll be towards B for now. And Terrorist. 5 AKs. They have got the smokes and flashbangs to work with. Going for some A control here. It's going to be, though, Shoxy boosting up towards middle. Probably won't fully commit to this, but MBK, he will, gets taken down by AZ.
Good start to start. Good shot, excuse me, started off for AZ early gun round, obviously, with the buy. Based on the plants, Shock still boosted, has not shown face over top of drop. 2 players waiting to see if he will.
Yeah, they're absolutely ready for him. At this point, North with the first pick, we know that Cash is a very reactive map for the CTs. If you lose the first frag, you want to be pushing for map control and trying to see if you can get any sort of information. Shoxy on that boost position right now, waiting to strike. He's hoping a boost comes in from the T side. He can get 1 frag, maybe upgrade to an AK-47, but like you said, Cajun B and Mage is waiting for him, and it's going to be the frag coming in their favor. Good patience from them, good discipline overall.
Yeah, it looked like they were going to lead off that thinking, okay, no, he's definitely not there, and Shox was willing to wait. Good read, good play.
Yeah, this is textbook stuff from North so far. 5 on 3. They're on to lose. Still plenty of time, 45 seconds there. They will head towards B-man. That's where Kenny S is waiting. One of the world's very best AWPers here. No head armor in him. Not a massive deal against these AKs. And we'll see where we can find this first shot. They might just walk into his crosshair. Oh,
gun barrel shows. Kenny nails it fast onto Cajun. Rotates around to stay dynamic. The smoke will go down. He probably should have stayed at heaven. He realizes it now. He'll go back up as the bomb crosses over. It's got to get inside of the site, though. That means going by him. Good jump. Good nade. Lands directly on top of MSL. He goes down to 43 HP as Kenny is going to hold the angle, hold the position, trying to let his teammates in, but his gun barrel shows in return. Able to put some wall shots into him. He goes down to 25. I believe it was Jisk that actually was able to spot that up. I didn't catch who. It doesn't really matter at this point because it's going to be inside of the site. The body finds MSL. Apex covering off the crossfire on entry. Takes down Magisk toward Checker. And it's now a man down. Reverse. Config's got to clutch it back. He's going to talk to Smack. He's got to step up. He's got it so far. He knows he's off the bomb as well. He's got the time to work with. It's Kenny. 25 HP, and it's Config with a 1 versus 3.
Stepping up there in a crucial situation. Looked like G2 had done enough there in the 5-on-3. Kenny is finding the opening frag, waiting for his teammates to rotate in. Config, though, finds the frags required. That's the bait and switch setup. You've got 2 players in the checkers there. They found the first frag. It's absolutely fine. They think that areas could be clear. He strikes and finds 3 of them. And Kenny S on the bomb had such a difficult decision to make that match. Do you go for the full defuse? Do you fake it? And obviously, went for the fake, still couldn't take him down. It's going to be 3 kills for Config in the first round for North. It looks like we have a chance to catch our breath here, perhaps a small technical issue. But Config, he kicked the first gun round in very exciting fashion. In terms of the GT money, I think they do have enough to buy. I think MBK was the player to drop the AWP in the previous round. So he's limited, but there are 3 of them above $4,000, so they're fine in that respect. But it did come down to a 1v1. So if GT can win this round, it resets North once again, and they're right back into this. It's a very crucial round going forward.
Early wait. And he's not, as you mentioned, idyllic.
Have you enjoyed the Config trash talk so far?
I think so. Yeah, I'm all for it.
Does it feel a bit forced at this point? He's just dropping F-bombs every time.
I don't know about forced. I think he genuinely wants to try and get in their face, but it seems like he's going a bit far with it.
Yeah, that second one on stage, yeah, it's like, okay, you don't have to say it every time. Save it for the big moments.
Nah, you know what? Go with it. Why not? But no, I mean, listen, I'm all for it. We've been saying for a while the personalities have been quelled. I've been a fan of a sport that's had PR take the reins over personality for far too long.
Absolutely.
And now CS, I don't want to go down the same path, so it's good to see Config stepping up.
Yeah, I think that's what's great about Counter-Strike in general. We're kind of grassroots from the very beginning. It's kind of our game, and we kind of operate the way we want to. And we
Our
kind of
game,
get it.
Henry.
That's what I mean, the people's game. You know, it's not. It doesn't seem like Valve like completely own it like other esports. You know, they let us do what we
Actually, it seems like Valve doesn't give a shit about it, if I'm honest.
Here we go. Matt's getting involved in the smack talk as well. Well, I think we're almost good to go. Here's the replay. Config very calm in this situation as well. Kenny actually hits him there as well, and he goes down to about 25 HP, finds the frag though. Very confident stuff from this confident young man, I guess you could say. He managed to save the AWP as well. That's obviously in the hands of Cajun B, and that's going to be an interesting battle going forward.
For the record, I was being a little facetious on that one. Valve has done a good amount of work to it as of late.
Backpedaling again?
No, but it's, I mean, I don't want to start that trend. It was quite the trend last year that a lot of people were jumping down their throats, so let's not get too far away with it.
Anyway, here we go. Round number 4. Like we said, a force buy here from G2. Then you've got 2 CZs, 3 rifles, no orb, of course. Fast mid-control coming in. KGB rattles off the shot towards Highway. Doesn't connect just yet, but it spots a plant. That should be a kill. There it is. Apex jumps into the crosshair of Cajun.
Going to open up room for Magisk as well. He hits the headshot, no mistake onto MBK. That gives them mid-control to work with. Going to take away not only mid-control, but all of the A side. MSL walks out from Squeaky. SMG in hand, Kenny goes down, and Body and Shocks look like they're going to sit back to try and save. This will go too early, so the early buy pays off for North. We know that it can actually go the other way, and you can end up with a 4-0 scoreline quite quickly. So doing this efficiently, AWP still up, all things are well.
Yeah, North are looking pretty decent in terms of finding the first picks and sticking together, not giving anything away. Great shot from Config. He's getting warmed up now. After winning the 3-on-1, he's finding very key frags. It might seem like the round's already over. Anyone who's new to CS, that's saving weaponry into the next round is a key part of the game. It's all about keeping the finance levels healthy. And as I was about to say, that Body goes down as well. I thought he was going to get the double kill. But unfortunately, he cannot. So that's going to be quite the harsh reset overall for G2. They only get $1,900 going into this round. So that means pretty much fully go North should take the lead at this point. They've been very good so far, finding the first picks, slowing things down, and just making sure.
Config had an AK, did he not? I think he did. Or was he one of the SMGs? I didn't catch what he had. I thought he had an AK. He grabbed an M4 at the end, which is a weird switch. Usually you want to keep the AK.
It's one of those weird things in Counter-Strike when you kind of, you go.
It used to be
no
like
armor next round and stuff.
Yeah, it used to be one of those things like on the T side, you always want the M4 and vice versa.
Yeah, when you're in the zone like he's getting into now, it doesn't really matter. But he knows he's up against no armor next round, wants to have a bit more spray potential, a bit more mobility, I guess, and maybe that's the idea behind it. It doesn't really matter. Like, obviously, the M4 doesn't have the instant one-tap potential, but still a very viable weapon on either side. We're going to have mid-control once again from Major's Boy. Molotov towards events, being quite methodical with their approach here. Don't want to give anything away. So that Molotov in the vent pushes any CTs back that's in that area, doing damage across the board. We have taken quite a lot, though, on the north side as well. Cajun B down to 21 HP. Must be holding up, got that mid-control. I'd say a beast, but quite possible at this stage. But there are 3 players from the G2 side, ready in the bomb site.
Deep smoke towards Z. No chance other than to go wide of it to spot through. They've got to sit even a little bit further back so they can't strike immediately when it dissolves. And in that time, it's North that will go toward the vents. Bit of a misthrown flash from their team. It blinds up Configing full duration. Stack on the site. They've got to solve it fast. Good headshots coming out from Aegis. Gets 2 before going down. AZ's got to be careful as he gets tagged, but finds his second kill. And MBK, not really much of an argument in this. Tagged up through the garage. He's lucky not to have gone down in that 6 HP. Just the pistol.
Not really much MBK can do here. Be lucky to get a frag. Does some damage there, but with the silenced USB, it's pretty much a reach to try and do anything with it. It's going to be 4-player survivor for North. Good damage done by the CTs, but couldn't really find the frags required. But here we go. Another gun round coming forward. It's going to be 3-2 in favor of North. We've got Kenny S with the AWP. I think he's down to glass cannon and he has no armor. That's a bit of a problem. Not so much on the CT side. He can hold angles and take one shots and manage to fall back. We'll see whether Kenny S decides to go aggressive with that. I suggest not without the armor. He's heading towards the A site for the first time. He was in B before. He likes to go in the squeaky door area. And this time he'll be more defensive and just be holding an angle, like I said, and just trying to get that first pick. Cajun B boosted up, of course, trying to open the map up. Shox, he likes to play this close range position, but I think everyone knows it. Just behind that smoke as well, sometimes finds himself in a lot of trouble. As you can see, he will be backed up by Apex, but only got those M4s and an easy shot for Cajun. That's quite sloppy from Apex.
Shox has pushed through middle.
Yeah, has to.
Good position. Oh, they check it, but don't go far enough. Cajun, lucky to stay alive. It could be problematic for Shox because he was in such a good opportunity to pull it back 4 versus 4 and he misses it.
Yeah, that wasn't a great round overall from G2, but still in it, of course, a 5-on-4. Shox, he potentially should have picked that kill up. Try number 6 here. And it looks like North will be heading in towards B. I would say this is a full XQ territory. You want to be smoking towards CT spawn, Heaven, Molotoving the site. Config likes to walk in this area by himself most of the time. Body spots one, has to fall back at this stage. Decent smoke from him, won't be actually shallow enough, so they'll actually be able to push past that.
And they'll get into the site now for free as well. A little bit timid in doing so. They want to make sure they clear out behind the box and checker. They've just done that. Want to try to time his spray. No one's really rotated over yet from G2. I imagine they're going to commit to an early save on this. They're getting an... Oh, watch. Okay.
Are they?
Mispositioned from the minimap. I thought MSL was actually above the drop, but he's inside a garage. I think early save has to be. Yeah.
5-on-4. I guess they don't really have the utility. The money's already desperate. No one in the B site. And when you've got 5 terrorists alive with the bomb down, those crossfires would be so deadly. It's going to take so much time. They're pretty far removed from the situation. So it does make sense. Bitter pill to swallow, but it's early days, and here we go. Kenny S holding towards the squeaky door area. They are finding frags as the hunt begins. North will be aware that they're saving weaponry at this point. It's very interesting to see 9 players go for a full save when the bomb just goes down as well, but I kind of like that from G2. They know this round is probably over, and it's fine. It's only been 4-2 at this stage as well. And we've known this map to be a T-sided affair recently, at least. It used to be very, very balanced, but T-sides these days seem to run away with it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll go runaway, but you're right. It is definitely two-sided as of late.
Yeah.
So Kenny keeping the op up. All the guns saved. They buy out 1 M4. That's all they have to. Apex fully armed, equipped. 4 to get some utility in, so they have 5 smokes to work with. 3 can of flames. On the other side, it's equal or better for the terrorists. AWP for Cajun B gets in toward A main. They're going fast to take over the map, or at least that part of the map, I should say. Kenny is posted wide side, open position toward A main. So if they get a little bit careless before they get in position to cover off quad, he could catch them.
Yeah, it is an aggressive stance. He can obviously go towards squeaky door as well, or actually push into A main itself. Decides to fall back towards quad. And this is where Config is so deadly. Everyone knows he does this. Walking into B by himself, but he seems to find kills every single time. Delivers once again. Takes out one of the talisman. Make it 2 for Config. Is going to be body dropping as well. And that's why he's such an amazing player. So confident in his own ability. Just walks in and destroys the B bomb site.
Disjointed defense as a result, but Apex going in toward A main. If he can get toward the bomb, if he could have lined up at least one of those kills, give them a fighting hope. But goes down. It's pretty much round done. North is looking absolutely convincing. You were saying at the start you thought this would be all G2, especially on this map. We know North hasn't exactly
been warm to it.
Yeah.
They seem to play it well when they do. And again, here we're seeing that, especially on this T side.
I think this has been one of their focuses in the boot camp they've had recently. Try and get the map called increased by. They did play Cash before, but it was always so kind of 50-50, whether it be shocking or relatively good. This is seeming very promising at this point as well. After losing the pistol, going down 2-0, they've actually won now 5 rounds in a row. Config, like we said, so confident, walking into that B site, finding the headshots. That's just round over. You find 2 kills in B, it's another safe situation. That's exactly what's happening right now. And G2, fair play to them, managing to keep the weaponry up for now. It's going to be the AWP and MBK's M4 towards CT spawn. And MBK just keeps finding frags. Cajun B takes him down, and Kenny Esto finds another kill. Round is obviously over, but Kenny saving his AWP is pivotal at this point.
He'll do so. Both ops survive.
It's an expensive round for North Shore, but still, after winning that round in 5 in a row, they've got about 10k per player. So they're fine to give that away. It's definitely worth the risk. Even finding MBK limits them. So Config, here's the replay, man. That's just disgusting, isn't it? No utility required, just walk in and having brutal aim to take them down.
I mean, if there's something behind his trash talk, it's confidence, and he's definitely stepped up with it in this whole event. He's the highest rated player in the entire tournament going into the final at 1.29.
Yeah.
Again, we said if Magisk could start to match that or get up at least close to that level, they would be a threat and they would be a match to G2. We know they've got the firepower. Magisk sits 4 and 5 right now, and Config 10 is a bit ahead of the rest, but he's leveling the rest of his team, and he's had some contribution on some of their site takes on entry.
Well, yeah, he's won that 3v1 situation to put the round on the board, and now he's just get that double entry towards the B side. He's been the MVP so far of this first map. We'll see whether G2 have a response. It seems like they've had a little timeout here. It's going to be a double AWP setup, of course. Shoxy and Kenny, a deadly duo. Sometimes hit or miss, and we'll see whether it delivers here today. Up against the AWP occasion B. And it looks like another standard round for North. They like to get that A-main control and challenge any CTs pushing in. They won't necessarily commit here. Flash is going into A-main. Looks like the CTs want a battle here. Who comes out on top? It's going to be Body finding 2 frags. Kenny S chiming in as well. Nice clean round from G2.
Very clean, very quick as well. He just mentioned the damage to the economy in the last round and that they still have a lot of money. Well, this will chisel into it significantly, especially if they can keep everyone alive. MSL, I think the door is going to try and do what he can, but 4 players there, and yeah, Body's not even going to take that fight. Thanks very much. I'll shut that. Cheeky peek, considering he had 12 HP. He gets tagged to 5, but it's just MSL that remains. They know exactly where he is. 5 rounds about to be reset, and engaged.
After 100 this stage with G2, like you said, a reset now, meaning they've lost 5 rounds in a row. After winning one, you go back to $1,400, then $1,900 per round, and you want to make sure going forward, if that does happen, you have 5 players surviving this time, so you're going to be stronger going into the next one. So for now, G2, there it is. It's going to be MBK to find the final frag, and that was nice, a good response. Like I said, North's default is getting towards A-main and stopping that sort of aggression. The flashbangs were decent, finding frags all over the place. G2 with the first 3, not giving anything away. That's just what they needed. And it seems that this double AWP setup is going to be a decent adjustment for them. It's 5-3. We still have money available for North, like we said, but you're very correct in saying it's going to be whittling them down. This should be the final buy they have in hand right now. It's a decent buy, 5 AKs and all the utility, and a change of pace map. This is what MSL's so good at, throwing a spanner in the works just to get comfortable with what they're presenting. It's going to be 5 towards B, flashbang's decent, Config to lead the charge, of course, as he throws a Molotov towards Checkers.
Shocks with a bounce flash toward B main. Ooh. He's timing just, oh, there it is, gets it, but just comes back up, but that was the problem. He took that shot and Config so close, walks in and another headshot. Body goes down, his accuracy is incredible today.
Yeah, he's on another level right now. Cracks open the B bomb site once again. That's going to be planted. Looks like the retake will be on this time. Man advantage in favor of North, but they're smoked out G2. Need to decide whether this is worth it.
Kenny sitting, waiting for the man on the boxes. The man at default, planting the bomb to move, he won't. So 2 players stay on the site. Now with that, with no opening, yep, G2's going to have to back off and save again. Kenny's going to keep the op. That's the significant portion of the save. And there's money enough that Apex will be able to drop. So too will Kenny. So actually, but with that said, Body and Shocks actually have enough in the grave. So they'll be fine in the next round, but it's still accumulating.
Yeah, what did Config have for breakfast this morning? He's playing unbelievably well. That B bomb site has just been such a nuisance for G2. Like we said, North changing the pacer. That's what MSL's been known to be so good at as an in-game leader. Just as you can feel G2 adjusting to what you're doing, you change it up. 5 players towards P, which means you have to go quite quickly. You don't know what kind of map control G2 have got on the other side, and that's perfect, right? As soon as Shoxy takes that first shot, the refrac's coming in. That's how you play Counter-Strike. That's textbook stuff from Config, and just nailing the headshots all over the place. Very impressive.
For a team that we often criticize being aggressive on their buys, G2's being very disciplined right now because that's a reset. They only got $1,400 going into that round, but because they kept so many players alive in the last one, and by saving in this, they've actually only really had to save 1 round overall despite losing 7 of the last 8, or rather, excuse me, 6 of the last 7. So they're being smart, and it pays off because MBK with a rifle, able to push up, find an opening kill, and Kenny again with the AWP, sits to find AZ. Changes his angle. Molotov's going to make it all the way around the back of the quad though, so he's got to completely relocate. Wait for them to push all the way through to the site, which they're doing now. MSL going above, could catch him off. Oh, good shot, because Truck could have shot him down. Nails MBK, but Apex immediate trade on the low HP. Kenny's down to 15, waiting for the flames to dissolve and try and push in, misses it, but Jisk is able to swing through. He's the only one remaining though in a 1 versus 3. Good start, takes down Apex. Try and play at the bomb, hold it as well, because no one's gonna push through. Body and Shocks will wait for that to happen and play it together. They're coming from complete opposite sides. We see Body beside Magisk's name. It gives you mentality on the retake versus the man he's up against. As Magisk will sit at quad, best position he could possibly play considering they're on either side. And they're being very slow, G2. Trying to figure out exactly where he's gone. Only kit in play as of right now, Shocks. There is another one down on the site. Won't matter. They've got lots of time when they get there.
Nice work from G2 there. Like you said, they've been very disciplined so far, and that 2v1 situation is no different. Very slowly working out where he is, pincering together. Lovely work there, and it's a change of pace once you have a G2. The round they won before, very aggressive towards A main. This time they're pushing towards B storage. I think that is the objective. Kill Config at the start, overwhelm them, at least get a trade, and funnel them towards A bomb site. That's where Kenny's waiting for them. He finds the first couple of kills there and shuts it down. Made his boy in the 3 versus 1. Can't pick it up, but manages to get the punch. GT needs to be very careful once again. Like we said, the money control for them has been great, but this is another reset situation. Double orb set up, Config trying to use that flashbang once more to stop any pushing CTs, but it looks like on the other side of the map, it's Kenny S pushing towards A storage once again. Body goes down first. No double frag for AZ this time. It's going to be Major's boy to give them the man advantage.
SL doubling up though, walking out from Squeaky. He's been successful playing in that position. Remember the round they took over mid, he was able to walk out and overwhelm the A site after the fact. Shocks just trying to get away with this rifle, or excuse me, this AWP at this point. We'll get Config up close. Cajun. Now, crowd. If I can hear it in my headset, so can he. He knew he was running back toward T-spawn. They know exactly where he is, so they'll take him down as a result. Shocks won't keep the AWP, and they will not pick it up, so they're going to leave it, so they stick with just the single on the T side, which makes sense.
G2 needs to be careful here. They're getting quite predictable at this stage. They've been pushing B, pushing A, and it seems like MSL, to be fair to him, lovely headshots there, and it's North. As soon as they know the aggression's coming in, they're reacting and pushing through Squeaky Door and finding battles at the A main entrance as well. It's going to be 7-4. Like we said, that's going to be a harsh reset for G2. On average, they've got about 3K per player, Matt, so you have a couple of players that can buy, and we'll see whether that works out for them. I'm not so sure. We have a technical pause coming in. Shoxy just crashed out of the server. Admin's dealing with that very quickly. Looks like he's back on. We're ready to go.
Might have been a set disconnect because he actually finished the last round still completely fine, obviously. So I assume he's just fixing something. Yep.
Looks like we're ready to go. It's saying have fun, and the unpause comes in. So this will be indeed be the UK for G2. 7-4. North on the T side, looking very good, I have to say, Matthew. It's going to be 12-7 for Config overall. 10 kills on the leading side for MBK. There we go then, Cajun all towards middle. Managed to take down his first shot before. This time takes a ding, down to 44 HP. Major's boy boosted up, and they know it's going to be an eco from that first interaction, so they can slow things right down now.
Damage dealt, even though they are playing slower. The face from MBK. Smoke to go off towards Z connector. And when that smoke lands, they potentially start to push through a little bit more aggressively. They know MBK was toward the white box. They just have to worry about this position. Molotov will deal with it, sandbags, so watch for them to push all the way up. Now they definitely will.
Yeah, nice work by Cajun. He's not the flashiest of AWPers, but he gets the job done, hits the shot to really count. There's another one on the board for him. 5-on-4 now. They know it's Nico, like I said. So just get some control of the areas that are key up towards highways from Aegis Boy. He knows he'll be presence towards possibly CT spawn or forklift. Needs to be careful. Doesn't want to walk in there by himself. They opt to go in towards the B site. Config once again looking to open this area up. This player a headshot, and right by the entrance as well, Body finds the first kill.
Good play from Body. Double headshot. Shock's still in position at the headshot position, but he'll go down. And it's Kenny that remains. Let's see Body. A drink of water, head thrown back for a second after he did a good job to start things off, but they lost the control right away. 1 versus 3, good damage onto Cajun. Deagle still in play, but Majestic in better position.
Not a bad attempt there from G2, was pretty much an eco for them. A couple of upgraded pistols there and some armor. Body with the 5.7, very good weapon at close range, as demonstrated there by the newest signing of G2. And we'll see whether he can continue that form going forward here. It's going to be round number 13, map 8-4. G2 now desperately trying to get back into this one. Double AWP setup once again. Been so many disappointing rounds and they just had to save after losing that first frag, knowing that the retake isn't possible. That could be a similar story here. Not a single kit available. Shoxy, no armor as well. Money not really stabilizing for them as of yet. This can't seem to string together rounds. They just win one, get reset, then they have to eco and find themselves in this economic rut.
Config aggressive toward B main, is going to just sit to watch box, but he's alone. They're leaving he and MSL to be the men to suss out the situation either side of the map. MSL again towards Squeaky.
Yeah. Things have subsided, at least in terms of the CT aggression. They've realized that's not really working out for them. North are very well prepared for after experiencing 2 rounds in a row. Apex potentially wanted to boost there, but we'll have to fall back as the flames land at his feet. Having a look at the terrorist setup now, 4 players towards the A side of the map, just Config on the other side. So I would say a small execution there, not very technical. Way Molotov's coming in, try and get that first pick. That's going to be very likely. There's the first smoke. AZ strikes. He commits to the A side, finds. Can't actually do it. Kenny takes him down. It's going to be down to MPK here. And the refrag comes in, 4-on-4.
Apex is wrapped back around to go highway to try and get closer. Good shot. Kenny on the response takes down Cajun. MSL just immediately, though, beforehand had taken down Apex, and they couldn't find him. Immediate response, but overstep from Majiska. The bomb goes further forward, so he actually got it, recovered it, and then put it in a worse position because now Kenny can watch it, and a crossfire set, double up to watch the bomb. And that's going to be way too overwhelming for North. Config walks directly into it. Kenny finds round 5.
Yeah, Kenny seems to be getting warmed up at this stage, is why I often say I think this is his absolute best map in terms of the options he has available. Very versatile and aggressive AWPer. Hasn't really been able to show that just yet, but there's 4 kills for him, starting to build the confidence now. Top fragging for his team, 13-8. Actually top of the server overall, so it's nice to see him turn up in a very key round as well. G2 finally posting round number 5 here. But you can see money's still a problem. MPK down to the UMP, Apex on a Famas, and I think that CT aggression towards B is coming in once again, trying to find Config desperately. They can't do it though. So the MPK to drop first and 2 kills for North.
And Body, as soon as he got the kill, was flashed off. Couldn't do anything. Do they know Shox is here? They haven't checked Checker at all, and he's snuck around. They don't know that he's gone, but AZ continues to pursue on a hunch. Makes it work. Double Molotov stack means they have to face off. Kenny gets a shot and somehow gets back through it, only taking a fraction of damage.
Yeah.
Got over top of it without too many ticks.
Oh man, it's so heartbreaking. Shut down. The reset comes in. It's that aggression from the CT side, just trying to find Config, but North, they're aware of it. MSL calls the perfect strategy there. Have a heavy focus and stack towards the B storage area, wait for the CT aggression to come in, get the trade, and then some. And they're pushing towards B and have an open bomb site. Nothing the CT's gonna really do about it. Body gets 1 kill. That's about it. Kenny S. There's no chance in this round, has to save the weapon. Round number 14 here, they're going to number 15 with little to no money. Kenny S has to save this weapon. Definitely worth the hunt for the T side at this point. Doesn't look like they'll fully commit. Kenny S is in towards that squeaky door position. And it's what Grand Finals are all about, man. Just sometimes saying, okay, 5 players towards B, let's get the trades going on, let's just get the bomb down and make sure we're hitting the shots. You don't have to be that tactical. People could be nervous, missing things, and you know if they're feeling the pressure from Config especially, and they're playing quite passively, or they're trying to go super aggressive just to take him out, you can capitalize on that. Tactical pause to finish it off here in the first half.
Yeah, right before the halftime end. G2 trying to as many rounds as they can. They're not in a position to do so. In terms of max weaponry, they do still have Kenny's AWP, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's pistols aside from a UMP on Body. What's the money on
MBK, yeah, he's yet to buy. He's got a pistol. He's going to go
He's got
utility.
1400, so
yeah.
pretty much has to. We can get draw to PT50 something. That'd be great. Kenny Esto, instead of dropping him a pistol, went for the incendiary smoke flashbang. So maybe no chance of that. So he's down to just a CZ armor, which is fine.
Well, it's fine. It's not ideal, given the current scoreline in the half. MSL will lead off with Cajun.
Yeah.
I imagine aggressive, and that looks to be the case from G2. As MBK gets in behind the forklift, Shock's waiting to go through the squeaky door. He's just waiting for the call. They know MSL's been out there quite a lot. If he can get flashed in, throw the flash, 1, 2, open the door, pop in front of MSL's face, they could actually overwhelm him.
I like the look at this. The 4-man stack on the A site. Will they open the door?
The issue is, yeah, 2 more players coming in from north. And, not only that, if they did flash through, it would have been MSL in behind the door. Good opening. They beat them to the punch. 1 for the AWP, 1 for the AK. Bomb planted in the A site. And I would say 1 more for north, as we're going to go 10-5. Kenny S with it all to do. Smoked off already at the truck. Caught up on the fence. So it's not a bad idea to throw out in behind the forklift, but it's really only 1 kill in the equation. Does work, burns him down, Config, as he overfaces and tries to get the kill.
Yeah, well, it feels like this situation might be a bit of a reach for Kenny S. 4 HP, doing what he can. Going to be very good in this scenario, but Molotov on the bomb pretty much confirms that he can't do anything about that. KGB to find the final frag. 10-5 for North. Now, I said at the start, I didn't think he had much of a chance for this grand final, especially on Cash, but they've seemed to be the better team. In terms of the star power as well, G2 are missing Shocks. He's been quiet most of the tournament, looked much better yesterday, but he's back at the bottom. 5 kills for him in a really important game, the grand final, and it's Config running away with things on the T side.
Running away indeed, but it's a grand final, it's G2, and we know halftimes can change things. We're gonna take a break, and G2 is certainly gonna come back stronger. Map 1 of potentially 5 starts off going the way of North.
Yes.
At least for now, we end it at 10-5 half. And don't forget,
Things are running swiftly, all due to the fact that they are on the Intel i7 quad-core processor. You were playing on it earlier, Henry. It seemed to help you a little more than it did Moses.
Yeah, it seems so. I felt very comfortable up there. Lots of frame rates up, and the i7 seemed to be spectacular. That's all I can say about it, Matthew. It's going to be the pistol round, though. Let's see if G2 can deliver something impressive as well. It's going to be a full-on B rush. Why not? They've got the Molotov and body finding the first headshot as well. Overwhelming the CTs on this side of the map. He's cowering towards the back of Checkers. That's Config going down as well. 5 on 3. G2 looking in command this round.
Cajun waiting to see what he could spot from Heaven, as bomb plant already means problems for North. No kit still in play. Good shot, Cajun on entry. Nearly swings back around to find MBK as well. He's on 35. We got both. I'd start to think momentum and pressure gets applied to G2. Shot from Apex, though. That'll negate any further threat. And everyone's in position to take them down on entry. 2 kills, Shocks in the round. And 6th round for G2.
Keep it simple, G2. The full-on rush B can be a very effective strategy. It comes down to that first interaction. You find that CT as he's facing towards B storage. You're going to overwhelm the side. B set up with the bomb down as well. The retake becomes very difficult with the defending side at that stage. North, though, like we said, a lot of this tournament, not many teams actually force buy in the second round anymore, especially on the CT side. They want to make sure they have their AWPs, their utility going forward. And then Mage's boy, what a shot that was. He's got the upgraded pistol, of course, and he takes down Body towards the boost position. Kenny S quickly responds, though. It takes down Cajun. 4 on 4 with mid control granted towards the T side. They can slow things down. Mage's boy, he's going to be fighting this round down to 14 HP right now. He might just have to submit at this stage.
Smoke from SL to work with, to contend with on his Deagle. Bomb left inside the mid garage, no big deal. MBK still useless, and Apex pushed forward with Kenny is just clearing out middle slowly, calculated. They don't pistol rounds in CSGO, and especially as of late. Still a threat, especially if MSL can hit that shot. Good play, Apex.
Yeah. Teammate baits out the shot. He'll jump up and take that headshot towards MSL. Not too bad at all. Mage's boy still low. This should be quite a simple round now. Config only with the PT-50, no Deagles. That would have been a fantastic weapon in that particular position, but now 4 players are surviving G2. Smoke deployed as well. Made is now last chance saloon for him to really make any sort of impact to this round. Kenny crosses over, does some damage, but ultimately taken down. That's going to be a round concluded to 0-4 G2 here. So North on the full EK next round, with a view to have the full buy in the first go round there. Like we normally talk about, it's quite common these days to full force buy of the CT side, and the second round is quite limiting. We won't have defuse kids, we won't have head armor, or even an AWP. So North looking at the bigger picture here, considering they have the lead at the moment. So full eco for G2 now. It's going to be running around and trying to find the headshots. They have no SMGs up. Body yet to buy. He could actually potentially bring a MAC-10 out. Here's the replay, I'm sure, of the 1D to kick things off. That's not bad at all.
Very, very good. Charging up middle. Look at them go. Shocks. Spots out one. And then gets taken down. They're all there. Body's going to swing around and try and do what he can on a pistol. The rest of them will just rush over to where B and try and get a bomb. But the problem is they're rotating back through the vents. 2 players, if they'd all gone, they might have had a chance to catch them off. But good read, good reaction, all simply based on the fact that Shock saw them fast enough, even though he went down.
Sure. Yeah, they know they can't really do anything in that round. It's going to be nothing invested whatsoever. Rush middle, see if you can get a trade, which they did. Could have been a bit more expensive for G2, but they managed to recover the situations. Round number 19. I guess you can call this the first gun round. And as you can see, after not force buying on that second round, they get a double AWP setup. Config and Cajun. Config especially, not known to be an AWPer, but he can pick it up every now and then, especially on a map like Cash. Likes to play on the B bombs on the CT side as well as the T. I'll be trying to find this first frag. Looking at that tight angle, smoked out for now. Probably will take a shot eventually. Doesn't opt to do it. Adjust position, but Molotov out means he has to get to the back of the site.
Flame is below the vents. MSL managing to dodge out the flash. Gets himself in a perfect position. Vent still intact. No idea he was there. He takes down Apex, but the response is quite quick from G2. Shocks him, rather, excuse me, Body and Kenny getting kills. It's Config on an AWP now stepping up. Bomb down toward the generator. Fully dynamic as he rotates all the way around. And MBK had no idea he'd gone that far over to his right. It's just Shocks that remains in a 1 versus 2 winnable. He's got a smoke. He's got full armor. Bombs down in the site as well. He could smoke off again toward tree and try and push forward, but he's trying to use time as his ally.
Yeah, 50 seconds remaining. Hoping a mistake is made by the CTs at this stage, holding in towards a small pit area of AZ and CT spawn. Mage's boy Watching the flank as well, making sure that Shoxy cannot exit the situation. Bomb down. Shoxy, though, can't find anything. Does he detect AZ's on the other side?
So toward the bomb. First order of business taken care of. 25 seconds. He can afford actually to even fake it once or twice. Gonna hold it. Doesn't hear any footsteps marching toward him. Checks the smoke. Checks heaven.
Here we go.
He's a capable man. He's up against two highly skilled players as well, and AZ's been coming to life as of late as well. Very patient again. No kits on either AZ or Magisk. There's, I believe, one down where Config was. Nade goes in. Op goes flying. Shox doesn't move. Very confident. Spotted up, though. Second sooner, he might have had a chance to take the shot. Magisk finds him instead. Re-peeks. And goes down. North will pick up number 11, their first of their CT half on the first gun round.
Yeah, that's perfect from North. They're sticking together, biding their time, like you said. Sure, they had no kits, but they want to make sure that was a single two-on-one situation, sort of two separate one-on-one. So that's absolutely perfect. Config, though, what an amazing round by him. He's probably one of the greatest all-rounders we have in CSGO right now. Very aggressive, very capable of the rifle, and you can see what he can do with the AWP as well. Fantastic round from him overall. Gave him the 2 versus 1. What an amazing round by him. He's probably one of the greatest all-rounders we have in CSGO right now. Very aggressive, very capable of the rifle, and you can see what he can do with the AWP as well. Fantastic round from him overall. Gave him the 2 versus 1. And Shoxy, who has been quiet today, especially in the grand final. Can't find it. Who has been quiet today, especially in the grand 2v1. Normally so good in those situations.
Config's gonna try and peek out, but when he does, it's the exact time that the flash lands. WK that's tasked to try and find information at B this time. Instead, Shox has gone towards Squeaky.
Yeah.
Very standard default from G2.
North posting their first CT round, 11-8. Still in that double orb setup, and MSO in the vents once again. Managed to find that first frag before, but not shooting the vent out. Cajun B not smoked off. Might have a chance to find it and actually nail a shot. MBK gets legged.
Good play again from timing in the vents on MSL.
Absolutely.
He makes no mistake to get away as well. Just wants to get the kill. No risk. Doesn't need that to be traded.
So Cajun B's legged MBK. MSL with the first frag as well. Now they can just fall back, hold the bomb sites, continue with the crossfires. Mid, that's absolutely fine. You have the man advantage, get your orb towards the back of quad, watch towards highway, then have an open B as well. Mid's not that much of a promising area unless you have the man advantage. So CTs don't have to work for this at all. G2 pressure's on them, and it looks like they're heading back towards B.
It's interesting as well because MSL, based on what Yanko said at the start of this, he's never liked giving up middle, but they're willing to do so now with the man advantage.
Yeah.
Config, very tight angle. Waiting for them to commit before he'll be able to see them. He's the only one on the B site, so man advantage is fine, but if he goes down and they get a bomb plant, it's a retake, even though it would be 4 versus 4, so it's still all right for the T's. They've gotten in deep, no idea. Config had absolutely no clue. Plants do any second. Unless a nade comes through, it's MBK planting. He's got 17 HP. Yep, they've already backed off. So the smoke goes down. That's all they need, the 1 kill.
Well, there was the advantage for North there, but the timings elude Config. He was back at the site, looking very confident there. Smoking CD Spawn Molotov on the side made him move his position and miss a terrorist crossing over to his left-hand side, meaning he doesn't actually have the information, can't find a single frag. If he gets it, the retake's on. They can actually have a chance there, but unfortunately, timing's working against him, and it's going to be G2 shutting down the economy of North. They keep 3 players up short, but still going to be difficult to buy into the next round.
Difficult, but doable. It's a similar approach to what we saw G2 doing, actually, very early on in their half. The end of it, they started to get a little more desperate because they had to, but they're saving and early calls to do so. Bought them a few more rounds that they potentially shouldn't have had.
It's definitely easier when you have the lead like this as well to call. Let's just save the weaponry, look at the bigger picture, make sure we're not giving silly frags away here. The bomb's down, they've got a great crossfire set up. Let's just fall back, save our AWP, and we can just about squeeze out a buy next round. It's a big config in MSL, just with pistols right now, working out what the best approach is. UMP, of course, that'll be coming out when you have no money. Bring out the SMG, and you have no problem whatsoever. 11-9, G2 getting back into this game now. Number 21. Bit of damage there. Config spotted in the B storage. MSL, though, needs to be very careful. They would have seen that smoke deployed. It's not great as well. Surely MSL gets dropped here, but he's looking to be a bit of a nuisance and somehow get that kill blind.
And gets away as a result of it because everyone else was blind as well. MBK goes to check, and yep,
confirmed, not there anymore, so they've got no trade back. And it's again that MSL is disciplined enough to find the kill and get away. A lot of players overextend and overstay their welcome in those situations. MBK is going to try and get a headshot toward the generator. Tank to 1 HP, and oh,
there we go.
That even touched him. He was gone. Now rotate Cajun back in position. They're still being rather persistent on the B side as Shox waits in middle for any rotations at white box. Committed at this point. They could boost back up through the vents. NBK should be the one to do it if they elect to, but Body's in the site. He's taking the bomb all the way in. This is commitment at B. Fired to where exactly MSL is standing, but the op can't penetrate all the way through. Body certainly will as he gets the AK in a much better position. Oh, gun barrel showing Kenny. So smart to find the angles. Perfect timing on the flash, and it pushes him back to Shox, who again was waiting in middle. And when it looked like G2 were in a world of trouble, they find themselves in a beautiful position in the B site.
Yeah, so many great pieces of teamwork there, so many small nuances that maybe people don't notice. That alley-oop with the flashbang, as soon as it goes off, it's pushing the CT back. Shoxy there, waiting to get the retreating players. That's textbook stuff there from G2. 4 players surviving after losing the first frag as well. And that kind of brawl towards a B story. I can't believe MSL managed to get away alive at that point, but he did. G2 recovering, keeping 4 players alive. Major's boy, he's got still 100 HP. He's outside the checkers area right now, looking for terrorists falling back. But now this almost spells a certain eco for North going forward. Now it's going to be 11-10. Then he get $1,900 into the next round. Major's boy, sure, he'll save the M4, but it's not like they can really force around it. So the pause comes in. MSL's called it. They've got about 2K per player. I think they haven't got to the point of desperation yet. They shouldn't be forcing around this. Maybe some P250s, work out where they can position Major's boy and actually have a chance of finding multiple frags, funnel them towards A. So, for example, they push B with the pistols. He's waiting the A side. They get a couple of frags. Potentially, he might be able to clutch it out. So that's what it is discussing right now and working out what the best approach is going to be. Major's boy does save an HE grenade, 2 flashbangs and defuse kits. So it does come down to a clutch situation. Maybe he can come out on top.
There's the beautiful trophy they're playing for. Some color in a trophy for a change.
Yeah, not all just silver.
I like it.
Well, we're back into it. Round number 22. G2 certainly closing the gap here. In terms of the second half, 5-1 in favor of the T side. Or for Kenny S, of course. No wall bang action going on just yet. We haven't seen that in the grand final. We saw it earlier on in the tournament.
He did try it yesterday versus SK, and I imagine the opportunity presents itself. He'll try it again here.
It's when they get really comfortable. That's when they start doing them.
I mean, there's no harm in trying. It doesn't cost you any time. It's in spawn. It's fairly easy to get the timing right. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to hit it. And then you can just throw the op back to Kenny. And a little bit slower to get map control, potentially on a default. But good trade this time. Boosted up. Apex able to pull back on Magisk after he found the opening kill. But he goes down to 12 HP for doing so, which is costly. That could have been even more problematic for Cajun as he backs away. No one at mid-main to strike when he was blind.
Yeah. 4-4. They do manage to recover the M4. That's going to be in the hands of Cajun B. Shocked now towards Squeaky Door. There's a nice smoker highway, and we'll see whether he can actually use his teammates to take away the attention and hopefully crack open the A site. Cajun B fighting back there. They have a chance in this round, you know. It was 1 M4 and 4 USPs, and they've actually got the man advantage, and Apex is low.
Apex is low, but he's in a great spot. All the way up highway, down goes AZ. It's Kenny trying to hold off toward Quad. He may not have to. Shox goes over the top instead. He knows there's a third. He's got the third. He's got 11-11, and G2 pull back only 1 round for North so far in the second half.
You could see what that round meant to G2 there. Sure, it's up against an eco, but it was tight, and they knew they could actually tie the scoreline here as well. 11-11. Shoxy finds 3 kills towards the end. A little bit uncomfortable, but he manages to pull it off, and still a tie by here for North, Matt. 5 and 4s, no kits. 4 players without head armor, not a big issue at all against the AKs, but Kenny S, he's on the AWP, not the same storyline for Cajun B though. We want to go for an aggressive play here. We haven't really seen them mix it up at all. I can see a CT getting ready towards A storage. It might just be going for the boost here. What is the Shroud boost? It works out. They've detected it once again though. Apex through the smoke takes down AZ. Thwarts their attempts to get up there.
And Magisk just bails on it. He assumes they'll check it after they take down the man who boosted him. So he goes back to quad instead, and it's a bit of a disaster in that sense. They don't get the position, and they lose the man doing it.
Those can be the most gutting interactions you can have, really. You've come up with an idea to try and shut down the T side, and it just gets completely shut down in 5 seconds before you even get up there.
Ooh, Cajun, getting a shot through smoke, is able to take Apex. And Config's held station with bomb down inside his sight. He's got a real chance, but not when Shox walks out the door.
Yeah.
MSL and Cajun. Ball picked up, head was shown, Cajun can't hit it. M4, they do push into him though aggressively from Kenny. That may be costly for them because there's no need for it, and the position from MSL is actually reasonable. If he gets all the way around to Squeaky in time, and Cajun's able to distract moving to Truck, it's actually, door opened as well. It's actually almost perfect as Cajun pushes MBK exactly where he wants to, right into MSL. Shocks now knows he's there. He's gonna shut the door surely if he can get that far, but a flash out. He's stuck in no man's land on 2 HP. The timing worked out so well, and Kenny getting aggressive. Cajun got all the room he needed to work with.
Absolutely no need for that whatsoever. You're the AWPer. You need to get towards A main. The bomb will be planted, and you can shut it down with the long-range Jules at that stage. He pushes towards Highway, getting ahead of himself, trying to use that Tech 9, find the key frag. Cajun, can't believe his luck, takes him down. MSL, like you said, perfect position. The timing was spot on. Open door. And this is the replay of that boost. Failure. So North recovering. That's a big round, though. Came down to 2 players surviving for North. They've managed to get one on the board here. They need to start stringing rounds together. Plenty of money still available for the G2 side. Even after the blunder, here comes the shot! Oh, I thought it was going to land. I thought he had it perfect.
He actually, if he shot at 150 that time, he would have, but he religiously waits to 149.
It's always so hype when that comes in.
You love to see it.
I really do.
MSL behind the box. The Molotov's going to go beyond him. It doesn't give him much room for escape. That close. Shouldn't have to worry too much of it. So Kenny has his AWP back after Body took the shot and goes toward A main. And while they're waiting for pushes in mid, it's actually B main that's got the aggression applied right now. Config and MSL both outside of the site, inside of the tunnels themselves, or thereabout as we see Config's a couple feet back.
Yeah, he's just trying to bait in MSL. Even if he doesn't get a kill, he just fires a shot off. And MSL in that tight corner, he'll have a chance to maybe get a spray down there. He actually decides to fall back from that position. 1 minute remaining now. G2 haven't given much away. No real mid-control coming in either. But here come the Molotovs, and Apex has been boosted up. So a chance now to try and find this kill on Cajun. No AWP for him. It's only going to be Config, who's primarily the secondary AWP. We'll see whether he can do anything about this as they make their way towards vents. Smoked out for now. It's actually a very good smoke from the CTs. Delays him, almost funnels him towards A, but they'll go back towards the storage area. Config's waiting for them, needs to hit a shot here.
30 seconds. Not only does he need to hit a shot, it would have been ideal to slow them down. They need to push on quickly, and as he relocates, they catch MSL in the open. It's all onto Config. Flashed again this time. He hits it through the flash, though. Once more, but a flames beneath the feet.
Yeah.
And he roasts alive. It Shocks that gets to the site. And the bomb planted by NBK. It doesn't look like AZ and Magisk want much in this.
It's such a powerful combination. The Molotovs dropped to the site with the flashbangs as well. When the flashbangs are going off, you can't really hear or see what's going on. So it's going to be interesting enough. G2 picking up double AWPs on the T side here, just to finish that point as well. North will be saving 2 players, and Config finds a kill fully blind, but that's all he gets. So AZ now with Mages, but we did say they don't string rounds together. They're going to be on a very difficult buy.
So MBK, just to note, picked up that AWP just to hold an angle in the post plant. Going back to the AK. There's certainly not a map that lends itself to a double op T side. There aren't many that do, to be fair.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. So this 10-5 lead that North once had has been equalized once again, and in terms of the finances, they're on the back foot. 12-12 comes in. Another pause called by MSL. They've got 2 weapons to work with going forward into round number 25. 3 players of pistols, and in terms of the money overall, it's not looking good. It's actually kind of grim. Pretty much everyone's below $2,000 here coming to the closing sectors of this first map as well. Just as it looked like they were going to have a fantastic game here, especially the likes of Config turning up in emphatic fashion. He's dropped off significantly in the second half here.
Has actually, yeah.
And we've got Kenny S. Fire on all cylinders, 25 kills for him, 12 deaths. Looks fantastic, even though he had that blunder in the previous round.
It's not the first time we've seen North have a single player have a phenomenal half, and then they go quiet following that.
I think it's been Config that's done that many times on this particular map as well. When we've casted them, that seems to be the storyline. He looks amazing on the T-side, and they swap over, and he plummets.
Obviously, the reference I'm making is Magisk at the major, but it is true. Config's had the same problem in the past. So guns again, Kenny S. Yep, they're going to force around it. They'll go with the CZ only for Cajun, though. He's the AWP player, so I guess if all goes well, he'll have one in the next round, but they've got a big task ahead of them with 2 UMPs. Fast play with the UMPs. Trying to catch MBK blinded. They do. Gun down, but it's nowhere near Cage, and he's already backed off to B site. They can't afford to overextend to try and grab it. They've given up Highway as a result of this. Good push through from a Jisk, but AZ's got problems because no one admitted he misses the shot slightly to the right, snaps too far. It gives G2 a chance, but a chance that is only limited. Sees at 75 of all weapons, finds the kill at range on Shocks.
Yeah, this is actually looking pretty good for North now. Apex, so towards CT spawn, fantastic position. But the CTs have already walked past him. He has no idea. Kenny S is by himself, isolated on the side of the AWP. Of course, he has that first shot, got the Tech 9 to back him up as well.
Made a smart move to rotate in, but the problem is the smoke down. He's going to be bailed out by Apex.
Just about.
Yeah, you're right, just about. MSL could have easily caught off Kenny, and he's now set perfectly ready for Cajun. Good team play yet again from G2. And they'll find themselves with 3 to go before they take map number 1. Things are not looking good.
Yeah, that's such a difficult decision to make. That's why they made that pause at the start of the round. They went for the force buy, 2 M4s with the UMPs as well, was looking good. But Apex getting towards CD spawn, it could have been hit or miss, but it just about gets towards Highway in time. Saves Kenny S, who's already hit a nice shot as well. And G2 have a decent approach at overall at the start. They know the money's gonna be weak for North. Go for that fast mid take. They don't have the incendiaries to hold you off or even an AWP. So fast mid control, lost a couple of frags, but recovered. And they're taking the lead for the first time in a while. Body with the first shot, Kenny S as well. This is an eco from North. It's almost guaranteed to win this round at this stage. Just 3 silenced USPs remaining now, and G2 looking to get 14-12.
Closer and closer for Apex and Highway. Body. Spray transfer.
Oh, yes.
By MSL. Pretty calculated and swift round from G2. A lot of map control game again outside of middle, so they are going to have to watch that when they get the guns up.
And looking much better here on the T side. G2 operating as a very efficient unit, I have to say. And all available for North once again. The money has been a massive issue for them. Similar fate to what G2 suffered in the first half. Win a round, then reset, having to eco, save weapons. You never really get stable at that point. You have to be winning 3 or 4 rounds in a row to have money left over. As we get into round number 27. All available for Kenny S. I'm not sure they went for the wallbang shot at the start. Doesn't seem to be that effective at this point, but round number 27, no kits once again for North. That's a really crucial investment you have to make on the CT side. Can be the difference maker in the clutch situations.
Bounce out. Smoke to Highway. AZ sees the flashes going up. He's trying to dodge them, doesn't know where they're going to land. Gets a smoke between he and Cage, and they're not sure exactly where they want to play on this either. Looking to go together, staggered, or almost lined up. Doesn't matter, AZ still finds the kill as Cajun is just waiting it out to see if they'll wrap around. AZ goes back to the corner, he confirms that's clear, so Cajun looks elsewhere, but Shocks pushes through rather quickly. Cajun's gonna try and wrap back around him, it works out. He's able to find him, but he's got more work to do still. MBK on 4 HP. It's Kenny that has to survive to hold him off, and unfortunately MBK is sitting in the open, couldn't quite line it up, but knows exactly where he's gone, as Kenny is quick on and off. Has to be every bit as quick as he's ever been. Tech 9 does damage, but it's not enough. North pull back to within 1.
G2 trying to find match point there, the set execution. It looked beautiful to kick things off. Bit of a brawl there, North with 3 players on the A side. Managed to actually find decent exchanges there. MSL, a nice flank once again. Coming from that squeaky door, like he said, had them lined up. Could have got the double kill, but Kenny S manages to avoid him. Pulls out a Tech 9. Got a bit scary there, but North do post another round. 2 players surviving. Plenty of cash available for G2 going into round number 28 here. North, they lose this one, pretty much GG. They'll have nothing for the final round. Here we go. Pause called. It was Shoxy this time, working out how they're going to find round number 15. North still feeling the economic burn. It's going to be Major Spoil, just a UMP. They do manage to get the AWP now and some diffuse kits and the utility they need for a full gun round, so that's good. And the unpause comes in. Kenny S with a pretty bad spawn, can't go for a fast pick yet. Looks like he'll be watching towards B storage for any sort of CT aggression, which we haven't seen on the North side really. They've been quite static in this holding classic positions. Complete opposite to what G2 are doing on their CT side really.
Op aggressive for Config. Pushing and pushing further, MBK.
Oh, what?
Kenny's waiting for it.
How's he missed that?
I think that's almost, goaltender in hockey where you're too quick and you over move your arm, but the puck goes under you. He was expecting him to be so much faster and he flicked, but he was going so slowly, it just missed. Shocks is tagged up inside of Squeaky, but he got a little bit of information as to where they are in A. There's 3 players there. He doesn't know that, but Definitely saw 2 at 4 because they're going to push in toward A main.
Yeah, this is better now for North, getting that map control that's required. Mages towards A storage. Molotov down as well to buy him some time.
They've gone for the map control elsewhere, but they have given up mid in doing it, and that's exactly where G2's gone. Ready for it, you would have thought, MSL, but gets taken down by Body, and only managing 1 kill was Config, so they've opened the site yet again. We could find map point quite quickly. Magisk and AZ, and they're very spread out. AZ is already inside of spawn. Magisk over toward A. I'd say it's a save.
They have to, really, like I said, losing this one. First aid loss bonus, they're going to get $1,400 on top of their pretty much 0 right now. Mage's boy waiting to see if Shox wants to walk around the corner. I think Shoxy pre-fires this. He does, but Mage's boy beats him to the punch, takes him down. Will be a 3-on-2, just desperately trying to hold on to these weapons. So Mage's presumably will be upgrading to the AK. Doesn't actually pick it up just yet. I'll just be holding up and seeing if anyone tries to hunt him down further. A conservative approach from him. The round number 15 map point in his best of 5 grand final has been found by G2 after going down 10-5 in the first half. They look dominant in the second. Scoreline's currently 10-3. One more round will do it. Clutching at straws is North. UMPs, 1 M4, maybe some pistols as well. And here's the first shot from Kenny. Let's have a look at this. Maybe it's in slow motion as well. So just over the shoulder. So the reaction was good, as the accuracy was not.
Well, either way, it still is G2 that's got the first chance to seal this. They will go double up on a T side as well.
Yeah, they will indeed.
Confidence. MBK, the second one to hold it. Not Shox, who's actually going up with the AK. He's going to let his teammate go first. Apex entering. He's very good at it.
Here we go.
He's managed to pull it back, though. He's on a UMP. He's behind the sandbags, which is a problem as well because they could easily Molotov him out. He's actually crossed over. No man's land, losing his teammate. No one to distract it, and maybe not even anyone left alive to watch or mourn for him because it's going to be a 4-on-1, and Magisk starting it off by getting Shox down. As well removed from the fact that bomb is at B. A lot of ground to cover between he and the objective. He goes vent. It's the tightest of choke points. They've smoked that off. He won't. He'll head toward the tree. They know exactly where he is. Desperate, I think, and Body says, thank you for telling me where you are. Thank you for map 1. G2 start the best of 5 off, as we expect in terms of result, but maybe not as we expected in terms of score on cash.
Yeah, a bit of a slow burner there for G2. Took them a while to get into it, losing the 10-5 at first half there. We thought, okay, Config's got something up his sleeve. He's playing amazingly in that first half, but like we pointed out, significantly dropped off in the second. That's when Shoxy started to find frags. Kenny S was lights out throughout. Didn't come down to that many clutches in the second half. There's good counter-strike from G2 overall. We didn't see that much aggression from North. Maybe that would have been better off for them. They were just constantly winning 1 round and then dropping off and getting their money reset, which is obviously a massive factor.
Yeah, only 3 rounds on the CT side. We've got 3 Stooges standing by. It's Moses and the desk.
Yes, welcome back to the Xfinity Analyst Desk. Game 1 is down, a 16-13 victory for G2. A little bit dicey there. Talked a lot about the confidence, the showmanship of Config. He did the whole dicks out thing for just the first half. Goes a little bit quiet in the second half. It's Kenny S, who just went nuts.
Yeah, he had a mammoth performance. I think we need to give Config a nickname. I'm thinking the can opener.
The can opener?
Yeah,
why is that?
He was opening up that B side time and time again. Weak. That was weak. I'm trying, guys.
It's good, but you know, it has to be more manly than can opener. Maybe bulldozer.
Yeah. That's Nico's.
I don't like that name for Nico. I just want to go on the record and say I don't like the bulldozer. But either way, you can see the stats of your 20-24 for Config. Most of that impact came during the first half, like Chad said, opening up that B bomb site with ease. We've seen him do a number of times on Cash. Kenny S, on the other hand, 31-13, a full game, 105 ADR. That is so impressive. What a game from him.
Yeah, definitely. He had a lot of impact on both sides, even though they only won 5 on that first half. He, on the second half, he's just finding kills with the AWP everywhere. He did make a bit of a blunder in a 3v2 situation. He overextended, but that's because I think he was carrying so hard, he just felt like he had to do it all.
And it was also all planned because that just gave another opportunity for G2 to reset North. North in that second half, every time they would win a round, they would lose the following round and had to double equal.
Yeah, never winning consecutive rounds in that second half. Does that show there's still some confusion for North and MSL on how to play this map?
Well, they didn't win a pistol, right? So that definitely hurts. But their CT side wasn't very dynamic, and I think that's because they couldn't get the economy going. It's hard to do aggressive moves, take map territory without the without your utility.
Yeah, and Yanko, I know you picked out a round, a special round you wanted to show us off.
Yeah, this was actually a example of adjustment from G2. They were getting destroyed by config on that big bomb site.
Right.
They would just walk into checkers, basically go for that checkers control and just get entry kills whenever he wanted to. So if we could switch to the screen or to the highlights first and then to the screen.
One or the other. Any of them are good. We can hold off on that until it gets ready.
We can keep running with the theme of B, right?
Yeah, because that B bomb site for North on the CT side was atrocious. There's
Yeah,
nothing.
so it was also being exploited, right? And the way that it was exploited by G2 was they would take mid control first. Here we go. Let's get Yanko to do this.
Yeah, so this is like just an example of how config was, causing a lot of problems from the very start for G2. And then the adjustment that G2 made later on is basically to just use the numbers and kind of try to get rid of it. So we can pause it right here for a second. But he would do always is throw a pop flash, then throw a smoke here, Molotov for checkers, and after all of that clears, basically, he would just push, and you could see how he was getting like entry kills towards B. What G2 decides to do is something that you can always go for. They have players who are going to just dry peek before he can throw all of his nades. So while he's in the process of throwing his grenades, they basically just push into him and get that kill. You can play the clip out to see how it actually goes for G2. And it was in the first half, actually, aggression from them. It's when they were able to win rounds against North. They had a round where they were aggressive towards A main. That also helped them out because they just couldn't find a way to deal with config on B.
Yeah, and for North, is like I was saying, right, they were getting exploited at B because mid was an avenue, right? And even if it wasn't, once checkers control was had and they knew that, they could get that far, then the Molotovs were used on the bomb site. You saw config get burnt a couple of times while there's AWPing in the site. There was no real adjustment from the North guys, and I think that's because they didn't have utility to do that. One thing they could have probably looked towards doing was take a three-man mid control, get nice up close, and then facilitate the B player through the vents, help him out from there, or do a retake B setup, which is something that I was really a fan of in Renegade's days, because you could give up the site and then you could do some set smokes to block off checkers, B main, and then just firebomb the site and then get on in that way.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of different options available to him. But I mean, what is it that really G2 does on this map that was so impactful? I mean, it couldn't have just been the B bomb site, right? Because it's you can stack it, you can do all the things that you just talked about. But G2, I mean, it was really just off the back of Kenny S.
I think he obviously had a great performance. I don't think it's just that. I actually think it's a combination of things. Like Chad pointed out, North never really had a strong economy, and you kind of need that in order to be aggressive. And aggression was one of the answers for North, maybe to put some pressure on G2. Another problem is even if things are going well for them, they had a round, I think it was a 5v4 situation, G2 just groups up towards B and the hold isn't there. You saw that one round config gets a triple kill with the AWP. Still, it's not enough for his team to win the round. They just had to do a better job in those situations.
Yeah, the only time that North really had success on the CT was due to MSL's flanks through Squeaky Door, right? There was 2 rounds where he was successful in getting there and finding a frag and making it easier for them to have that bomb site and defuse the bomb. Otherwise, yeah, nothing on their CT side, pretty poor, actually.
Which is pretty surprising, because yesterday we saw against Liquid the retakes on Mirage, for instance, were just so good. I mean, it seems like a plan that's had this kind of retake idea throughout the entirety of this tournament, and all of a sudden it just fails them here on Cash.
It also shows you like the fact that they're more comfortable on a map like Mirage still than they are on Cash. Talking about, that's probably the newest map that they added into their pool, and also the fact that they've been struggling with their CT sides, really. That's a good example of how it can go for them when things look bad.
Was there any, I mean, let's talk about some of the other people on North. Was there any sign that this is going to be a really rough series for them? I mean, the map obviously not the best for G2, or I mean for North, but the players. I mean, we had another quiet game out of AZ, for instance.
AZ disappears again.
Yeah,
not anywhere to be found.
The thing is, we saw, towards the end there where there was that A execute and the North had a stack on the side. They had like 4 guys there. I thought there was just indecisiveness from AZ, right? It looked like he wanted to do one thing, but then he double-guessed himself and did something else. It wasn't really like he was taking initiative, and you need to take initiative to find frags in those situations. So for him, pretty poor. Magix as well. Like, I think everybody from Magix all the way up to Cajun, MSL, they were all contributing where they had to. Config cooled off again. That's another worry. He starts so hot. I don't know what it is. Maybe they're just transitioning poorly for him to keep that going.
I mean, he was also being put out of play to an extent, right? When they go towards the B bomb site, and if he's alone and they go on for a full execute. You saw after he got the 3 kills with the AWP, next gun round where he has it again, he waits for a flash to come from his teammates, but the timing is off. By the time that flash comes in and he peeks, there's already a player pushing headshot and just punishes him before he's able to even fire off a shot. And those small things can be very, very frustrating, especially when you're, hot as Config was.
Well, that's it for the first map. It was a big win for G2. They get started in this grand final series with a 1-map lead. We're going to go to a quick break. At home watching online, we are going to reset the stream during this break, so it may go down for just a moment, but it'll be right back, and we'll be back with map 2.
You know this feeling. The moment when goosebumps take over. The moment the fans roar. The moment you can't hold yourself back. This feeling will push you to your limits once again.
Exclusive Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S-switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
Athletes aren't just born. They're molded from the core. A core of strength. A core of laser focus. A core that can handle anything. A core that sweats the small stuff. A core that's the difference maker, game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete, but the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at
right, we're having a hell of a matchup here between G2 and North here at the grand finals of ESL Pro League Season 5 in Dallas, Texas. North coming out quite confident, as we saw a tweet a little bit earlier from that side. I think you can read it for yourself. Quite a bit of confidence, even though they're dropping the first map. And a little bit of a talking point there over at the desk. I'm going to hand it over to them now. Take it away, Moses.
Thank you, Sona. That's not a bad flag.
Spicy
That is a
meatball.
spicy, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it. I like the banter. Keep it coming.
We do have a lot of banter on the way.
I mean,
Bianco?
it's not bad. I mean, the French had to use it a fair amount in recent history. So.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. Political.
Yeah,
there's nowhere to really go.
Have the Danes
after
ever
that,
been
is
in a war, though? What do they do?
I don't know.
Probably not a lot.
Probably not, based off. If Anders is any indication.
Yeah.
They don't do much.
That's grim.
They don't do much. Let's move on to Cobble, because Cash has lost. That was G2's pick. We said it was maybe one of the weaker maps in this 5-map pool that we have for Northside, but still make it a close affair without pistol rounds, without back-to-back CT rounds. They have a lot of good things going for them. Gave them a chance down the stretch.
Yeah, definitely. I thought you were looking at Yanko, but you're looking at me. Sorry, we got this going. Yeah. I think that it was still a close affair. They did lose both pistols, like you just said. And that the worrying sign for me is that Config cooled off again. I just wanted to carry through and just obliterate for the whole game. That'd be exciting. AZ needs to chime in a little bit more. But going into this map of Cobblestone, the biggest issue I see, or at least I remember or recall, is the way that they approach their T side. It seems so dependent going B. B executes, fast Bs. There's just too much pressure for North heading towards that one site. And I haven't seen them, go over to A, get some map territory like we saw out of Liquid, and then head back to the B side. They seem very stubborn in their T-side approach historically.
True, and you also wonder if this is the correct pick for North, considering that G2 only has one loss on this map, and that's 16-14 to Gambit, who is regarded as one of the world's best cobblestone teams. So in a best-of-5 series, is this really the map that you want to go for as the second one?
You guys had mentioned that this was a little bit of a questionable pick in the veto phase.
If they lose this, it could be a 3-0. And Henry could be right, and that would suck.
Oh, God, that would suck. That would be...
Wouldn't hear the end of it, would be?
That would just be the worst.
I think a positive thing for G2, right, is that Kenny had that carry performance. Yeah. Everyone else kind of got to warm into the game behind him, right? So even if they started slow, he was like, here, I'm here for you guys. Get on my back. Let's go. So now, going into Cobblestone, everyone else started to, fire up a little bit. We saw multi-frags out of a lot of the players, and that was a positive. What do we miss?
I don't know. I didn't see it either. Crowd's having a good time.
Must have been hilarious.
Had to be there, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's talk about G2 a little bit on this map. Even in previous iterations of French lineups, this Cobblestone map seemed to be one that they kept in their back pocket, that they still maintained some level, some standard on it, that they could be impactful on the international stage.
It's a map on which they're very comfortable individually, right? The likes of Shox and Kenny Shox. There was that one game, Envy versus G2, when they were still in different teams where, Kenny had 30+ kills, but Shox had 40 kills or something crazy and just was able to carry G2 to victory in that one game. So a very, very menacing appearance from him towards that drop zone. He can just, take over by himself. The rest of the team can be on the other side of the map and just wait for him to create space and make a play.
This map, like many maps, can be punished more so with the double orbs on the CT side, right? If you are North and you can exploit their economy and make sure they can't get in. If you're getting into clean executes and you're getting the site and they're staying behind the smokes and not making plays and not making trades, once you have that man advantage, it's very difficult for them to retake with 2 ops because Shox love to pick it up. Kenny loves it as well. Obviously, Kenny loves it, right?
Yeah, Kenny
and
does
on this one, this is one of the maps where I don't really like double ops if you're not going to use it aggressively.
Right. So all that's happening really is Kenny's just showing up on screen and the crowd is loving it. We know it's a heavily favored G2 crowd. North, not a lot of support here, perhaps after they eliminated Team Liquid. But this now, second map of the grand finals, Jaco?
If anything, if North can come back on this map after a close loss on Cash, which wasn't their pick, where they had an amazing first half, that's going to give you a lot of hope coming into the rest of this series. That means they're able to reset, that they're able to play G2 no matter the map, no matter how maybe objectively G2 is favored on it. So it is going to be a very, very difficult task for North, but if they can overcome it, then we have a very interesting series on our hands.
This is where your boy MBK had the big performance against SK, right, earlier on in the tournament. So it could be a chance for him to step up and be counted. He was the bottom fragger, but they did win the game, so maybe a lot of impact from him
all
this
that
game.
matters is that win, is that map win.
It's all about the win.
It's all about the win. Yeah, I mean, he would be a great player. I mean, we talked about, the stars are always huge for the G2 side of things, but we talk about they have a great supporting cast and guys like NBK and Body. Either way, map 2 is about to go live. It's 1-0 for G2. North need to get back onto this one. Henry, Sadicus, back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much. Yes, Moses, it's not really a studio, but it makes the job quite easy back here in the dark with you, Henry.
I like being in the dark, Matthew. It's going to be another great map coming in. This is North's pick, Cobblestone. And it looks like North starting on the T side here, trying to go very quickly indeed in towards the B bomb site. One smoke deployed, here come the flashbangs as well. The heavy commitment, all 5 players on this side of the map. Let's go, body to defend.
Body to defend successfully as well. He gets the shot out of Magisk. As AZ's a little bit timid around the corner, he wants drop taken over first from Config, and that works successfully. As soon as he gets those 2 kills, out comes AZ, and they're gonna push from either side. Kenny out of KFC. Config actually doesn't want to. Backed off it, had his chance, because now he's covered off from Rock. He's gotta go fight elsewhere. Shox is menacing him, and as such, Kenny has the chance to peek out. This is a problem. They should have capitalized when they had the chance on Kenny. Config says that's enough. I'm going for it. Tagged up in his movement. Slowed down in the air. AZ's just getting into the site now. Kenny's won it out, staying alive that long. This is gonna be the round, surely. They needed to get him sooner.
Very fast approach there from North. 1 smoke, 2 flashbangs. Like we said, body to defend. He finds the first shot, buys his team some time, some rotation there, and it's going to be the Glocks doing some great work. Config stepping up once again in the pistol. Wasn't quite enough there. You could see them being apprehensive, didn't want to rush down Kenny, allowing his teammate to back him up. And at that point, Config just had to go for it, taken down by Kenny S. And AZ, pretty poor approach there. He had plenty of time on the board, just ran out in the open, was hoping for the best. Didn't work out. It's going to be North with the force buy here in the second round. Tech-9's armor, a couple of smokes to work with as well. Another B-sided attack. Config's pushed through the smoke. They've got flashbangs to work with here. He takes a heavy nade as he goes down to 60 HP. CT's ready for this, but Shoxy's pushed through.
Config pushed behind Shox. So they're on either side of each other, and Shox is the one that comes out better off for it, relays the information, and Config's found. Just has made decent work of the situation, getting 3 kills. He has to find all of them to win out the round. He's got 16 HP and a Tech-9 to do it. Body's lost track of him, though, so he could actually pick up another one. Body nearly evading him. Will go down. But the positioning favors Shox. Tech-9! Magisk from range, and Ace clutch to pull it back. That's incredible.
Unbelievable scenes, Matthew. 5 kills at the Tech-9 and the 2v1 as well with 16 HP. What a shot that was. He can't believe it himself. A shake of the mouse there. No bomb plant required. Shoxy actually had the bomb on the upper platform and everything. Oh, God. Okay, North's map pick. They bounce back after losing the pistol, but of course, a G2 will be forcing a return. Very disappointing round for them to concede in number 2 there. They get 1 UMP, an M4, and 3 pistols to work with here. North right back into this one. 4 UMPs for them, 1 AK-47. G2 are known to be very, very good on these sort of buys. We'll see whether they can step up here. Difficult on Cobblestone, I have to say. Not so many opportunities to find those opening frags with the pistols, but there was a man to do it. Kenny S top middle could be the one. Shoxy towards B with the M4A4. Down to 75 HP, and there's the first shot. Kenny S gives his position up.
Big getting faced by 2. Let's take it down, and Shox does well from range on the M4. Very coordinated peek between the 2 G2 players, and they went out the duel as a result of it. So very well done. That starts things off and forces North back over toward the A site, where MSL's already in battle and already tagged up to 68. Ooh, poor timing. Apex, I thought he knew he was there.
4 on 2 now, Matt. It's going to be up to Major Boy and AZ. No bomb planted, of course. Bo coming up middle is making a ton of noise as well. And it's going to be lots of damage inflicted. Apex takes down 1. Just Major Boy now, and Apex with the double. 4 spies back to back. And it's going to be G2 coming in strong with that single M4 as well. Like you said, Shox's doing a great job there towards the upper platform. Very coordinated push with 2 players facing at the same time, give them double targets. Shoxy has the aim to back it up as well. Funnels him back towards the A site. Timings elude MSL as he comes out along A. Smoke in his hand, taken down by the CZ. It's going to be another force buy, of course. We're getting into one of those really interesting games where this can go on for about 5 or 6 rounds. Historically, it seems to, especially in the Pro League.
Flash through from the smoke. They're all there.
Yeah.
Patient. Try and capitalize.
There we go.
Found by Config. And it's an SMG picked up, which means he can start to fire away at range. It has been nerfed at range, remember, but it still seems to be doing the trick in patient situations as MSL goes to the pistol to find Body, but a nade through from Apex, and NBK still wide. He's able to take down Bomb. That's round. Nearly takes his teammate, but not quite.
Good recovery from G2 there. North, known to be so deadly with their full executions towards the B site. Smokes all over the place, flashbangs as well. idea behind that play is to segregate the CTs, bring them down to single duels there. And it worked out at the start, at least for North. They managed to get the first 2 picks, but MBK coming to life with 3 kills in total, doing great work with the fam. As you can see, Apex chiming in there with the HE grenade. MBK, great round by him. And that should subside things now, Matt. It's going to be 3-1 in favor of G2 and a full eco coming in. No bomb planted in the previous round. So just Glocks and P250. Shox now finding some success as he takes down Config.
Great peek it. For there, he's got to be careful. Besides, he wants more. Shox using the box is very, very brave, considering 12 HP. He's got a pistol out. His teammates say, okay, well, that's fine. We know where they all are. Thanks for that. We'll look at the flank coming in as well as Apex shows up with the MP9.
Now, Matt, this is North's pick, right? They're already 1 map down. We move into Overpass next. I feel like if North do not pick up their map pick on Cobblestone, it is going to be the 3-0. I think G2's Overpass looks way too strong right now. Oh, you liking those chickens? You liking the chickens?
Synchronized head dance.
Pretty good.
Just beaking away over there.
As usual. Well, here we go then. The first real gun rounds. If you want to call it that, it's going to be AK-47s, along with the Kenny S AWP on the CT side. He's towards top and middle for now. Very, very strong on this map as well. It's going to be Apex towards long A. Trying to battle off AZ, who takes a nade to the face.
Not much you can do.
No, he has to watch that.
Yeah, just stare at it. Look into the sun. Flash is good. Apex is backed. Smoke goes down. Kenny manages to get back to the corner. He wants to bait it toward Apex.
It works.
Only got 1. It does work because it actually was a team kill from himself, so you might as well call it the dead trade on that. And North is down in this situation. Cajun's backing off, cowering away from A with the bomb to join Config and Magisk over toward B.
Looking very promising for G2 here. 4-on-3 situation, but the bomb's making its way back towards B. Majors, Config, and Cajun with 1 smoke, a couple of Molotovs to work with. Drop down room obtained. MBK watching the window though. It's a very powerful position. Good for 1 or 2 frags. We have 1 player waiting the B side. That's Shox. He only got the UMP, so he could struggle here. Needs to find at least 1 frag. He has been going down quite consistently. Let's see if North can detect him.
He bounces down the stairs, forces him up. Shox found as a result. Good position now for Cajun. And no one is that KFC. It's the rotation. It's dead. Magisk is in prime location. Kenny has no idea. MBK down, the only one left in the site. Very well done from North, getting back around.
4-on-3, and it's Shoxy once again, who wants to take the duel by himself on the upper platform. Needs to be careful. He's had some great rounds, sure. He's currently top of the server, but he's been caught out there 2 or 3 times now, overextending. They had the man advantage. He could just have the crossfires on the bomb site. He's got the UMP, like he said, it's been nerfed now. That sort of encounter is not ideal. He gets taken down by the AK-47, tried to push in front of the Molotov, and it's North pulling 1 back. We do still have money available for the French side, though. Apex down to the shotgun. Not necessarily a big deal on Cobblestone. It seems to be one of the few maps we really see the shotgun do some serious work. Shoxy this time with the AWP, not Kenny S. He'll be patrolling the upper platform. Had a bit of trouble there in the previous rounds. Let's see if we can get rolling here in number 7. North looking to get a couple of rounds in a row. Yet to do so.
Double flash. Boost up in the corner, likely for Config. Take that back. It's actually going to be Cajun that goes up. Good smoke. Position from the shotgun. Apex cleanly takes AZ, jumps back in, can't land it. MSL, not only did he get Apex in that, he actually just finished killing Kenny when he jumped into his crosshair, so things go very well for North. 1 HP as well for MBK.
Yeah, the fire at his feet as well. Did very well to survive. MSL, like you said, 2 frags. And as Apex jumped around the corner, I thought he's guaranteed to find that second Max 7 shot, but didn't happen for him. 3-on-3 now. Shox, he's still with the AWP. Watching the upper platform. He has been taken down so many times here. He's going for it again. Can he actually find a kill here? He can indeed. The bomb's dropped as well.
Whoa. Smart relocation. Highs and lows of the crowd's joy as Cajun pulls it back, but MBK is there. Excited again, but MBK, yeah, he should. Oh, he's gonna beat it. He's gonna get in position before Config lands. Smart to attack. Fight or flight, and the flight works. It's gonna be 5-2 G2.
NBK with 1 HP, stepping up there, 3 kills in total. That's not bad at all. Here's MSL trying to find the kill on Kenny S. There it is. That's where it came in. So Kenny S didn't have the AWP. There's to point out as well as Shoxy on the other side of the map. So he had the M4, tried to get the refrag and back Apex up. They both go down, but it's enough to win the round, and that's going to be North. Reset once again, but they have force board into this match. It's going to be one AK-47, 4 Tech 9s. This will be the full execute once again. We know this is very powerful for North, and they always have a chance to win these sort of rounds. Let's see what they can do. Config with the only AK-47, trying to find the first kill. Like Shoxy once again.
Saw the foot, but Shock somehow sprays in to win it. Smoke goes down as well, and it's going to be fast this time. Down drop. MBK can't land the shots. He has to back off the window, and they'll wrap 2 E-Box, but just to hold off the window, that nade could do it. It just bounces far enough. Means AZ's got to look back to the door. He can't cover off himself from the statue. Just 2 that remain for North, and it could go to 6-2. This is a very crucial map. The desk pointed out why.
Yeah.
They also said you were going to rub it in if you were right about the 3-0, Henry. Is that true?
Am I going to rub it in? I think I'm quite a nice person.
Yeah,
do that.
But you are a sore winner. It is going to be NBK closing out the round, so we are in that exact situation as aforementioned, and no money for North, really. Force situation, they've only got a 2-round bonus. This will be a 3rd, so they'll have to keep themselves around 2K. Unless they get a bomb plant, obviously. Yeah. But you can't necessarily rely on that when you have options not to.
Yeah, they went for the force buy in the previous. I mean, they have about 2K per player. That B execution not really working out for them this time. MBK finding kills towards drop down, funneling him into the upper platform, and couldn't really get rolling there at all. It's going to be a full eco here. 6-2 on the CT side. Quite the scoreline in favor of the French side. MP9s and UMPs coming out, trying to farm some cash here. They know they're up against pretty much nothing. Blocks, no armor, no nades. 1 deagle for MSL. It's going to be difficult to imagine a world where he's winning the round with just that pistol. Down he goes. And this looks like quite a clean and convincing round for G2. Doesn't know they'll give up a single frag, but a headshot for Config. Backed up by body though, it's going to be Shoxy retreating. 5 players survive, and we have a pause coming in. A chance to recalibrate. Money's not amazing. So, a discussion on cash. MSL is one of those great in-game leaders. Is very good at changing the pace completely just when the team gets comfortable to what he's presenting. He's done a lot of execute so far, and especially on this map, he's known to be throwing in those fast A rushes. He goes straight down the mid-ramp, and just as he knows where the orb might be positioning towards B, or they're going to be having maybe 4 on that side of the map, he just rushes up middle. No real tactic about it. 1 smoking connector, try and get the refrags, and that might be what they're discussing right now. What's the approach? Can't really afford the AWP. We have $5,200 on Cajun. He could get it, sure, but I don't think that's the right call right now. He brings out the AK-47. I want to see something a bit faster, I think, from North. Especially when you know they've got the MP9, the UMP on the CT side. Trying to overwhelm them with the firepower. And here we go again. Any chicken fans in the house?
I had some chicken for lunch between maps.
I haven't had any food.
Well, that's your own fault. Don't blame me, Henry. You always try to.
Yeah, famously.
AZ being very passive this time. In fact, most of North is. So the opposite of fast, Henry.
Indeed.
Look at this crossfire set as well toward long. Kenny and Apex. Flash goes in. Apex fairly blinded by that, but chooses to fire early. Apex goes down. They actually solve it. That's not one I would have expected, but the MP9 was definitely not the right weapon. Trying to bait it in. He didn't really have a chance once Kenny missed the shot.
Okay, AZ.
Is perfect. Sees it, double taps it, nails it. Body's got the just back, but AZ, as we already saw, or excuse me, MSL, I guess. AZ, as we saw, was already in that same position, but he's able to wrap around to find the kill.
Wow.
Shox is left with not much to work with on just the UMP. See if he can do some economic damage, because it is going to be, as I believe I said, a 3-round reset this time around. Yeah, so it'll be 3 rounds back to 0.
Shoxy, like he said, just trying to find any kills he can possibly get. There's one. MSL drops in the hands of the UMP. He might upgrade to the AK as well. Just about reaches it through to the vent. 3 players survive now, so every kill Shoxy gets damages North going forward. Their money's currently at 0. They'll get 3,500 if the bomb goes off, so that's locked in. But if he takes any more players down with him, that could be great. Shoxy surely being found at this point through the door. It's Config to get the final kill. 3 players do survive for North, so no real damage done there. Shoxy got 1. Plenty of money available for G2 going forward now.
I think they wanted the knife, Henry.
They wanted the knife?
Yeah, actually, I don't know if they told you, but everyone in the crowd told me they hate you because you messed up Moses' knife.
How did I mess it up?
Actually, he messed it up. You're right.
Surely. How can I mess that up? But 7-3, G2, no double orb set up yet. That's normally been a crutch for G2, especially on these sort of maps, Shoxy and Kenny S. But that hasn't come out as of yet. We'll see whether they plan to deploy it anytime soon. Back towards B, the execution up to Config to find the first pick once again. It has been the nemesis for Shoxy, who's currently waiting beneath, and could find him once again. Spots ahead as Shox go down first.
Very nearly didn't. Goes back in. Good shot body in response. A little quieter this game. BK, though, good timing. Oh, flashes are not favorable, though. If you got through, that second one didn't land, he would have been in prime position. He still is! He's still got it, MBK! With 4 inside of his sight, picks up another for G2 and a reset for North.
Just mowing them down at this point. MBK, ups and downs in this tournament. This map has proven to be spectacular for him. 4 kills after Shoxy went down to the hands of Config as well. MBK at the top of the scoreboard, 12 kills, 4 deaths. Shox not far behind. And we'll have a look at the other side. North, it's going to be Mage's Boy on 7. No one really fragging that hard in the last few rounds. That's another harsh reset. After winning 1 map, they're going to have $1,400 in this round. You can see that reflected in the buy. B-Rush, MBK's waiting for them. Double kill once again.
Double kill, one with flames, and damage done to everyone else that made it through. Picking away is AZ, but Kenny still manages to get a shot off, and Body's quick to act upon the result of that. It's now Cajun with just 17 HP bomb, and not really much chance of planting it, although he's picked up an AK. It's Apex on the site waiting. Prime position.
They went for that fast approach, like we said. MSL, good at changing the pace, but this time running through the fire, a drop down. MBK can't believe his luck. He's dropped an incendiary. They take a lot of damage as Rugger. Dire times for this team in the grand final. Yet to win an event since Epicenter, which seemed like the beginning of an era for this team. They'd be consistently getting to grand final. So much talent available that since AZ joined, they seem to have almost dropped off slightly. He's had a difficult time with them.
That's a good point. He certainly hasn't brought what they were expecting when then Rubino parted ways with them.
Indeed.
Smoke goes in and gets extinguished, doesn't bounce back, so there's a massive gap they're going to push through as a result. Shox still manages to find a kill. And it's Body that they walk toward next, but he's not getting shots, and they're getting ground. He's on 4 HP before he puts the bomb down. Thankfully, he's got a teammate, in fact 2, MBK and Kenny. They're going to get in position, although Kenny is the one to get the kill from range on the pistol.
Not the most comfortable rounds ever, G2, but they've got double digits now, Matt, on the CT side of Cobble. Overall, they're feeling very secure right now. It's going to be 5 AKs once again from North. 3rd stage loss bonus, meaning they get $2,400 into their bank accounts. So 5 AKs limited on the execution potential. No Molotovs there, only a couple of flashbangs. Has to be a default. Go for that long A control, which worked out before. See if they can do it again.
Shox with the first stop and the first kill. Config walks in toward it. AZ, MSL, and Cajun over toward A as a result of it, and Apex already backing off. He's going to play front stables, which means he's got some control of the peak, but we know how flimsy that wall can be. Thankfully, for his sake, he moves. Kenny doesn't hit the shot. He'll go toward Romeo instead. Or Juliet. I suppose she was the one that was up on the balcony, wasn't she? Now he's in Romeo. Goes in, makes no mistake about it. He's a bit of a romantic, but he's certainly deathly as well as he takes down AZ on the second shot. Cajun will get him back, but that doesn't really amount to much because it's 1 kill, bomb down on the site, and a swarming pack of G2 players with Body as well on the flank that's going to lock them in.
Yeah, it's over. Mage's Boy in the 4 versus 1. They try to go towards long A, and okay, Mage's Boy has got a small chance in this one now. They know exactly where he is, and like you said, Body coming off the flank as well. Surely Mage's Boy can't win another clutch here.
Body's got the kill. 11 rounds on the CT side for G2. I think Cobble was always going to be a good map for them, as Yanko alluded to when Envy played G2 in the old rosters. Kenny was exceptional, but G2 had Shox carry them with 40-plus kills. And both these players now on one team, it's only mean one thing.
Yeah, we saw a lights-out performance from G2 in this tournament against SK on this map as well. So North not really rising to the occasion. This is their map pick. Already 1 map down. They lost on Cash, which is, of course, G2's pick. And now the final round coming in. Looking for 12 for his G2, and making quite a convincing case of it as well, considering the weaponry available for North. UMPs, Tech 9s, and a Galil. Shoxy once again aggressive towards the upper platform. He has been getting frags, but normally only 1. Fall back at this point. Double orb setup, which we were waiting for, comes in, and the commitment to a drop down. It's up to MBK to defend.
Just spraying off corners in the smoke, but AZ's going to wrap around the other way. Head toward A. He's got to turn back because MBK's found damage through the doorway instead of pushing out, which he should have potentially done because Kenny and Apex are just sitting in the site. With the bomb already down. The pinch play toward A never really makes it through connector. That's an easy vision, but Apex still saves him.
Yeah, clean sweep it seems. Just Mage's Boy now. Another fast approach. They're looking a bit desperate, I have to say, Matt. Money's been a problem. Every round they win is being shut down. They had the second round forced by victory, but since then, almost nothing. 12-3 in favor of G2 Esports here, and North looking like they're completely removed from this grand final. After a great first half in the first map, they've dropped off significantly.
Yeah, North having only won 6 rounds in the time and space that G2 has now won 23 over the last 2 halves that we've played. 2 different maps, but this time it's G2. 12-3 at half. It's North's turn to try and dig deep and find a response. So a dominant half from G2 and a stark contrast in stats to how Config has looked for most of the weekend. 6 and 13. Compare that to MBK on the other side, 6 and 16 with 120 ADR. It's over double that which Config has achieved. And here's an interesting one for you too, Henry. 50% of the first deaths that North have achieved have been from Config, so he's being a little bit over-aggressive as well in this map.
He likes to play that upper platform position, trying to crack open the side like he was in Cash as well. Hasn't really done it to the same effect, unfortunately. But let's get into the second half, shall we? 12-3 in favor of the French side, going quite quickly towards the long A area as well. Config spots him. It looks like an A split will be coming in eventually. Shoxy towards drop down, and CT seems to be aware as well. Shoxy should be going down here. There it is. MSL finds him, but MBK striking back.
Strike back, but it's not equal just yet. Now it's answered. His body gets hit, and MBK knew that MSL was in the corner. Could play Config, but the problem is it's over toward A where the bomb is. It's downed. And it's down in convincing fashion. It's bound by Config to get Kenny S as well. So good position for him. It looked like there was going to be a problem if they gave up too much at connector, but just enough from MSL to slow down MBK. And as you say, Config backpedaling all the way to the barrels works out.
Yeah, good job by Config there. Nice and calm. Waiting in the back of the A site, hits 3 stellar headshots, and not really much GT can do there. It's looking so good for them as well. That fast A split. Shoxy throwing a spanner in the works towards connector as well. They're finding all the kills required. But Config, he finds some form finally here. We're going to round number 2. No force buy from the terrorist side. They're doing that tactic once again, Matt. It's going to be the Galils on the 3rd round. And you can see there's going to be 3 SMGs from North. A couple of rifles as well, so they are prepared for this somewhat. But we saw this yesterday from G2. It was a very impressive strategy. Obviously, you remember the Molotov being thrown down, throwing yourself into it, just trying to deny any sort of kill reward from these SMGs. So if they see a Molotov again, don't be surprised if we'll just jump in, cuddle up, and let the flames take over.
Yeah, that was actually very cool to watch. Next level meta. Like we say, we're gonna have everyone firing through the wall like Body. Config bomb as well. Like Body does on Cash to break the map, and then everyone diving into Molotovs now, Henry.
Yeah.
The game has been broken. Well, North got the start so far that they've needed on this half. We'll see if they continue to convert these rounds. Config goes down again, can't land the spray. Does significant damage onto Body, but they've recovered the bomb, and they've got a gun to pick up. AZ's got to be careful, he's running out of ammo. Thankfully, MSL's in position to help him out. Goes to the pistol. MSL comes around the corner to help him with that one as well.
Well, here it comes, though. Presumably, the Galils come out in round 3. It's almost standard these days to force buy in the second after not getting the bomb down in the pistol, and it will indeed come in. So MBK, he actually gets an AK and head armor. Same story for Body as well. I actually really like this approach. Considering the SMG world we live in now in CSGO, this actually makes a lot of sense, right? They're buying up all the SMGs, and people are relying on UMPs right now. If you can bring rifles out in the third and surprise them, that's actually a really cool idea, and it's happening once again. They've got a few smokes to work with as well. So, AK-47's Galils and Shoxy just down to the CZ. They will not fire a single bullet until they absolutely have to. They don't want to give away this is a possibility. Waiting for any CTs to go aggressive here. You can see holding very tight angles, seeing if they go eco hunting, perhaps MBK especially. You can see that very cheeky angle looking towards long A.
Apex starts the way through. Config can hear it. Pre-fires, gotta run though. I'm out. Molotov sends G2 back the other direction, so all things well for Config. AZ's still waiting top mid as well, so even if they wanted to try and pinch him off now by wrapping around, they couldn't do so, but I say that, they certainly can now. Good shot by Body.
Yeah, that was sick. Okay, 4-4 now. It's up to the SMGs to retake it. MSL feeling brave, pushing through the smoke as well. Has to do a lot of work here. Good HE grenade to push them back. They won't take too much damage, but he upgrades to the M4 now. Oh, Shoxy, this is beautiful.
Yep, such good positioning. Easy picking, swings in. Config, no idea that he's up close. Suddenly, it's down to just 2 remaining. And both of those two, Magisk and Cajun, have to rotate over through the smoke. Already spotted him and holds true on the trigger. Kenny will go down, but he's tagged up significantly, Cajun, and that might be enough for them to back off. Yep, they're going to save. So it's going to go 13 rounds G2, just 3 to go to close out map number 2.
Oh yeah, they need to save these weapons. They have about 2K per player right now. Saving the FAMAS and the UMP means they get 1,400 on top, and they probably can just about squeeze out a buy. They're AZ with nothing, so he'll be down to probably just a pistol, maybe drop the weapon. It's going to be 13-5, though, on North's pick. And I have to say, so far, in terms of superstar grand final performances, on the North side, we've only really seen Config step up in that first half. We know he's been a star player so far, playing some of the best CS of his career this tournament, but that's not going to be enough to win a grand final against a team like G2. You can't just have one player shining above and beyond the rest of them. We need AZ to step up. We need Major Sport. You've been a big fan of his for a while now, and we just haven't really seen him in the last few tournaments. Why do we think he's dropped off so significantly?
Yeah, it's definitely curious. It's obviously, when you've got a player like Config on your team that's so aggressive, it sometimes is difficult to find a rhythm around him.
Yeah.
And we know, especially on this map, they've actually swapped positions. The phenomenal performance on the CT side that Magisk put up, he played long A. It's now Config over there, and I think that's due to stylistic sort of positioning.
When they had that great performance against
VP.
Pro. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so they have made some role changes, or at least, maybe not role, but positional changes. I'm just wondering if Magisk is feeling a little bit, I guess, squandered in the way that he's able to play.
Well, there's MSL. And Matthew, where do you play your Counter-Strike?
Typically, I play it on ESCA, actually.
Oh, yeah?
I do, actually, yeah. I don't play much due to travel, but I always had the best experiences there with Pugs jumping in. I usually had teammates that were not trolls like you are, so it was pretty good. Well, they didn't rage at me all the time like Chad does, so
it's a safe
where I
place.
play. Yeah, exactly.
Friendly people, great Counter-Strike. Check it out, ESCA.net. Anyway, back into round number 19. 13-5, a desperate situation now for North up against, I was about to say, Shoxy that max 10. He comes out on top of the refrag, almost certainly coming here, but AZ's fighting back. He gets the man advantage with that FAMAS. He has to pull back at this stage. The only player on the A side of the map. 2 players at the bottom and middle. His teammates not rotating over just yet. He's by himself. This frag is key. He managed to get the dink on an MBK as well.
Yeah, straight dink. Down to 23. Molotov, does it make it? Yes. He's going to try and actually beat them to it. Going to the barrel, staying aggressive because they know he's there. And he likewise knows that in turn, so he wants to try and fight. Nade puts him on 15. Better still, Body burns him. Next, we take Cajun with a fast and convincing play to swing around the APC. Once again, it's just 1 versus 2. Can't be aggressive anymore. He could certainly try and clutch things back late round. Bomb's not crossed. It's still down toward mid. Body's holding it, and they could go any direction they want with 50 seconds to work with. They have to make some decision relatively soon, but they've got time to do so with it positioned toward mid.
Yeah, this is looking very promising now for G2. Biding their time, still with 40 seconds remaining as well. Good smoke. Major's boy's gonna have to dig deep here to really get anything going. No kip, that bomb gets planted. That could be a problem. Good start, good damage inflicted, but Cinder could actually stop the bomb going down as well. Oh, not quite. So Major's boy knows he's got a chance now.
There's a gap behind it. Body stays at the cannons. He would have known exactly where Body was.
Kind of yours?
Yeah, it's actually Donald Duck, I think is his name.
This guy will
about as equally as intelligent these days, but it would have been him finding exactly where Body was. So Apex came in to defend his teammate aggressively, and it works out. And it's now just 2 rounds to go for G2, and the money is very grim. Config on a scout, the rest on pistols.
Yeah, this is not looking great. Config is a great scout player. The pistols around him, I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Config towards middle, of course, needs to try and find his opening pick. There's a chance to step up. This would be it, but has to fall back now. Drops a smoke in response. Shoxy boosted up, just waiting for a CT to potentially walk into their crosses. They've got so much time. They know the money's low. They want to kind of get a handle on the situation and work out what kind of buy is coming forward. Could be UMPs, could be pistols. I'm not 100% sure.
Forward with guns toward B they go. Body seems to be the one to lead the charge. Bounce Molotov down the stairwell and head in. Jessica's gonna have to run. Doesn't go Hobbit hole, he actually gets closer. So no gimmicks in the round, no positional play to try and surprise. Into the corner, might get one jumping down, but they spot him right away. Body gets the kill. Apex throws a nade toward E-Box that does massive damage. In fact, takes down MSL. Huge nade. And it's just Config on his scout, already sprayed through the door. They know where he's coming from. It's a likely situation. They've already cleared out B, so he's got to be there somewhere. 15-5, convincing thus far, 1 to go.
North looking pretty dejected right now, and rightly so. 15-5, no money going into potentially the final round here as well. G2 is operating as a very solid unit. They lost the pistol here in the second half, but that third round forced buy is proving to be quite an interesting approach. He's worked against SK, now against North in the grand final as well. Bringing those AKs out actually breaks the meta in terms of, like we said, the SMGs being so powerful in this game. You bring out the rifles and they're not expecting it as well. I actually really like that. And I think that's an approach we're going to see from a lot of teams, and especially the major coming up soon as well.
This major is going to be very exciting, the way things are going.
This team arriving especially.
Yeah, we're about to get our 5th. Either way, even if North pulls this series back, but we're about to get our 5th winner of a large-scale premier-level tournament this year, which last year we had 10 in total, for those who kept track, which was impressive. Yeah, that's very impressive. Probably the most amount of different winners in any year of Counter-Strike ever, and we're on pace to do similar this year. I think it's maybe not going to make 10 based on who's performing right now.
Sure.
But there's almost a chance things change quite quickly in the scene. Expect we'll get at least 6 or 7. Smoke bounce down off toward the window. Body closer still. Spots the player on top of the stairs, and they'll make no mistake finding his head. Cajun removed from the round, and a solo shotgun. Small to get 1. Tries to go back in to get further damage on the tag. It's NBK that's down to 12, but he's still in the round, and that's the important aspect against 2 pistols. Numbers matter, so too do weapons. There's none for North to work with except the Deagle. Lazy with 1. But I think it's about done because Config's running out of ammo. It's through the door. Kenny confirms it. They go up 2-0 with 1 map to go in the series.
Very convincing stuff there. This is North's map pick as well. 16-5, a dominating affair there for G2. To be fair, if you talk about 1-star players heading up for North, it's fair to say G2, they're looking great across the board. Everyone's having their moments. They're finding frags. Individually, there's like a very even scoreboard distribution, so that's looking great for them. And move on to overpass, Matt. I think that's a problem. I think the 3-0 could be happening here.
Yeah, how much trouble north of the wall really exists. We'll send it over to the King of the North, Moses, standing by with the desk.
Oh my word, that is a dominant win from G2. North didn't even have a chance in that match. It was just, from start to finish, G2 just runs away with it.
Their game plan early on, you know, playing in front of those B execute smokes was amazing. You know, every time the execute came in, Config was ahead of the pack, dying before utility even got down to cover him to give him a chance to entry. And then the rest of the players were just being stunted. You know, Body, MBK, both in front of the smoke, willing to fight every time, make it very difficult for them to get the bomb down. Can't get the bomb down, your economy struggles, you have a really hard time. Early on, it looked like it was going to be a brawl, right? They had won that force buy back, it was good to see. But then they just got force bought back themselves, just playing disjointed, not together, one at a time, peeking areas. When they were doing executes, they looked more dangerous, but it just wasn't enough.
They should have taken a page out of Liquid's book, how to play those anti-force buy rounds on the T side. And in this particular game, those B executes did not work out for them. And even when they wanted to go towards A, they couldn't even take control of A holes. Apex and Kenny were there playing close up. And more often than not, they would have a very strong hold. And North would have to play with a man or two down.
I mean, this is much like the on Cash we saw in that second half. They could never string 2 rounds together. Same issue in the first half of this Kabul is they win 3 rounds as terrorist, and they just could never string them together, just constantly being reset. And you usually say on the T side, the economy is a little bit easier to manage, and still couldn't do it.
It was hard to do, right, because they weren't getting plants, like I said, so you're not getting that cheeky bonus here, there, and everywhere. And Magic's boy, he won a round on his own, and then on top of that, when I say on his own, he had an ace. He had 5 frags in that round. And then going forward from there, he only made another 3 in the entire game. His impact has been muted completely. You can't even see him.
You add on to Magisk AZ as well, who had another rough game. Cajun B down to 54 ADR. MSL with 45. I mean, they only had one player above 70 damage per round on this team, and that was Config.
AZ's birthday, by the way.
Happy birthday. The best present you could do.
I really do hope that he went out last night and got completely destroyed, and that's why he's playing like shit, because it's just been too much right now. Every playoff series that matters, pretty much, he's nowhere to be seen. And you can't really even say, oh, he's just a role player for the team or this or that. I mean, he has to do better than this. And AZ is not a player, he was never a Zipex in a sense that he was always a support player and you never expected much of him. He was a star player. Where did that go? What happened to him?
Yeah, normally we do isolate players if they're not, performing, but I think the calling was quite poor from North on this one. They didn't really come up with a lot of innovation in the way that they approached it. When they're doing their set strategies, you could see that Shox has done his research. That Olaf smoke, as it's being coined, goes down, and then Shox just jumping on platform, playing in front of it, because he knows nobody's actually watching for that, right? He's exploiting those things. He has all the information in the world, and nobody on G2 was being punished ever. They could get away with whatever they wanted, and that was reflected on the scoreboard because everybody was relatively even in the fragging power, and great to see. I have a talking point, Jason, if you don't mind.
Talk away, Chad.
Okay. Henry was talking about it just then, that third round buy where we're seeing Galils and maybe AK head armors coming in to exploit, the CTs or the Ts. Doesn't really matter on what side, where they're just keeping those SMGs. Looking pretty powerful at the moment, but for me, it'd be something very easy to shut down. Just means that, you do something more aggressive as a unit. You don't play so strung out with those SMGs. You play more aggressive, you make a move, you find out what weaponry they have, and then you can adjust your playstyle from there. Something interesting that G2 are throwing in, but I think, there is an easy fix for it.
I think the big problem is obviously the CTs can't know if the Ts are going to go for that actual buy, because if they don't, plant the bomb, and sometimes they just go for double eco, you don't really expect those Galils to come out in the third round necessarily, so you're just treating it as another anti-eco round.
Yeah.
But then you have just Galils, taking long-range fights, and that's where even a Galil has an advantage over the UMP.
Let's keep this conversation on G2, as now they're up 2-0. I mean, these guys have been the winners of both of these first maps, obviously. Like you said, this time it's not just Kenny S carrying. It's a full team effort going. I think the top to bottom on that map was only 2 or 3 frags, maybe. I mean, how do you stop this G2 team that has all this individual skill, and they now have the teamwork behind it? I mean, is this looking like a scary G2 that's going to win this 3-0?
And they have all the momentum, right? Being up 2-0 and then defeating, basically ruining North on their own map pick, right? It's going to be very, very difficult. This is where G2 is at their most dangerous. They have the momentum. That means the communication is great. Everyone's on point. You can see that Kenny continues to have a great game for the team. So for North, it basically has to be getting off to a strong start, kind of forcing G2 to cool down a little bit.
I think one of the things that I thought from Cage was that we didn't see G2 looking super prepared, right? It was a close match, so no team was really a favorite in my book. There was just little margins that made it go in the favor of G2 as opposed to North. But on this map, it's very clear-cut. Everything looked like G2 was prepared for what North had to throw at them, especially with their T-side strategies. It seemed like G2 had an answer for every execute, every move, every decision.
Because actually Cobble was one of the 3 maps that North did play in the tournament. Now we go to Overpass, which is a map they did not have to play in this tournament just yet. So that might be another example of G2 focusing more on their own game rather than trying to counter North.
The mind games come in now because, like I was saying earlier, the overextensions by individuals, Magic's boy and Config, especially on Overpass when they push up aggressively into places like Connector, Fountain, even going all the way up to Playground sometimes, that can be exploited, and we've already seen G2 do that to a team like SK. They were punishing Fur time and time again.
Are we going to see more of that overextension? Because you've got to feel North players have to feel like they have to make a play happen. They have to make some kind of magic occur. Like someone is going to be going chasing for some kind of a miracle.
They can't allow these openings to happen for G2. Basically, what you saw here on Cobble was when those B executes would come in, Config is a bit, further up than his team. And he would actually get an entry kill. I think 2 or 3 rounds, he would get that first kill on B platform. But then he wanted to capitalize on that kill too fast. And the smokes were still flying in. The rest of the team wasn't in position to follow up. And then he dies. They don't have that first guy coming in while the flashes are popping, then they get counter-flashed, the incendiaries come in from the CTs, and they get mowed down like that round we saw from MBK.
Yes, either way, we're going to have to go to a quick break. It is G2 with a 2-0 lead in this grand finals of ESL Pro League Season 5. Stay tuned. When we come back, we'll see if North can make a historic comeback.
I think this is his name.
Hey Future Pros, back to Overpass with a sensational smoke. This is an advanced smoke, so make sure you are taking lots of notes. If thrown correctly, the smoke will help prevent a T-monster rush. To throw the smoke, line up with the corner of this drain. Aim at the tip of this pole. Walk forward and release the smoke when you get to this point. And that's it. That should keep those B rushes at bay.
Athletes aren't just born. They're molded from the core. A core of strength. A core of laser focus. A core that can handle anything. A core that sweats the small stuff. A core that's the difference maker, game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete. But the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
most overpowered spot to play on every map.
That's a tough one.
B-plat is overpowered at Cobble.
B-plat, what we call number 2 on the B-plat on Cobblestone. You can hide on those stairs and just, if people don't have a molly, you're guaranteed to get at least 1 or 2 kills.
On B, Cobblestone, when you have a AWP, I do this.
On Inferno, the city side have open banana. It's hard to, sometimes you can flash and the other team counter flash and they're always there. So
OP spot, Coop. You can just like get one shot and then you can just pretty much hide.
Chicken house, yeah, on Cobble, on B.
A CT on train, you have those crates on the top of the train where you can just move around, get information and do picks. So for Alper, it's a great position. So I love to be there because I can use the movement. So I love to be there.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 5 Grand Finals. Here with Sponge and Yanko, still we're at the Xfinity Analyst Desk. 2-0 for G2. Is this going to be a clean sweep?
Looking like it.
Looking like it, Yanko?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Good talk,
Decisive,
everybody.
as
Good talk, everybody.
usual.
Yeah, he is.
Is that the end?
I'm just disappointed. I'm just disappointed in you, Jason, that you did not greet the people with welcome future pro players.
Hey, future pros.
Hey, future pros. They seem to love those when those smokes land every time. It goes wild in here. Yeah, this, just as we say, just like that. Going into Overpass now. G2 has looked so good on this map. Is North? What is North going to be able to bring to the table? We haven't seen too much of them on it.
This is a very difficult map to play when you're 2-0 down, right? Because it's a map where you need to be aggressive. In order to be aggressive, you need to have confidence. And that's something that's definitely shaken at the moment for North, losing their own map pick by such a huge margin. We saw yesterday how dominant G2 can be on that CT side. We showed the gambles that they go for, sending 4 players towards one bomb, and then they just have Kenny S anchoring the other one. And you would think, okay, let's just go like where the one player is, simple enough. But the way Kenny S has been playing, that might not be the easy task.
The biggest weakness with what Yanko's saying right there is if they do send 4 towards B or 4 towards A, there is a blaring gap in the way that they approach those rounds, and that's Connector. If North want to take Connector for free, which they might be able to do, slow down the round, wait at utility, force the rotations to come out from G2, and then take normal duels, the classic 2-3 setups.
If you're wondering what that roar from the crowd is, G2 just walked back onto the stage into their computer. So no doubt, if we had any idea from the pre-show, that they're supporting the French side of things. Yeah, but this is, you say it takes confidence, it's going to take aggression on this map, and down 0-2, that's going to be tough. But this is what we just talked about could be a weakness of North, is the fact that they might be overly aggressive. So, and we know they're crazy and confident enough based off the interviews, based off the statements from Config, the white flag in the tweet. We know they're confident enough to do something crazy.
Their CT side for sure, right? They can be aggressive. We've seen that out of them time and time again. If they can get away with it and they can exploit it against G2, who look well prepared, props to them. The biggest issue I see is on their T side, the spearhead, the person who can go up against Kenny S, or the person who will most likely be going up against Kenny S, is meant to be Cajun. And I think Cajun is a good AWPer at holding lines and moving around properly and having presence. I don't think he's good enough to go on the T side and find Kenny S and out-AWP him. I agree. He's not an aggressive style of an AWPer. You don't really want to make him the focal point of a round and say, okay, Cajun, where Kenny is, go kill him so we can, win the round. It has to be more of a team effort. Actually, North, as well as other Danish teams, they're very proficient at hitting that B bomb side, having set executes, even with weak buys. And that's something that they're definitely going to be they have to be able to do that, to execute that properly, because we saw how much pressure G2 has been putting on their economy throughout these series. I don't think you can risk a B rush either with G2 doing that 4 stack, right? If you run into that, you're going to get absolutely mowed down. Utility will be coming your way by the bucket load, and you're just going to get smashed. I think the way you have to deal with it is take sewer control, take connector control, force them to rotate to a normal hold. Once you have that, you can do whatever execute you need to. But with the way that they're playing early rounds, rushes are not going to be an option for North.
Yeah, I mean, especially because we see G2, just the aggression on their own CT side that we've seen in the past can also shut that down. So, I mean, is this map is going to be all about, we see it frequently, bathroom control, stairs control. Does this team have the tactics? I mean, we've talked about G2 looking prepared for this, but do they have, the preparedness on the T side of Overpass?
From what I've seen, their preparedness is just defaulting and then taking areas where they could be traded as a pack. So they're always going to trade favorably in those situations. And then from there, they're just able to go onto bomb sites with a number advantage and continue to trade out, right? That's what it looked like versus SK anyway. They have more structure in place. They look like they know what they're doing. The thing is, they haven't been under the pressure, the economy, right? The economy has still been in their favor. They've been winning 3 out of 4 pistols. Even when they did lose that pistol, didn't they force buy them back? Oh no, they had the 3rd round win, right? Yeah. So they're happy when they do lose that they're going to go with that same strategy. And we did see that against SK once more. So North need to put them under pressure with their economy, make sure Kenny can't get that, or keep resetting them exactly what's been happening to them.
I mean, North will have a chance to do so, basically, in this game. Another thing they need to watch out for is Shocks. Sometimes goes by himself towards that water/short area of the map. Even like the first gun round, he just hangs on to the Mag-10 and goes hyper-aggressive, tries to find the opening for the team. And against SK, he was really punishing coldzera throughout that half. I mean, getting him on the jump peak, basically, with the AK as well. So it's very, very difficult for North in those situations to even, like, just get any information.
I don't know if a reverse sweep's ever been done before in a best-of-5 in Counter-Strike.
First time for everything, Chad.
Well, it's a tall task, right? With the way G2 are looking, they're on fire right now. So if North want to claw back, this is a good starting point.
Well, we just saw North all get off the computers, join in on their huddle. I mean, Chad, what is your pregame speech usually? I'm a gorilla and I'm jumping in the bus. I want all you to join me.
Yeah, but right now,
does it change it anyway?
It would right now, because at this point they have nothing else to lose. Obviously, besides the tournament, but they're already against the ropes.
That's just that thing.
The bus is out of gas at this point.
Yeah, you pulled over. Everyone's pushing now. Everyone needs to get out and push. I'll still be driving. Don't you worry about that. But everyone else needs to push. And at this point, I think Config's probably the driver, and everyone else needs to give some heavy lifting.
Yeah, they need to do something for sure. Maybe even like if they lose this, should they be the ones paraded across the stage with the white flags?
Maybe they can get cream pies to their face. Just like you, Jason.
Just like me, just like Henry. Everyone likes a cream pie. We've had enough. I think the pie era is over.
Hopefully so.
Hopefully the pie era is over.
I think we can find new ways to be funny.
We're running out of jokes, as you can see by the desk.
Quote unquote funny.
We do have your knock-knock jokes to fall back on.
Oh yeah, but I'm saving those for, you know, when we really get desperate. That's pure gold.
Yeah, either way, the match is ready. The players are now ready. It's going to be G2 taking on North. 3rd map of these grand finals. Back to Sadakis and Henry G.
And back to the server immediately. We start out on Overpass. I shouldn't say we start out, but we continue on Overpass. And it is a reverse sweep needed from North. I don't think I see it going that far, but if they can get a map, like I say, they need a good showing in these finals.
Absolutely right. It's going to be the CT start for North. Exactly what they need here. Major's Boy in the connector trying to find the first shot. He's going to be presented with a couple of kills available. He does a bit of damage and will be falling back. MSL to strike next, and they can't really get the headshots as of yet. It's Kenny has to find the first one. Major's Boy now could get 2, but shut down by Kenny as well. 4 on 3, and that will be the full commitment now towards the A side. But Cajun B is trying to hold them off.
Body all the way out.
Back to B, I think.
Yeah, back around actually to the top of the stairs, but at the same time, everyone's coming back over to join him. They're going to walk straight toward Cajun. With manpower, they're able to win that duel, so they've opened up an access point toward the A site from long. AZ and Config, with AZ the one being an A that they have to find at this point. AZ, I don't know if I agree with this, if he can get the shot and get away, but he's going to be re-peaked by MBK immediately, even if he nailed it, and he can't do it because Shocks beats him to the duel. And it's all down to Config, who was hot to start this off. He's certainly been hot on a mic this weekend.
Yeah.
And now has to step up again to try and win this back into the corner to deny the plant. Again, not much wiggle room to jump back. The movement mechanic, he's got to land the crouch jump onto the truck. He's got 1 shot. He's got 2! Oh, Config! He actually only got 2. MBK helped him. He took down Shocks, but you might as well count it.
Every time he seems to find something to work with here. They kill each other. It's a bit of a blunder. They're looking like a very comfortable round, but Config, I guess we'll call that 3 kills. Made things very uncomfortable for them. They don't seem super hyped as of yet after winning that sort of round. Normally be out of your chairs and high-fiving each other. That was quite a casual victory. But North do win the pistol here. Forced by from G2 this time. Not winning for the 3rd round to bring out the AK, so they'll be disappointed with that, but still be gunning to do damage in round number 2 here.
Kenny will start to push in Tech-9. North have to convert everything, so the Tech-9s they need to be weary of. MSL's close to Monster, smoke still down. Flash goes in, he peeks too soon. Times it wrong and it costs him. Big blunder, but Config steps up again. Sprays in, he's got 4, he'll wrap around. AZ beats him to it, doesn't matter, his contribution is felt, and they find the 2nd round.
Well, Config stepping up in 2 rounds back-to-back there. 5 kills in total for him. I guess we can call it 6 if we said that team call coming from MBK to help him out. It will be the full B execution there from G2. Getting shut down though, using the pillar to dodge the flashbangs and lining them up. Great work there from Config. Has to be the full eco at this point. G2, like I said, force buying in the previous round. We do have Famouses, M4s and UMPs and just Glocks. Nothing invested at all into round number 3 here from G2. Get to post around. To say still, it's Config who's finding the majority of the work being done here. But for now, MSL chimes in as well, gets his first couple of frags into the game. This boy with the 4th there as well. Is this Shoxy remaining now? He does not have the bomb, he does not. Config takes him down. Now we get into the gun rounds. No AWP available for G2. Obviously, Kenny S would love to pick that up in the first gun round. Not going to be a possibility here. So a bit of a bonus round situation for North. Famous, UMPs, what's the play here? Do they go aggressive towards short? That's normally the go-to here. Try and push off and get the first kill, then fall back. Maybe a boost coming in. We'll see what they decide to do. No AWP on either side for now. Round number 4. I'll have a look out for the aggression. Cajun B towards long. MSL on Major's boy. Trying to potentially find this first pick.
MSL pushing forward to the fountain. Aggressive, should greet body with Cajun able to support him. Again, they lose the first pick. This time they lose more than that body. He's able there to catch back on the AK. Majisk overwhelmed, wrapped around as well as body finds the 3rd kill. Again, very positional controlled from him.
You're making so much noise there, man. Like the incendiary was good, right? But MSL was like an elephant running up towards playground. And then one flashbang came over, which was poor. And Body couldn't believe his luck, I don't think. The fact that they just presented themselves like that, gave him 2 AK headshots. And yeah, fair play to Body. That was nice shots overall. He only got 3, but North, I found out an interesting approach. I guess they're trying to get as close as they could with the SMGs, but it's too noisy getting there. Oh, Config, not again. He finds one, looking at a second, gets it. Now we've got a chance in this round. Config saving the day once more.
Absolutely on fire. AZ's going to help out. Shocks down. And BK, -1 so far with the team kill. Gets himself back to 0s. He's got himself into a one-on-one as well with access to the A site. He's so far from this as he starts to work his way back in. Kit to work with, smoke as well. It's going to be planted safe side from MBK. He's expecting that AZ is going to be wrapping around, and that means not only does he get the plant safely, if he holds it down, he's not yet, he's still not comfortable. So I take back what I said. I thought for sure he would be trying to put that plant in and then swing out to peek toward the bathroom. The fact that he's not done that is actually concerning. So he'll still take a safe plant, but he's going to have no idea where AZ arrives from.
It works both ways, though. AZ has no idea where he is. Now he's starting to hit a bomb. He's trying to go as slow as he possibly can towards long is where we go, though. AZ has got the kit. MBK, though, in a very strong position. We'll see if AZ can do anything about this. So the smoke, that applies pressure to MBK. Yeah, he can just drop the smoke and even just touch the bomb. It's going to force MBK to come out.
He's going to get spotted. He's not going to get that far. As soon as he throws the smoke as well, it goes straight across in front. MBK knows he's there. Easy kill. Sails around, pulls it back. G2 find their first one, and like you say, they were a herd. Or a pack of elephants, whatever it is, a herd of elephants. How does that work?
I think a herd, that sounds correct.
I think a herd sounds correct. There is a purple elephant on the map out toward the party as well.
Well, there you go. It all comes full circle in the end. There's Body. There's a lot of noise made towards that playground position. He manages to get the first 2 kills, but Config, ever a thorn in their side, it seems. He managed to get those 2 kills. AZ got the 3rd in the 5-on-2 situation. Comes down to the 1v1, and AZ gets duked out by MBK. It's going to be Cajun B now, aggressive towards middle. You can see G2, even after winning the previous round, they're down to 2 players on Tech 9s. They're opting for more utility and armor instead of getting the firepower up with the UMPs. So I'd say North probably have the advantages this round. You can see they've got the AWP for rifles, defuse kits as well. So a really difficult round for the French side here. What's the play? So far, so good. It's holding up in the default. Bombs down to T-spawn. They will be rotating towards B. This makes sense when you have little to no money or even utility or firepower. You want to be dropping the basic smokes in B, pushing those Tech 9s through and see if you can get that first pick.
Okay. Fans have certainly made their favorite known between these 2 teams. Config swinging back out again, gets the assist. It's the better position from AZ this time, but Body's quick to respond before he can pull out a pistol. Only the 20 bullets in the M4A1S. Depleted that quite quickly in the exchange, but came out better for it. As Body and Kenny S get toward the site, watch for the flank coming in. MSL smoke down in front of him, but he could strike very quickly. That's due to dissipate any time, and Kenny gone. 6 seconds, I believe, before that will be completely open. And Body's going to have trouble getting back into position as it does start to fade away. Re-smokes toward jungle instead rather than onto the sandbags because he knows there's at least 2 players that direction. The 3rd one, he's going to have a harder time finding, and he's in a very open position. He's got to be aggressive. He's got to control the situation and the pace of it. He started well. He can't control the spray to get Magisk.
Started very well there, finds a kill towards short to take down MSL, but gonna get beaten to the punch, and AZ with 3 kills in total that round held off the B push. Coming in from G2, like we said, that's very standard when you got the limited firepower. Flashbangs were good. North focusing towards the monster tunnel, spraying a 3 down AZ. Coming to life now in this grand final. That's a big round for North to pick up. Pretty harsh reset towards the French side here. Their money was weak before. Only getting $1,400 into this round, I guess with the extra 800 the bomb as well. That's a little sign for you, Matt. I've never seen that before.
Maybe you should look around more.
Should look up.
Be more observant to the world.
Yeah.
It is, I think I've said this before on stream, but it is the hardest thing for a level designer or game creator to do is make people look up and interact with what is above them.
Well, we have got a force buy from G2 here. Galil, 2 UMPs and a couple of CZs. They have got some utility to work with as well. No one looking particularly comfortable at the moment in terms of the financial game, and Config goes down to the hands of the CZ. That's towards short. Great work from Shoxy.
AZ takes range to the advantage, though, to get it back. Miscomm there. Double smoke on Bags. Clearly someone said smoke Bags as in they were doing it. The other guy thought he meant, I'll do it. MSL and AZ. Means they've got one less smoke to work with, and a Molotov down at Barrel's wide open entry point. MSL has to back off of it blind as well. Thankfully for his sake, Apex chooses not to push through because the CZ could have easily found the kill. But they have found the bomb plant. Cajun, good shot to start things off on the AWP. Low HP for both. This should be North still picking up the retake, and they do it by keeping all 3 players up. So what they needed to do, they achieve, and they'll go 5-1.
As the analyst pointed out, Cajun B probably can't go toe-to-toe with Kenny in terms of straight-up duels, but so far, he hasn't had to do that. The money's been so limited for G2, they haven't actually been able to bring out the AWP whatsoever. Same story going forward as well. Round number 7, another plant coming in, second stage loss bonus. They're getting in the sights and only getting equal trades and having limited HP. Cajun B just comes in. You can normally call him his cleaner, is he not? Mopping up.
He is.
Finding the kills where required, and it's going to be round number 7, like I said. PT50s, Deagles now for G2. And we need to get that Kenny S all out, I think. He's going to be on $2,700 right now. To get 24 on top of that, so we'll see whether he can actually start to get rolling here. For now, though, North can probably breathe easy and not really have much to do because just the pistols up against him, no smokes, no armor. Hold back, crossfires on the bomb side will be absolutely fine.
Magisk is able to catch body. Play from MBK to get it back on the Deagle, though. Great shot. Means they've also got to push out MSL. Cajun's watching toward long. He's going to support, but gets taken down. Apex. Incredible stuff from the Deagle so far. MSL's left in his own. Hold off the angle, manages to do it, and they've backed off over toward B where Configs greeted them, so it does come to just NBK in the end. He's already got 1 miraculous Deagle shot, but I doubt 3 more is going to be something he can achieve. What he could do is if he beats MSL to it, kill him, grab a gun, get a bomb plant. Then he's got a chance in the round, but no armor, so even then it's a tough duel for him late. And punch comes in. Pretty straightforward for MSL.
Yeah, a couple of kills picked out for G2, but nothing really to report. North now looking much better here on Overpass, and I have to say, pretty much down to Config and that amazing pistol performance as well, and managing to limit G2 after they picked up their first round. He's done a tremendous job so far. He's, of course, top of the scoreboard for now, 9-3. And we'll see whether G2 can get back into this. Finally, the Kenny S orb makes an appearance, Matt. That's been lacking. It's an orb, but with no armor as well. We call that the glass cannon. They'll be heading towards middle. And I don't think Cajun B, he's not the kind of player that'll be aggressively challenging him. He is towards middle for now, looking over the smoke. Going towards party.
Look at Magisk. Cajun, you said, was challenging. He's actually holding off. Magisk is in behind the fountain, trying to let the spout cover him if anyone walks around from the stairwell. They're both kind of watching the same position, though, is the problem. Because Magisk can't afford to swing out. Cajun wins the first duel. Now he pops up. They have no idea he's there. It actually works this time. The aggression paying off. Response from Kenny. Bomb grabbed. But it's favorable for North. They're able to sit themselves back defensively and be a little bit happier with the situation. And MSL as well in stairwell. No one toward A. Means that if Kenny wraps back around, Shock's already in water. He's primed to actually catch them off working in toward the sandbags.
Kenny S and Shoxy. 1 minute remaining in terms of utility. They're pretty much fully equipped. They've got smoke grenades, molotovs, and flashbangs. Kenny S hoping for a mistake to be made. We have got MSL patrolling a connector as well, locking them in this position that only exit route would be to T-spawn at this stage. They have got time to flirt with that idea. Shoxy switches positions with Kenny S towards Monster. He goes, and Kenny S focusing on short. MSL ready and waiting by the squeaky door as well. He pretty much shuts down this situation as soon as they strike.
Shocks and Kenny won the 2v2 against North, but it was perfect timing. MSL walks out. It was against, at that point, AZ and Cajun B. They're both already gone in this round, but Shocks won't be able to prevail against 3 players. It's too many for them this time around. In this half, is he looking equally as one-sided as our previous start to the map, but this time finally North have their upper hand in it. They're going to continue on with purchases and weapons. They've got an AWP still in the hands of Cajun. Full utility, full kits. They're loaded at this point.
Yeah.
On the other side of it, not great. They've got 3K, but they're the 4th round loss bonus. They could go a little more aggressive, leave themselves around 1,500 because they're going to get 34. If they get a bomb down as well, they're set, but they're certainly sitting back and taking the time out to discuss that now.
Well, they will take the time out indeed, work out what the best approach is. We've seen him try towards the B side with the Tech 9s. Getting the bomb down, sure, but not actually winning the rounds here. Still early days. It might look like a massive scoreline for North. 7-1. It's a much better situation they've been in the previous map, but still have the chance to lose this map. So need to keep themselves focused, continue the game plan, and it's not going to be the force buy from G2. They get Deagles, PD50s, and a couple of HE grenades. So not that much investment.
They've kept them honest as well. In the 4 rounds they've won, it's not like they've actually built a massive surplus. Kept a number of players alive, and most of them have only lost 2 or 3, but the investments have been quite substantial. So the force buy would have been interesting to see if they could whittle away at the economy further, but then of course if they lose that, they put themselves in a much worse position, so they sit back. Jisk, he's not going to sit back, he steps up. So he kills for him as Apex goes toward long. Deagle can't land on MSL, and it's just Kenny that remains fast round, which means fast into the action with the guns up in the next one. No bomb plant, but again, they didn't force too heavily, so it won't affect anything.
It's looking very good for North. Managing to get A1, obviously up against the limited buy there, but they're looking convincing, keeping 5 players alive and actually seeing the scoreboard to be a bit more balanced this time. It's not just one player trying to do everything he can. Major's boy takes the lead in the scoreboard at 11 for 4, Config on 10, MSL on 8. So, another full buy available for G2, this time with the Kenny S and armor. That AWP. Let's see what round number 10 holds here. CT's managed to get 1 player towards connector, that's Major's boy. He's got the M4A4. Backing up Cajun B, who's at long, so got a heavy focus towards B as well. You can see a boost coming in towards the B side of the map. It's going to be AZ trying to find the first pick. Could work out. Works towards short and squeaky door.
Just forced off by some spam through from MBK. Body finds the opener, though it's against Magisk. As he ran back around, he was funneled out toward the other position by which G2 is approaching. Decent exchange. The 19 HP. Decent doesn't count for a kill. Although that said, close only counts on horseshoes and hand grenades, and a hand grenade would put him down. So too will that bullet. MSL. Good positioning, 1 and done spot. He makes it work for a lot more than 1 and done. He's got 2, almost a third. Kenny gets a little bit aggressive. Tag, but minimally. Flash out, perfectly popped in the corner, but Shocks was too close, was able to dodge it. They level the score in terms of men. Only that. Flash and Molly. Cajun has to give up the position, and Shocks is able to get a lot further forward, but they don't account for AZ. Good trade, NBK, but Config swings in the same direction, same position, and Kenny S. AWP and bomb in his hands with 24 seconds. He knows there's one at truck, but he can't find the second, and he can't afford to tunnel onto the player at truck. As soon as he does look elsewhere, that's when Cajun strikes.
G2 just can't get rolling here at all on overpass, can they? Another very convincing round there from North. This time it's MSO. Great work by him. Solo play towards long end. Like you said, normally a 1 and done position. We don't see many players get 2 there. Managing to stay alive as well. A great shot towards the flower bed position as well. Getting the refrag on the T. Went for the frag exchange. And then he flashed the third as well. Got information, 2 more there. Got taken down, but set his teammates up for a nice clean round there. It's going to be another force buy here from G2. They are a maximum loss bonus now. Only posting 1 round so far. It's not looking good. And Major's boy, he's relentless towards middle. Dinking 1 and then killing Apex as well. They'll fall back. They'll be very happy with that exchange. And you can see Shocks, low HP as well. This is not looking too good for G2. They're being overwhelmed here. And this is exactly what we needed from North. They are 2 maps down. They just need to throw caution to the wind and say, look, we've got nothing to lose at this point. Let's start getting aggressive. Let's start allowing our star players to actually find some frags here, take some jewels instead of being overwhelmed. And it's looking very good.
Okay, will join the rest of his team. Those who remain, battered and bruised they are. Body's getting rather brave with 19 HP to slip up close. He's in this. Oh, he's gonna do better. Man, I was gonna say he's in this to get the information and try and find an angle. He works out to get Cajun, but that opens up Magisk, and Shox trades that, so they pull this situation back just as they did on Cash. It seems like when they're down a man, they still manage to slow things down enough and take control of the defense and find openings.
3-on-3 retake. Necessarily required right now. The bomb's yet to be planted, and MBK will capitalize. AZ out of position. Config caught through the smoke as well. MBK finding two massive practice rounders up to MSL to try and clutch this out. 15 HP in the bank area. He's got 2 kills to find. MBK's low as well. Plant presumably coming in now. MSL pretty far removed in this situation. Needs to step up dramatically here.
They knew that he rotated over to the Molotov. Came through just as he dropped the bomb. He couldn't sit to watch it. It would have been lovely if he could have. 9-2. G2 able to pick up one more, and they go for the AWP, the one we've not seen often due to the money.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said, the bomb wasn't planted. The CTs forcing their way out of bank, and MBK's just absolutely loving that. 2 great shots from him. Config found through the smoke there. So still plenty of money available for the CTs. This will be their final round, though. If they lose this one, find themselves at an eco. 9-2, and same story for G2 as well, really. They'll be fully reset. So this is a very, very crucial round indeed. If G2 can win this and get the 9-6 half, they're right back into it. Lose this, it's 10-2, and they might be losing it to Cobble on the road.
Timing. He just drops down. MBK's there. He could hear them coming in from the front door as well, and he had no idea which way to look first. Gives Shox a gun. He only had originally the Caesar at the start of the round, so MBK down below will hold off the position. They're starting to push the CTs back tremendously every single round now, getting the map control. Cajun B's going to sit with the AWP. He's the best hope in finding a pick that's going to equalize things right now. AZ's pushed up as well at Sandbag, but no one over contesting that position just yet. Shox actually could slip in behind him, which could negate the fact that he's somewhat passive-aggressive.
Well, 5-on-3. AZ patrolling towards the B side, but only Shox on that side of the map. It looks like they might end up there eventually. Shox, he's going to be exploring Monster. If he gets 1 kill here, his teammates get ready to go towards A. He just wants information. That will do. And no frag obtained. Equals out the situation somewhat. Occasionally he's back towards A, but you can see they've actually used that call and rotated AZ over as well. So North are very aware that this is coming in.
Yeah, North was trying to gamble by beating them on the rotation to B, but as you say, Shox being alone made it a simple call for G2 to go the other way. They've got to retake through smoke. Bomb's not yet planted. It's actually been dropped. Did Cajun just take down Body when he had the bomb? They've got to go back for it. They may have lost the situation in this. They just got it down. Okay, I wasn't sure that they were on it. They do manage it with 8 seconds left. It's NBK that's going to have to hold off, but AZ's got Kenny down. 12 HP. What a round for North to pull back, and what a call to go as a group, as a unit over toward B and then retake together.
Shoxy, the in-game leader there, trying to be the hero. It was a 5-on-3 situation. He doesn't have to fake at any point. All he has to do is go over his team and overwhelm them with numbers. That's pretty basic Counter-Strike as a whole. He's trying to be a little bit too clever, I think. He's trying to say, look, I'm going to walk in a B, I'll get a kill, I'll guarantee you an open bomb, so that's absolutely fine. If he goes down, that's a little bit tricky. I think most teams know that's what he likes to do on this map, especially. He tries to walk in B and makes things happen. He goes down, like we saw. As soon as they kill him, they all rotate towards A. They know it's happening, and that's a massive round for G2 to give away. Like we said, that could cost them 2. That could be double eco sort of territory. And Cajun B finds the first shot, takes down Kenny S in middle. This is looking like to be 11-2 half, and Mage's boy mowing 2 down from Connector. Very convincing stuff.
Body gets closer. Mage just gets them all again. 4 kills for him. His map finally to show up. Better late than never. 17 kills. He leads the way. No one onto double digits yet for G2, unsurprisingly, given that they've only won 2 rounds. Config's on 12. So the duo are the 2 that lead the way in terms of kills.
2 rounds obtained by G2 on their map pick. After looking so dominant in the first 2, we thought this would be the clean sweep. But North, it's showing up now. We have another buy here for G2, but it's not amazing. We get the 4 AK shot and the AWP's out as well, but look at the lack of grenades. 3 smokes, that's it. Body, nothing at all. Shoxy, same story. Cajun B, looking like he's getting his confidence now as well. Trying to find the first pick, and he might just get it. Smoke to push him back, and it will indeed happen. He can feel shots coming towards him, but Mage's boy finds the first kill as well, and it's going to be MSL chiming in at the same time.
Body's low. Apex is going to try and swing around. Not much you could do there. Cajun backing up with the Deagle. Just took 1 shot. Just again, beats Kenny to it. AWP can't find much. 12-2. This is potential to be the most one-sided half we've had yet. We've had 10-5, 12-3, and now we could have a 13-2 for North.
Yeah, who
They've led at halftime, by the way, in 2 of the 3 maps that we've now played, and yet don't have a win on the board just yet.
Well, it looks like a pause coming in. Oh, actually, no. We'll right back into it. Beg your pardon. It's going to be Pistols and a UMP just for poor old MBK here. Looking very likely to be a 13-2 half, but we'll see whether that comes into fruition. This MBK is going to be a decent nade towards Apex at the start there. He'll be falling back. They know the money's going to be poor at this stage. Third stage loss bonus only gives you $2,400 on top of no bomb going down. So, KGB, first shot, lands it, but can't find the kill.
Flash goes over, and Cajun has to go long to play defensive to wrap back in. But just gets baited off of it, makes it work, sprays through, but MBK there with the UMP will find it. Bomb's gotten its way into the site. Apex wants to play, but he's not sure if he can with the smoke gap at the dumpster. He's got the bomb, but he's getting aggressive, and all the while that he does that, not only that, he's dropped it down the stairs. There's also a flank coming in from Config, so this looks very much to be a 13-2 half, Henry.
Yeah, absolutely. MBK now with 3 kills to find, hasn't planted the bomb yet. And I think it's actually out of his reach somewhat. I think it fell down. So, almost impossible to win this one. MBK has been known as a bit of a clutch specialist in the past, but not today. 13-2. What a turnaround. It all comes off the back as well. That Config pistol victory, 3 versus 1. I think if G2 got the 3-0 then, they'd have got the momentum, the guns they needed, and the utility as well. That just didn't happen. They seemed so limited throughout, and fair play to North, shutting them down. Every round G2 won, they were there, ready and waiting to actually get the win back in their favor and take the money away.
This map for good reason for North. They've got a chance to try and pull a map back at the least. Take it 1 map and maybe even just 1 round at a time at this point. How many rounds left in this one, Henry? If they win the pistol, they're already on 13.
Or 14.
They would be on 14. I meant, sorry. I was wondering why you paused. You're right. They are on 13. They would be on 14. Okay, depends how you look at it, all right?
Sure. Well, we'll see whether they can do that. It's going to be north of the T side of now, of course. We'll have a look at that buy. It's going to be 4 sets of armor, 1 smoke, and a Molotov. Most teams favored towards the B side of the map, of course. This is going to go straight up B rush. Why not? Got a huge lead. Just get in there and try and find the jewels. Molotov deployed towards the barrel. AZ finding the killer connector as well. This is looking good.
Yeah, this is G2 actually playing a full swing on the map. They push all the way down long, all the way down through middle. They're trying to trap North in B and potentially outside trying to execute. But the fact that they go so quickly really foils G2's plans because Body's left on 4 shocks, no kit. While I'm already down, they know exactly where Body is. It won't take much to take him down. He's trying to find a headshot angle, backing way off down the hallway. Shocks has done his job starting things off well. No one now knows he's got room in this site. Certainly does. If he could get one more bullet, he would have had it to a one-on-one, but Cajun's gonna win it. We are on the 14th round, Henry.
Yeah, could be a very close finish here for North. The fact is, they need one more round to get map points, and G2 now. Do they force buy into this? I guess they almost have to, really. KennyS first with a Deagle and armor. Same story as well for MBK. CZ and 5-7s thrown into the mix as well. So North know if they can win this round. It's pretty much map over. There'll be an eco after this for G2. So what's the play? What's the stack? 3 towards B. Shoxy aggressive off short. KennyS and Apex controlling one long. You know the North are going to be holding up here, waiting for any sort of mistakes, like Config's got right now. He actually manages to do a lot of damage towards Shoxy there. Takes a bit himself. Just wants to find his first pick. That's all they're aiming for right now.
Good position from Shocks, but the HP is so low, and Config suspects this, knows that he was pushed up when he found the early damage. Good double push to pull it back, though. Still putting pressure on him. Jisku's sprayed down a lot of his ammo. Bit of a mistake. Young man, blow your load early. It's going to be now. Yeah, hate to see it. MSL on 5 HP. Things could still fall apart here, especially with Apex taking down AZ. Again, MSL 5 HP is one of the 2 players left. That's not a lot to find with a Deagle and an AK picked up for G2. Is it prolonging the inevitable, or is there a legitimate chance? I'm sure G2 think there is in a comeback. They'll play like there is, that's for sure. Kenny, forced down, nails it to the Deagle. He stays with. He can't nail the second shot. Cajun, thankfully it was MSL that went down because it's Cajun that has 59. That gives him a bit more of a chance as well to try and take battle with MBK, who's rotating back to the A site. 28 seconds. Cajun's got to go this way eventually, but I think he's trying to hope time's going to favor him and reveal something to him, a bit of information he can work with.
So MBK trying to find something here at the A site. 15 seconds remaining. He might assume it's B at this stage. I think he has. This is perfect from Cajun. If he comes in a plant at this point as well, I don't think MBK will even hear the plant going down. I'm going to have a look at his screen. He hears it. Okay, so now he'll go back just in time. The 1v1 begins. No kit for MBK.
Oh, he's in the open. No kit, won't matter. MBK, perfect timing. Cajun didn't consider he was expecting the flank.
So does the comeback begin, Matthew? Who knows? It could well do that. It's going to be 14-3. G2 with a force buy in the second. Of course, they managed to pull it back. MBK with 3 kills in total. The French side's always so deadly with the pistols. And North now have a decision to make. Do they start force buying themselves? I don't think they have to. We discussed this in length in the past. When you have these sort of leads, 14-3, you don't want to keep force buying in and limiting yourself going forward. But I guess at the same time, you don't want to allow G2 to establish their economy. So they'll go for the more conservative approach in North. Just Glocks, not really purchasing anything whatsoever into round number 18 here. So just a chance to get the round overdone with as quickly as possible and then have another buy into the next round. MBK trying to hunt some frags here at the start. Hopefully he should be able to get a few. It seems he can hear footsteps next to him as occasion B. Looks like he'll be taken down momentarily.
He's just so timid, though. He doesn't want to get caught out from anyone down below.
Oh, Way.
Got it. Now he goes back the direction he was a little bit scared of. Thanks for the money. Thanks for the kill and the humiliation. Much to the delight of everyone here in Dallas as MBK is going to continue on. He'll take down the Gist, hold the trigger, make it an ace with a knife. Is that possible? He's got a Deagle out. It is possible. It certainly is possible. He gets all 5 with a knife included for MBK. If I'm not mistaken, his second ace of the finals.
That's got his first on cash as well, so that's not bad whatsoever. 2 aces in the grand final, albeit against Eco, sure, but still, it's a big round for G2 to pick up. Every round counts at this point. Can't give anything away from North. I was surprised you went for the knife. All things considered, you've got a mountain to climb here. Sure, the money's great, but if you fluff that, you're in a world of pain. It's going to be round number 19 now. A buy from North, of course, to get the AKs out. Bit of armor, not an amazing amount of utility, but KennyS back on the AWP. This is the big round, of course. Shox is still on the SMG himself. 3 players towards the B bomb site. chants have begun here in the stadium. The crowd is starting to believe that G2 can indeed make this comeback a possibility. I'm also sure, yeah, I think I have to wait a few more rounds before I'm starting to be convinced, but this is audacious from the G2 side, pushing out for Monster, and it's going to be Body to find the first pick. Config dropped.
So guns up and Config down. Again, he's the first one to die. Remember that stat that he had on Cobblestone? He was the first to die 50% of the time when North lost the first kill. Oh, dink, but it's through the light pole. Cajun gets it back the other way. Was it through the light pole or through the rock? Because it went to 77, barely scathed him, to be completely frank, as he's got a smoke behind him. He's going to try and play. Look how close he is to it. Just seeing the haze on his scope. He wants to fire and fade.
Indeed he does. There will be a final execution towards a MBK of an equal trade there as well. Now Kenny S with an amazing shot to take down MSL. Now he's getting in the zone. Looking for some close range action as well. Hits the leg, but can't find the kill.
So quick, that leg shot. It is enough, though, for the nade from Body to come through and do the rest. Kenny would have called. He saw the blood coming off it. Shox is going to wrap around.
Go.
Another round for G2. Add them up. Start counting them. He's still in a good position, but it's not impossible to see G2 continue to chip away at this lead.
Kenny S. These are the kind of shots he's known for. That was sick. The fact he had the leg shot there as well allowed his teammates to actually get the HE kill. So I count that as a kill as him, really. Like, he actually contributed to that heavily. 14-5, another recap for North. These are fine. You won't see many Force Spies coming in purely because they got this huge lead. There's better rounds to work with it. Don't need to keep Force Spying. Don't need to limit your own economy. Get the full orbs out, AKs, grenades, everything you need. Plant coming as well. This is looking kind of dangerous for G2. They should win the round overall, but that plant comes in, helps North going forward dramatically.
Playback from Config to at least get one down on the pistol, but economic damage is all he can play for at this point. Won't even get much further than that. Apex wins out. Diffuse comes in, but the bomb plants. With now a 3 turning into a 4-round bonus, they're going to be set to go for whatever they like. If they want to go T-sided ops, have at it, boys.
14-6. The gap closes every round, but another buy available for North now. Went for that fast B play. They were lucky to actually get the bomb down as quickly as they did. And Major's boy, Matt, we haven't seen this for a while. The Krieg is coming out on the T side here. It's been a while. It's the other rifle available for the terrorists. Costs slightly more. It's $3,000 instead of $2,700. Has a scope on it as well. Major's boy, pretty much the only pro that decides to use it. I've never seen him do a good job of it, so let's see whether he can.
He's already starting to reveal the angle. He's the one that likes to use it, always has. Almost looks like we're playing PUBG with that scope in. And again, he gets beat for it. Tagged down to 15, the AWP wins.
I've never seen it get a kill. And he apparently in practice, it's amazing. In online games, it works really well. Ooh, that's better from Cajun.
Yeah, Shox thought he was safe to walk back. They'd already taken over the construction position. Apex and Kenny are going to fade off their position at long A because they know they've lost a lot of ground at B, so they have to be in a better position to rotate when the time comes.
4-4 for now. North still with their smokes and Molotovs available to them. Looks like this will be a full B commitment to finish things off here. MBK with a decent flashbang working with Body as well. He gets one kill. Equal exchanges here. And MBK can't find more. Config might find the map point.
This could be it with Kenny smoked off as well in Apex. As I said, Kenny backed off to get a faster rotation. It was the right call, but Apex stayed out toward long in the off chance they would come back toward A, and it didn't pay off. So he's just made it to T-spawn now, as we see. Looking for 15, Kenny. Looking for magic, as always. Fires through, hits Cajun, does Apex. Kenny knows it, he tries to wall through, he's close again. Getting warmer, spots Config down below. I think actually his own gun blocked him from seeing exactly where he was. What a snap! As he snaps over to get him back, it's one-on-one. He's already toward the bomb, taps it, pulls him off, and he's got it on the up. How does Kenny pull this off time and time again?
He's just unbelievable, isn't he? This is why he's considered one of the world's very best AWP players. So confident, every chance and every opportunity he's alive, he's going to be trying to find the win in the round. It's so good to watch. Snapshots all over the place, tagging people through walls. Such a nuisance. How did he make this work? Oh my God. So sick.
He jumped up and knew he was there because he got tagged, but I think his own gun blocked him from seeing exactly the angle, and still he pulls that off.
Unbelievable. Wow. Just when we thought Config had done enough, This looks like a B rush coming in. Why not North? Keep throwing the B rushes in. One of them's going to work out eventually.
It's not a bad mentality until they get to double digits. Then you've got to rethink the plan. AZ starts it off. Body pulls it back, only for a moment. This time, they're in a similar situation, to be fair. 3 versus 2, but they're a lot closer, Apex and Kenny. Same 2 players from A that rotate back over to try and make it work.
Oh, MSL with the bomb there. Double incendiary does a lot of damage to him. Takes him down to 12 as well. I think we have a player pushing for the smoke. Apex, that could be the frag that decides it. Kenny S now 3 versus 1. Lost track of the bomb as well. It's making its way towards the A bomb side, but he might just be aware. Oh, they're so apprehensive. They don't want to commit to anything. I think they'll opt back towards B.
Yeah, the faded flash thrown out, which clearly came from an off angle at the window.
Surely this is
leads them to believe, but Kenny's trying to stay ahead of it. Certainly will. Takes down MSL, bomb dropped. 53 seconds, they'll be able to grab it, but it gives him more room to work with. They'll smoke it, take no mistakes, take no chances. He drops in, and I think they would have had to have heard that. Magist, prime position, wraps in. It goes to 15, and Magist makes damn sure that he's dead, as they only need 1 more round to get a map in this grand final.
Oh, crowd's not happy about that, but it is going to be map point indeed for North. B rushes, I guess that's a good mentality to have. You can see Astralis do that in the past when they've struggled to close games out. Start throwing the rushes out there. When you've got the money, you've got this bed of rounds there. Might as well give it a go and see if you can have this 1 round of success there. Kenny S in the 3 versus 1 certainly made things uncomfortable, but this is looking like it's coming to a head now. We've got Apex on the auto shotgun, a Deagle for MBK, and just a Famous as well for body. Kenny S with the AWP, of course, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to keep them alive here. 8 in a row just to force overtime.
And he's timing. Oh. Normally, that's when he pulls the trigger. But he switches the gun off. Does still tag MSL through the edge of the wall. Puts him on 33. Smokes himself back in. Better to burn out than fade away. He goes for the fade instead. It keeps you alive in Counter-Strike. Good shot. As you find MSL as well. Another 3 versus 2 for North. 3rd round in a row. That's going to change back. Don't hold it against him, Brittany, because Body's got a kill against AZ. It's Config that spots him up, but he's going to try and rotate in through Monster and beat him to the site. Problem is that even though he does, Body has not moved. If he continues to watch the short pipe, he could still catch bomb rotating through.
It's going to be a tight situation here to finish things off. 2-on-2. HP advantage lying with North for short. They've got control of the B bombs I hear. Smokes towards short, and Body, that's a decent nade. Might do some damage, but not too much, only 4 towards Cajun. So this is looking like they're going to do it, but still, with Kenny S alive, we know anything is possible.
Nade as well reveals the fact that they are certainly coming this direction. They did spot Body, remember, obviously, on the way through. But they're both going to be doubling up. It's Kenny to start it. The fast op, the best op on retake, surely. It's Cajun. Has to go toe-to-toe with him now. We talked about flashiness. Kenny's the flash here! He does it again! And he's going to clutch back 1 more to keep G2 alive.
Just about 1v1. It's the Orbs. We did say going into this one. Kenny S, amazing these close range encounters with the AWP. Of course, a little quick scope there to finish it off.
It is a reset, but plants coming through in so many previous rounds, they actually built up quite a bit, so they'll be able to buy once more North.
Yeah, they should be able to. It's Tech-9s, though. Deagles.
Playing the long game.
Oh, yeah, it makes sense, all right. Get the Orbs out, get everything you need. It's 1 round compared to the 7 that G2 need just for overtime. You might as well try and finish off the gun rounds instead of trying to limit yourself going forward. But here we go, Config, fast towards short. Nice shot that takes down Body. That could be...
A dink as well. That could be enough, you're right, if they continue on at this pace, if they can capitalize on that damage, but it has been pulled back.
I thought he was getting the double then. I couldn't speak. It was too much.
Henry, overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen too often. Sal's still looking for the shot. Shox is low. Deagle can't find MBK. He's going to control the situation, pull it back to Shox. Wrapping in, spots AZ and the bomb. He will go down again, not a big deal, because MBK still sits Johnny on the spot.
Yeah, another 4 kills there for MBK, taking his total up to 21. Wasn't the most comfortable of rounds, but they all count. 15-9 now. Now getting closer once again. 6 required from G2. Another full buy from North. No AWP coming out this time. Did it just stick to the fast and loose approach? Just try and get that 1 round with the rushes, took the trades in and hope someone steps up. They go back to a more methodical game and going for the control. With the executions, I would stick with the fast stuff myself. It seems to be working. Again, the bomb down, just need 1 clutch to go in their favor. Kenny S, though, to attack towards middle, flashed off. Might find himself in trouble here, just about makes it to the toilets.
It's always a problem when you have to run to the bathroom, Henry.
Yes, that's right.
Thankfully, he made it that time. So in toward the sandbags, a double aggressive play from G2. NBK and Body. Body's backed off a bit to help Shocks with Monster. They don't have information on that side, so NBK sticks around a second longer, but realizes it's probably not in his best interest. They can't afford a single mistake. Especially not early, and that is one because MBK's too far forward. Config's able to spot his feet and get the kill. That waits at Park to see if anyone's going to push through and rotate down from mid. No one is. So it's a brawl. 4 versus 4 in the site. Not anymore. Body's got 2. Looks for the 3rd. And he's got that as well as AZ falls. It's a perfect play. Bombs down in the site. It's completely swarmed.
Here we go. Major's boy doing what he can. It's a 3 versus 2, but Body, 3 kills for him. He might just be the world's best anchor on the B bomb site in general. Very, very good stuff from him. So calm as he manages to give the advantage back in favor of G2. 30 seconds remaining now. Asian B, unknown to be a world-class rifle. Let's see whether he can step up here. The bomb's down in front of him. 20 seconds remaining. Some damage. Can't find the frag just yet. CT's panicking slightly here.
The right idea. Knew that the second peak would come over from the pillar. Molotov's going to try and limit them. Unfortunately, while he's throwing that, just goes in and doesn't have much to work with as he gets taken down. So even though there's low HP, it's Kenny once more to find the final frag. Here's the money looking for North. It should... Oh, it's actually quite tight. It is very tight.
Yeah, 3rd round loss bonus, so $2,400. No bomb going down as well. They managed to get 2 frags, I beg your pardon, in the previous round. So there's a bit of money there, but this is a chance for G2. They've made double digits, 15-11 after this round. Presumably that's if the miracle doesn't happen for North. 1 Tech 9, a couple of P250s here. Major's boy, he's got the body armor. Oh yes, Molotov off. Flashed off, I should say, once again. But this could actually get a little bit dangerous.
How does he get away? And as soon as Kenny gets away anytime, you're just holding your breath because you've given him a chance to pull the round back. They still find the kills. MSL does finally get Kenny, but for once, it's a 3 versus 2 that helps and favors G2. Smoke, not a flash, trying to make Apex turn around, but he's in behind the tree. Simply dodges it. Not only are they in double digits, they're at 11. This is going to call for a timeout, MSL. A timeout going into a gun round on map point. They're definitely showing that they're a little bit panicked now.
I think it's just cool by Rugger at this point. He's just saying, right, guys, 1 round and the next 4. That's all we need. Money's in a decent position. They certainly can buy. The fast rounds are working for them. That's the only round they've picked up since the pistol was that fast B rush. It got them to map point, so they just keep running it. They seem like they might be crumbling a little bit here. The current scoreline is 9-2. It's amazing in the first half. Current scoreboard, Major's boy, 28 kills. Config, 23. Cajun B on 21 as well. And finally, it's more than just one player stepping up the team. We're seeing great numbers from Major's boy. He's been quite absent all tournament, but seems like Overpass is his stomping ground. Number 27. Tension starting to build now. We're going for the AK purchases of North. Do they go for that B rush? I'm having a look at the mini-map right now. They do not. Back to a standard. And Kenny S wants to get his first pick. Been sent off by the flashbangs every time. This time he gets an opportunity to fire a bullet. Doesn't land it.
And then the smokes go at bathroom, so he won't be able to get the secondary angle. He plays wide instead. And the Molotov lands. He smokes off. He's done this before as well, because now he has an escape plan. Nails it, he's gone. MSL's out of the round very early. Kenny continues to control the pace. What a late stage to this map he's had. Park sign for him, Fallen's position. Another opera who can land shots up close as AZ gets found by Apex. He's got no immediate threat, so he can sit there a little bit longer.
5 on 3. G2 looking to post their 12th round here and making a pretty convincing case to do so, I have to say. What's the play here for North? Still within a sliver. I hope it pulls this one off. But Apex getting in front of the smokes here. All in dumb position, but that's all it would take. That pretty much thwart the attempts now from North. 45 seconds remaining. Kenny S. Another opportunity. You'd be very careful if you do that, but Apex, that's one walk past. Hello.
He wasn't even blinded in that.
It's weird.
Either he was looking at radar or he thought he could be sneaky. I can't imagine you'd take that shot.
No, he would have his crosshair in that area if he knew he was there. Must have been looking away.
Well, Kenny now has One less wingman to work with in the site.
Yeah, this becomes actually possible now for North. 4-on-3, 20 seconds though. MBK knows it. That's a great shot by Cajun.
I was about to say MBK is the prime position for this. And Cajun, as you mentioned, found it. Kenny's open. He's open. Config, he's got to go for it. He left it a little bit too long, but Body's the one to find the other kill. Body again to step up.
Stay alive.
And it's now him and Shocks to try and close out the round. 4 seconds, it's done. Config has to go down now or get away. Get away! Just barely as they try and chase him down. They're not quite getting around the corner. There's a smoke out. Body got him. He's lost his gun. He's lost his money.
That's so perfect. It seemed like North had done just enough there as all Apex missing that player walking to the flower bed. We thought, okay, they've got a chance. Occasion B railing Kenny S as well. But Body, once again, stepping up in that key situation. It's 15-12, one player getting no money as well, so the maximum loss bonus is not even a factor. They have to eco here. Nothing purchased into round number 28, not even a partial buy here. 15-13, very possible. And then we really have got a game in our hands. Who would have thought after a 13-2 first half?
And what a stat that was just on screen.
I missed that.
To throw back to Season 4 when this happened in the final. Not only that, G2 coming back in this game. That's the story of their season. Starting off 1-8 to even be here. Kenny's here. And that is clear as MBK steps back out to close off the other three. Those two alone are doing a massive job on the A site. 15-13 from 13-2.
This grand final was certainly starting to heat up here. G2 looking for the clean sweep, 3-0. And after a 13-2 half, before North had this one locked in, but starting to look a little bit, I guess, rattled at this stage. They do get a full buy. They had about 7 grand per player. They took another full eco in the previous round. Want to have absolutely everything here. Orbs, AKs, all the grenades. I think let's go to set piece at this point. Let's just get the smokes down, get in the bomb site, try and get the plant in. The defaults are being shut down. We're losing the first pick every time. I'd just be going towards B, full on set piece, and trying to have someone step up. Because right now it looks like they are feeling the pressure a little bit too much. 2 rounds will do it and take us to overtime, and I think that would be the end of North at that point.
Danish issues closing out a game. Hate to reference them. It's not been this lineup in particular. Dear God, Body. He's on fire.
So sick.
You can definitely hold it against me if you keep playing like that. I'll let you do it. Config goes down immediately after. 5-on-3 as MSL's a little bit clueless, I think, is the in-game leader when they're losing battles like that.
Yeah, what can you do? You had the pre-fire there with the AWP. Body comes around the corner, somehow gets the advantage there. That's when it's great to have the AK-47 at the CT side. You can be audacious, you can feel confident, and he finds the 5-on-3 with 2 kills towards the B bomb site. Funnels them back towards A, and oh no, Kenny S is waiting for them on the other side. AZ finds a frag in return. There's Apex, he seems to give his kill away in these key situations. Kenny S now, as long as he gets one, they're absolutely fine. North still within a shout of this round.
Different complexion to the setup inside of A this time. Apex goes down to get information. Like you say, it's not the best situation for him, but it puts Kenny on an off angle that he makes work. He makes everything work as he goes back out. It's AZ though, hang on, with 2 HP and 2 kills to find. 17 seconds, he's gonna stick this plant. Best case, he's just gotta hope for it. Getting it down as well, he's got money for the next round as we would play for overtime. I think we're going to, as Body shows up. Everyone is showing up for G2 in this second half.
Another pause coming in. North now really feeling the pressure. It's Kenny S just decimating them at every opportunity. Body as well. What was that towards Monster? We've got to see that from his POV. Looked absolutely amazing. 1 round will do it. Who would have thought? 13-2 into overtime. That's a huge possibility right now.
Interesting thing in this, too, is there is one X factor. A man who's been slightly behind. Look at this shot from Body. Dodges the flash and just absolutely perfectly places the bullet on occasion. But Shocks has been quiet. He's 10-23, 7 kills behind anyone on North side, 3 kills behind Apex. It's really MBK, Kenny, and Body doing a lot of the work, but if Shocks shows up at all, with 1 round to go into overtime and then he comes alive, that's overwhelming, surely, for North.
This is the real test now for North. They've taken the final pause.
Magisk.
Not again, Magisk. He brings out the Krieg. Kenny S, the people's champ. As we go into round number 30, the Krieg is back out. Is that the secret weapon to find them? The final round just to take map number 3 here. It'll be devastating for them to go towards overtime here. After getting that 13-2 first half scoreline, that would be so gutting. Krieg is out, looking towards connector once again. The same angle. But Sliver to work against with the Orbis, but no CT presence there whatsoever. 1 round will do it. Do they have what it takes? The mental fortitude to hold on and find the 16-14.
Apex pushing long, flash out. He's gonna dodge it, but he actually gets caught. It goes deep enough that he's just a sitting duck.
again.
But it's Kenny again through the wickets. This time he's not going to have it. North, this is their chance. They have to seize this surely in regulation. If this goes to overtime, the momentum lost, G2 coming alive, things will unravel quickly.
It looks like they've done everything perfectly so far. 5-on-3. A minute remaining as well. It doesn't get much better than this. Tension rising though. One missed call though could cost them the round and maybe even the game. Shoxy, like he said, yet to really come alive here. If there's a chance to. This would be it. 45 seconds remaining now. Bomb makes its way towards A, and indeed all 5 players for North do as well. They want to stick together, no faking here, and it's up to MBK to find the first frag. Can't do it. That should be it now. Surely North can pick up the third map.
You'd think so, but the way this half has gone, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Shocks in the smoke. Wants to time this perfectly. Flash will catch him in full duration, that's fine. He'll get his vision back before the smoke dissipates. He's got lots of information based on sound. He's got a flash from a teammate. A shock to the system as he walks out, and AZ and Cajun go down. Bodies on the other side of him, and how hot has his pant been? But a good find from a distance. They know where Shocks is. He's got to get an ace to take this to overtime. He's tanked up, he's tagged, and MSL pushes through. Thank goodness for North, because that was far closer than it needed to be. We'll go 2-1 in maps.
What an amazing game that was. 13-2 in the first half, and North, they were crumbling in the second. It looked like G2 had done everything perfect, and they had map point for so long there. It took them all 30 to get there, but North finding the initial kill there, getting the 5-on-3. We thought Shoxy, he could have been the snake in the grass there. It seemed like he could have come to life and got the ace there and got them to overtime, but it wasn't meant to be. North will do it, and we do go to map number 4.
Map number 4, which means another stop in with our analysts, who I'm sure have an up and down tale of this game. Definitely 2 stories to talk about, and both of them involve North.
Oh my God, that is unbelievable.
Now we've got a final.
Yeah, now we have a game. Obviously, that's actually unreal. That you just feel like you got punched in the stomach with that one, because they make the comeback all the way back.
The stomach.
Or the balls, one or the other.
It's never easy with North, is it? Like, you look at the first half, you're thinking, okay, finally they came into this final. We have Magic showing up on the CT side of Overpass, as we were expecting. They win the second half pistol round as well. Okay, surely this is it. A dominating win for them. You know, they're back into it, and then it just all goes downhill from that second round. In the second half, G2 just starts mounting this amazing comeback.
Well, after all, Counter-Strike is a game of 2 halves.
Yes,
yeah.
Chad.
Any other platitudes you want to throw out there?
Any given Sunday, you either win or you lose.
You like Vegadies? We got plenty of them.
Yeah. Well,
so you want some
punch in the face and keep it forward? No, we don't have to do specifics unless you want some specifics.
I don't mind specifics.
I mean, let's start with, obviously the big one is going to be Magus Boy.
Yeah.
Finally, someone finally came to help Config.
It started with Config just doing all the work again on the pistol round, the 1v3, which has helped with that TK, so that's always a plus. Yeah. And then he got that 3K on one of the anti-ecos towards that B side. That was pretty good. And then Magic's Boy from there was the guy running away with it. He was putting up big numbers. He was having a lot of impact. Surprisingly to me, getting away with that aggression up towards Fountain, I thought they would have had him covered in that respect, but sure, hiding there, grabbing a couple of multi-frags, having no issues. And then it was like, well, this is all over. We're going to the 4th map, you know, and it all turned around.
It also, you know, I don't know if it was complacency or something from G2, but their communication wasn't really on point in some of those after plans as well in the first half, and they were towards B. They all seemed to be in the bomb site in those rounds. They didn't have any, you know, pressure towards short water or towards monster all that much, and it made the retake slightly easier for North to execute.
To be fair, it felt like one of those rounds had to go North's way eventually, right? Yeah. They kept getting the bomb sites. They kept being miracle retakes. Kenny hitting some sensational shots. He didn't have a lot of frags, right? He was kind of grinding back in, but the rounds that he was winning were impact, were huge impact. It was stopping them from losing the game. It was in two-on-2 situations, hitting some nutty flicks. And that kind of stuff is why he's a flashy player, and everyone here loves him.
And the last timeout is the MVP, in my opinion. I really think it's a great example of how the timeouts in CS can be used in a similar way as they're used in basketball. Like when the opposing team is very hot, when their like star player is hitting shots, 3-pointers, you take a timeout, force him to sit on the bench for 30 seconds even to cool off. And you saw Kenny in that last round, you see him peeking out of bathroom, you're thinking this is a double. He's getting this, you know, he's bringing it back, but he misses his shot, and North gains enough ground. They have a 5v3 situation, and they do manage to close it out in the last round.
Yeah, absolutely heartbreaking to have a comeback. We talk about this all the time. I mean, it's just better. We always say if you're going to lose after like a comeback like that, you might as well just lose it 16-3, just wipe it from the memory. This has got to be harder to bounce back from than a big loss.
Well, they have that massive lead, right?
Yeah.
So with that massive lead, it's fantastic that they're able to fight like that still and not just throw it away and hope for another map, because if they'd done that 3-0, it would have been amazing. Now the reverse sweep's on. North's still under pressure, right? Even though I said it looked like they were eventually going to grind a round out, they would have been sweating there. They would have been getting nervous. You could see Config close to the camera. You're starting to react a little bit. The crowd with the North is choking chant. I think that's a nice one.
Yeah, the North is choking.
Yeah.
Choke, 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 choke.
Yeah, that's what you want to get out there. But I think going into this one, North is still going to be confident. Other people are activated now. Cajun looking good. Magic's looking good.
Can they sustain it into the next map?
Yes.
Yes?
Maybe.
Eloquent in its brevity. The crowd thinks not. Either way, we're going to head to a quick break. When we return, it is going to be the 4th map in this series. It is currently 2-1 for G2 in the grand finals.
You know this feeling. The moment when goosebumps take over. The moment the fans roar. The moment you can't hold yourself back. This feeling will push you to your limits once again.
Exclusive black equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S-switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
Athletes aren't just born. They're molded from the core. A core of strength. A core of laser focus. A core that can handle anything. A core that sweats the small stuff. A core that's the difference maker, game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete, but the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Hello, future pros. Welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 5 Finals. We're here at the Xfinity Analysis Desk. Earlier today, we asked you on YouTube to pick which team you think is going to win these grand finals, G2 or North, and we have the results of that poll. You can see everyone going for G2. Well, not everyone, literally, but quite a few, a majority going for G2. Now, we want to know if you think North can make the reverse sweep happen. Can they win 3 straight to steal this grand final away from G2? Yes or no in the YouTube chat. We'll bring those results up later as well.
And from the future pros in the crowd to the washed up pros on the desk.
Do you guys want to play ESCA later?
Yeah, I do actually.
I enjoy playing on the stage.
Every time I do one of those show matches, I always feel the need to play Counter-Strike for like a week afterwards.
And then you play it and you realize why you quit.
Yeah, and then I'm like, nah, this isn't that much fun anymore.
Let's just talk about it.
Yeah, let's just do it. Let's just talk about it. Either way, right into map 4. This is now we're moving on to Inferno. And now this map, I mean, this has a lot of championship pedigree, first and foremost. Always great to see these in grand finals. Last time, I think well, maybe not the last time we saw in a grand final, but last time this was in a Pro League grand final, was that epic game that G2 took part in. Went into overtime. That was against then Luminosity, but now SK Gaming. And that was an insane matchup that went into overtime.
Yeah, this is a great map, and it is strange from North's POV when you look at it, the maps that they pick. They're very strong for G2. We were expecting maybe some different picks from them, and also they will have to start on the T side, but that's not as bad as it would be on some of the other maps when you look at it stylistically, right? Because G2 is one of those teams that like to run double op on their CT side. And the way to play against double op when you're on the T side is you go for an execute-heavy, explosive playstyle. You don't spread around the map. You don't allow those AWPs to pick you off. You want to brute force your way in so that even if they hit one shot, there's immediately the trade. You get into the bomb site and you play the after-plan situation.
Do any of those rules apply to Kenny S when he's playing?
Well, stay away from A. That's where Kenny is. Go to B. That's where Shox is, all right? Shox is on that B site, and you can see him get exploited time and time again. He moves to the new box. He goes to the oranges, and Molotov's going to come in and push him out of position. The issue there is he has Body, who is now on fire as his other B player, or the B anchor. So if he's there while that stuff's coming in, it's going to be a bit more difficult to take that. But I definitely think Banana is going to be, you know, where the fights will be won or lost for either team. I know that North, on the other hand, they like to play in a very aggressive Banana with Magic's Boy there, MSL supporting him. And once they get control, they're more than happy to leave him there on his own and do a 4-man over towards A.
And you definitely can't fall in that trap and start playing scared, because if you completely give away control of a Banana, then the CTs can rotate the 4th player towards A. You know, it's very difficult to penetrate A bomb sites when you have 4 players waiting for you, no matter how much utility you have.
I'm wondering, I mean, this might be a small advantage for North, but I mean, on a map like this, I think it's actually a bigger advantage. One thing that MSL-led teams have always been very good at, especially on Inferno, is being very decisive in their save calls. As if they've lost a bomb site, if they're nowhere near, don't really have anything, he immediately calls the save, and they're able to have another buy in the next row, maybe 3 rifles with some SMGs or pistols surrounding it. Are G2 going to have that same kind of discipline? Because these feel like the players, when you have Shox, when you have Kenny, these are guys that have so much skill and so much playmaking ability that they're going to want to try and make magic happen.
We saw that on the first map on Cage. They were more than happy to save, right? So even though the North guys were doing a really good job on their T side, there was a lot more gun rounds coming out from G2 because they were saving those AWPs so they could keep it in Kenny's hands and keep it going. So I think they'll be making those good decisions as well. Speaking of AWPs, this is the one where Config is actually the main AWPer on the CT side, because he plays that arch side, and actually Cajun is more of the pit and quad player.
Does that worry you a little bit, Config with the AWP, considering how well he's done with the rifle in the series?
To an extent, but when you look at the positions that they play, you can't really put Config in pit because he needs to move around, basically can't stand still in one position. On the other side of things, Cajun is that rock type of a player, very static and very reliable. So that is the type of a player you want to have play in the pit position. The only problem is Config is not as practiced with the AWP as Cajun is, although it does seem on Inferno he does have a couple of, you know, patterns or waypoints or protocols that he goes for, that he is comfortable on. That being said, he has to go up against Kenny S, and for even the best toppers in the world, that's a high task.
Once again, we haven't seen if North have changed anything from their normal style, right? This is going off what we have seen before this boot camp's come in for this event. So their CT side and their T side could look completely different, and that's one thing that we won't know, and G2 won't know unless they practice them.
These teams haven't had amazing, you know, results on Inferno on LAN. If anything, maybe North had more success being able to take down Astralis in that Kiev tournament, then later falling to Na'Vi, I believe, or FaZe. It was like Na'Vi and G2 lost to FaZe on Inferno. Twice, G2 has lost to Cloud9 as well. So, you know, even if you think stylistically it works great for them, like G2 CT side, right? It's maybe one of the best CT sides that you see, but the results really don't speak to it.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at guys like Body, who stepped up so nice, we saw the kind of impact that he had in overpass as well. I mean, this is a guy that on this map, when you talk about needing a rock, with how dependent this map is on rotations, being able to have those stable players in each bomb site, one guy in pit perhaps that's very stable, one guy in the B bomb site that you can leave alone and rely on to maybe get one kill, do his job. It seems like Body is like the guy that comes to mind for G2 on that.
Yeah, definitely towards that B site, and then you have Nathan to MBK towards A as their rock, and it's good to have those two players doing those roles. That means the other, the Orpas, Shocks, Kenny, and Apex, they get a bit more freedom to be a little bit more aggressive and seeking out frags, because you can have some faith in those players to, grab those multi-kills when you're down a man.
I mean, just look at the luxury that they have in that position. We were talking in the pre-show about MBK and being that guy who could leave alone on B. Now Body is capable of doing it, so you have the luxury of moving MBK towards pit. So both of those positions where you have that one rifler who is going to have to anchor it and be super, super consistent, you have two great players doing that for you.
Yes, a lot of great players in this grand final, and all of those great players are ready to go. Map 4, Inferno, is right now. Matt and Henry, take it away.
Certainly will. Inferno. Oddly, Henry, we haven't seen as often this tournament. We normally see it almost every second game.
Well, here we go. G2 side on the CT side. One more map will do it for them at North, looking for the reverse sweep. This is their map pick, and G2 get to start on the CT side. And Shoxy looking to get aggressive here in the bedroom position as well. Gets challenged by AZ, but he'll be falling back. Things subside for now. We have got some banana control coming in for the T side. It's going to be Cajun B and Config with the control. They've got two smokes available, and Config with the Deagle as well. That's confident purchase, I have to say, Matt. He has looked amazing so far, so it's always exciting to see it come out.
Kenny playing the swing position from highway through CT. He's actually closer to B right now as the bomb's closer to A. And he's really not sitting on either side. He's trying to anticipate based on best guess. They don't have a lot of information. In fact, that's the first contact they've made. NBK spotting down in apartments. And even that alone is not enough to cement the fact they will be going A. Kenny's got to use what he's got with him and goes that direction.
Still a 5-on-5. We still have the smokes available as well. This will be the B final commitment here. Smoke towards coils and towards CD spawn as well. Flash over and try and allow players like MSL with the PT50 and Config with the Deagle to try and find these exchanges. We do have a player, though, in the form of Body towards the coffin position. Apex and new boxes. Frag to be vital here. Who can step up?
Kenny thinks he can, but cannot. Body certainly does. Good shot. Crossfire set. Apex is still at new box because Kenny's fast rotation. They may not expect the third player, but they have to get the kill. But just able to swing back in and kicks back both good plays. Apex did surprise them ever so slightly to find two quick headshots before now bomb in the hands of Magist goes down. Fast play from Shocks. He's already in, but a faster play from Config. Doesn't do enough to hold it off. Ample opportunity to defuse, and it goes 1-0 G2 CT side as well.
Well, the rounds don't get much closer than that. Config versus Shoxy, two titans of CSGO going at it in the 1v1. Shoxy gets the information as to where he is, takes him down, and Config cannot save them another round there. Did it on overpass and a pistol on a 3-versus-1. And this great little crossfire they had set up there. You could see Body taking all the attention away from that emo position, and then Apex able to chime in with two big frags there and buy them the 2v2, which is just about enough going forward. But here we go then, Matt. It's the second round, and North have force bought into this one. If you get 4 kills with the bomb down as well, it's definitely a possibility. It's only Config with the AK-47. G2 won't necessarily be expecting this, and it's the same sort of story. North don't want to be firing any bullets at the start of this round, want to be making sure they assume that it's going to be like a fully go here for the third round AKs. It's definitely an interesting approach if it pays off. It'd be fantastic news for North. Body explores towards the bottom of the beat, firing off some shots through the smoke there. Bit of damage inflicted to Config, that's about it. He has to be the one causing the damage here. Firing off his Glock as well, just to bait out some CD players. That's actually kind of interesting. Fire that Glock off, see if anyone takes the bait and tries to get some eco frags. You can see them thinking about it. They are looking towards middle. But that's going to give it up. MBK's called, he's detected the head armor, and you can see the CT's falling back straight away. He's called, okay, they've bought into this round. They have not got AKs in the third. Fall back, do not face. That's a huge kill to get, and it's only one.
Body's going to play as close as he possibly can to the corner. Look down behind him. No matter if it's there or not, he's not going to get back through it alive. Levels things out, pulls Shocks as well over from the A site. Element of trying to overwhelm Apex, maybe gone on the fact that Shocks is already in position. Another smoke will go down to deter him and force him through ruins instead. And Kenny's going to be the next in line, and Kenny's done better than Shox did from the same position as he sprays through the smoke. Spots them grabbing the ball. He actually saw Cajun just before the smoke redeployed, but MBK jumping through takes Magisk. MSL suddenly alone, and G2 beat them on the rotations.
Such a frustrating round there for North. How does Kenny S get two through the smoke there? Looks so confident in the positioning of the spray as well, and that's going to be so disappointing North. After looking like they could do some real damage there with a surprise buy in the second round. It's definitely an out there strategy. We've seen a few of that this tournament, but here we go. Here's Kenny S with the famous. There's one.
First one here, the second one here, I think there's...
It's clean through the smoke, isn't it?
It is too. I thought there was a nade glitch on the other side of it. It looked like with the X-ray, but it was clean through.
Not bad at all. Full eco now for North, and G2 are not wasting any time here. Pushing down middle. Everyone trying to get a bit of the action towards D steps. Bomb going down as well. MBK spotting players towards second middle. They'll get one frag here, but I think that's all they'll get. This Major's boy, the last remaining terrorist. He might get one kill. Decent work there with the Glock. And that's his position given up. Won't be able to pick up a weapon here, but all things considered, 2 frags and a full eco round. Pretty much as good as it's going to get.
Burst, desperate. Hope for the lovely headshot when they walk in. Aim, punch, and a burst means it's pretty wild. 3-0 for G2.
Well, no bomb going down in the second and third round, so sure they can buy. Won't be the absolute best, though. Certainly no AWP, not necessarily a big deal here on Inferno. It's not exactly an all-focused map, especially on the T side. We will see eventually, though, a double AWP setup for G2. That's sometimes phenomenal, sometimes very average. We'll see what G2 turns up today on Inferno. Round number 4. No real aggression with the CT's body towards sandbags. Shock debating him in with the UMP. Bit of a bonus situation. Plenty of money available for the CTs, but sticking on their SMGs.
Flash. But it's good timing as well. What a Shock sprays through the board with the UMP as they're blinded up inside a banana.
That's nuts.
Yeah, starting off a gun round and the SMG takes the kills.
Gun has been nerfed as well. Still causing absolute chaos in every single round, it seems.
Yeah, I don't think it's been enough. I think we can get to that conclusion sooner or later. I'm sure Peter from HLTV is doing lots of calculations on that.
Yeah.
And if you're not Peter, get to work.
Boost coming in now, 2 frags found, of course. Shoxy low HP, boosted up, another one and done position. Don't have to do anything at this point, but still throwing nades through.
Easy's going to back off. I was going to say the X-ray off is kind of interesting to see if Body was going to push through or not. He re-smokes.
Yeah, this round looks like it's coming to its logical conclusion. Cajun being easy, the last 2 players remaining. On the other side of smoke here, Cajun tried to throw the smoke and CT spawn. But a little bit too quickly there. Gives it up, and I don't think they'll do much here. Try and limit the CT economy slightly. That's pretty much all they can hope for here. Flashes are decent, but the boost in. And that's a nice nade, though. Shot does go down to the boost spot. And we do have an opportunity for a couple of kills. Just easy now in 3 versus 1. Bomb, of course, not planted yet. Hoping to find Apex, but Apex doesn't have to work too hard for this at all. Deny the plant, wait for his teammates to come in. Done powerfully, Kenny S takes him down. A decent attempt there from North, have to be fair. But only getting $2,100 into this round. That forced by in the second round without getting the bomb down as well. Has made money a little bit out of control. But Shoxy, what is this with the UMP? The wall bang, of course, to get the double frag at the start. Disappointing for North there. 4-0. No pause as of yet. Should be an eco here. P250s and Deagles. Major's boy gets out the armor. No nades to work with there. This is almost guaranteed to be 5-0. If you are just joining us, where have you been? What an up and down final has been so far. North came out of the trap pot with a 10-5 half to get things off. We thought, okay, they've got a chance to take down G2 on their home map, Cash, but fell apart. Same story on Cobble as well. And finally finding some form. North 16-14, narrowly avoiding overtime. We find ourselves here on Inferno. 5-0. Very likely this stage. Body down to 1 HP. We have a little boost.
Watch Shox. Yeah. Boost is fine, but it also means they're aligned. He takes the bottom man, or it's ticked up. I was going to say he takes the bottom man, he takes them all, but still manages 2 out of the 3.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Considering his situation, those missed first few bullets, I think he'll be happy with 2. 2 players remaining now for North. Cajun B and Majors. They have managed to pick up an M4. It's in the hands of Cajun, but no armor for him. Only 1 flashbang between the 2 of them. Majors boy waits in the boiler room, and presumably that's going to be it for them. I'm not really sure how they even think about getting this bond down. It's a 2-on-2 wherever they go. And knocking those grenades is going to be a real tall order to make any sort of dent into this round.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice to do it again. The pistol wins the duel. Apex is still close enough by. Bomb on the deck for a minute longer, and another round that's going to go G2's way. Surely, Body's on 1 HP. Doesn't need to get involved. Apex will do it all himself. Confident? See our little 3D VR cam there in the crowd.
Yes, that is an option.
It is, actually. Live right now, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty cool little contraption. Want to call it that?
I would be on there, but unfortunately I have to talk about the game at the same time. Wouldn't really work.
It's true. I want to be in VR casting.
That's the next level. We'll see if we can hook that up. Anyway, round number 6 is going to be 5-0 for G2. 5 AKs now for North, like I said, not really requiring the AWP as of yet. Kenny S, though, he is very aggressive on this map. Likes to go with the first pick time and time again. This time towards the apartments. So he will change his position up almost every single round towards middle apartments and sometimes B. When they get the double AWP set up, Shoxy AWPs that area. But here we go, MBK baiting them out a little bit here. If he stays alive, Kenny S might be gifted a kill. He's falling back. To smoke in the apartments and might just focus now towards quad.
Good play.
What?
Somehow, Kenny bests him behind the barrel. And it's Apex that's going to do enough other damage, significant damage, to give them another lead in the round as Body tries to swing in, but he gets a little over-aggressive this time, and Config's opened up a backdoor opportunity to Banana, or has he? Because Shox has also pushed down. Shadow given away, but good mechanics from Config to jump into the pit. Very fast strafe jump. Yeah, that was incredibly good air acceleration. Now it's just Kenny remaining. They might actually try and beat him. They're not going to go to B. They expect him to get through CT faster, especially with Shox going down when they were in reversal.
Well, Kenny S baited out for now. He seems to suspect it could be an ace out of the attack, though, falling back through the arch. Amazing the clutches. This bomb site, though, very difficult to actually get back into. It'd take a blunder from North. They know he's the AWPer. They don't have to phase. Wait for him to touch the bomb. They go together. They can just hide in very tight situations. This is perfect so far from North. Not giving anything away. They can get right in there before they even have to show.
Made to pit. Just able to dodge it. 27. If it landed directly on top, it would have been enough. But he's certainly astute to the fact that he has to stay alive. Getting to the awareness that Kenny's inside of the site as well. Looks toward the pit. Misses the shot, and Config capitalizes. North are on the board.
Just about. Shoxy there, we thought he had it locked down, holding the bottom of Banana. His teammate Body had already been taken down, and Config with the knife out somehow strafes jump towards the underpass and survives. His teammate able to pick up the kill at that point, and just about managed to find their first round here on the T side of Inferno. Here we go though, Matt. The double AWP setup for G2. The team that really made this appear to be a possibility. Like, no one really thought the AWP would be that powerful, especially a double AWP setup in Inferno, but they showed us how good it can be, especially in the start of the group stage. See if it works out for them this time. Shoxy's a normal player playing towards the B site, holding the lines, getting the shots, and sometimes left there by himself. And Kenny S now has a bit more freedom to go faster and more aggressive, try and find those first picks. Occasion B, the AWP on the other side as well. He's holding T steps, waiting for that very same exchange to begin, but for now, Kenny S holding back.
Cell's going to wait to see if there'll be a push down middle. No one's electing to go that route just yet. 2 players staying alive in what is clearly, given the first round for North, a 5-round reset. Means G2 know exactly the situation rather than go aggressive. Give much of their own economy up because they've also been whittled down. They're going to sit back and try and just break them apart when they walk in with crossfires. One that works out as Kenny goes down is that MBK's able to trade, but he himself is found by MSL, so they have to pull a Body and Apex rotation from Library, and Apex is in the right spot. He's low on ammo, but look at Body save him. Keeps him alive, and it's just Config. This is about to be a disaster for North.
Yeah, this is a harsh reset. No bomb going down as well. Great work by Apex there. We have got Config coming out the boiler room. 30 seconds remaining. Bomb down on the site. Doesn't really have much to work with here, but if ever there was a player to step up, you'd want it to be Config. 20 seconds now. Bomb on the side, gives his position away. Can't find the kill. Body takes him down. 6-1. Reset comes in. No real money available for North. They've got a couple of players in about the 4K mark, but this would certainly be a force at this point. Managed to pick up the double AWP setup once again. It's G2. Current scoreline now 6-1. It looks like they will indeed force into this round. And this was the turning point. It was Apex who found a little bit of wiggle room there. Backed up as well. He should have died at that point, but his teammate Body bails him out. And they keep, I think it was 3 players alive in total. It was indeed. So double AWP setup back out. 1 AK now for AZ. A UMP for Magus, and then 3 Tech-9s for remaining players. They have gone all in on this one.
Solid lobbed off to connection. Top of Banana. Flash counters off MSL. He's lucky no one's at the sandbags, because if he was completely blinded trying to check it in that regard, he would have been taken down quite quickly. Oh, Shox. Oh! Shox saw it, went for it, missed it, and then Got some company that he wasn't expecting.
Well then.
The in-laws at the door.
It's one of the orbs down. I don't think it's been recovered as of yet. It's going to be on the CT side, but Mage's Boy finds a kill towards the boiler room as well. 5-on-3 on this force buy. So a lot of work to do here, but this is a great start from North. They've got banana control and push the CTs back in middle as well. It's only Kenny S on the A side of the map. 50 seconds now. What's the final play? They have a plethora of flashbangs available to them, 2 smokes as well.
M4 from Magisk. AK of AZ. Mine all 3 of those pistols. It's dead even right now. There's a massive chance North can overwhelm, especially with just Kenny inside of the pit position. His AWP is quick, but I don't know if it's that quick when you've got 3 pistols running you down. Flashes as well. He's got no chance to get an upper hand, an early shot. They're already on top of him. Manages it still. Kenny always does, but there it is. Overwhelmed. Too many targets to fire at, and he'll go down immediately. And this could be the round, exactly that. Their money, we mentioned it was whittled down as well, so they're not in a good position.
Yeah, after losing 1 round, it's going to show you how close some of these rounds have been. Saving 2 weapons here. Presumably, they managed to recover one of the AWPs. Not yet. Bodies by it, I think. He's towards the B side of the map. We're going to have a look whether he can actually recover that. Yeah, he certainly can. The orb's still available, but North, with the force by that round, 1 AK, a UMP, 3 Tech 9s. Finding that first pick was Shoxy, who spotted the sliver of a body there at the outside of B. Didn't necessarily have to go for that pick. He went for it, taken down by the Tech 9s. And as he then strikes from the balcony position, a 5-on-3. And like he said, Kenny S had a huge order in front of him in that previous one. Had to actually take down 2 or 3 players to stand a chance winning the round. Apex does a good job to find a couple of kills, but
still worth it with the economy the way it is.
Sure. Gives him an extra $600, right? So that certainly helps, saves the weapon and gets some extra money. So in terms of the situation going to round number 9, I would have taken a pause here if I'm G2. Got an AK saved and an M4. They're starting to distribute the wealth right now. No orb this time, certainly no double orb. And Shoxy down to the UMP. AK for body, who's been phenomenal so far in this grand final. Last banana control coming in from the terrorist side once again. Smoke's down. Pushing through this smoke eventually. We'll see if that comes into fruition. And 1 player holding the apartments. That's Mage's Boy. Looking confident to find his first pick.
Oh, that position. You were right, Mage's was comfortable. As MBK could not find the angle. That pulls Shocks off of B. It's body alone. They mentioned this as well. If you were going to have a rock on G2, it's body that you would leave in his sight to be the efficient player. And it does remind me of Crims in his prime. It's weird that we look back upon that Fnatic lineup so far away now. Don't forget, they nearly made it through with a tiebreak situation in the groups. They almost made it into the quarterfinals. G2, body, aggressive this time, doesn't stay, but he's got the rotations back around. That's why he wants to go. He wants to get the information, so managing 1 kill. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it does still limit the defense as they can't afford another pick against them without the next kill going their way.
Well, Shoxy now trying to recover the situation. Left alone towards the B side of the map. Comes down to Kenny S and Apex to defend the A side probe. It's going to be Kenny S in the pip. Apex on the bomb side. Good job by Kenny S so far. Look for the double frag. They managed to get it as well. This is looking very good now for G2. Just after config, 2 versus 1. And he's nailing it. Oh my God, that shot was incredible. Molotov deployed after Shoxy now. No kip. SMG in hand.
Fast over the box. The crossfire was set. It's an SMG though, and it's behind him. He doesn't know it. Shocks will find number 7 for G2.
Big round. Manages to recover the AWP as well. That force by distributing any wealth they had around the team. Kenny S, not known to be a rifler, certainly proficient with it, finds 2 kills a quad, allowing Shoxy a chance there in the 1v1 situation. Config didn't expect to be coming that quick, walking around the corner, takes him down with the UMP. And I think at this point it's going to be 4 spies back to back. North now with AKs, UMPs, and Tech 9s. Here's the replay. Config doing a very good job to make this a possibility. That was a great kill. What a shot that was. Not quite enough to find the round victory though, but he does keep G2 modest. Every round that comes down to a 1v1, means the bank accounts of G2 can't swell. Still early days here in the first half.
Molotov's fore and back, locks MSL in position. There's nowhere for him to go. Segregated from his teammates and stuck between. Thankfully, they didn't overlap, so he actually could find a gap that he survived in, but it would have been toasties. Down to 30 HP as well with the nades. One way to get presents in banana early. Oh, I was wondering if he would. (7-2), force in. Ball and plant required at the very, very, very least for North. Passive hold as well toward A. With the smoke on the arch side, Apex is back toward Library. Kenny's getting a little more aggressive though. Apex flashes in on the right side. Kenny peeks from the left, takes down Cajun. It's good timing between the two of them, and just like that, they'll back off.
Yeah.
AZ grabs some utility, and then they'll regroup and try and go again. Bomb still sits at the corner. And as they pick it up, yeah, they are going to go back to B. That's probably the right call, given that Kenny's AWP is on that side of the map.
Well, North coming in towards the B side now. Not really much to work. They've got the smokes here, but Tech9's and UMP to find these entries. Comes down to Config and Body. He's almost guaranteed to get a kill here. Great position for this sort of attack. So there it is. First one coming in, and the second as well. Should be the round done as Body gets the hat trick. Just Config remaining now.
Body is very, very, very good. I know you've been a fan of him throughout. He's certainly living up to it in the final.
Ever since I saw him join, I just think he's so fundamentally sound. Not like I've always said, not the flashes of players, not known for crazy aim and clutches all over the place, but holding bomb sites by himself, such a solid anchor. Always gets 1 or 2 kills as required from the sort of role he's playing. Great positioning. Like I said, this is just perfect. They're not going to check this. Wasn't really enough time. They're to focus on the bomb site. He gets 3 kills. Really well done. And it has to be an eco now for North. Force by not working out for them. That's 2 rounds in a row for G2. Winning the half at this point as well. Still a CT-sided map, and North yet to impress beyond Inferno. Nice shot from Kenny has to take down Cajun. Full Glocks this time, so difficult to imagine that even a kill comes in at this point.
One-sided start to a half. Remember, 10-5, 12-3, 13-2 have been our halftime scores.
It's true.
Apex gets the gist.
I think at this point, right, we've seen the double AWP set up a few times from G2 on CT side of Inferno. Has it really worked for them? When they have the double AWP set up, it seems when they're dropping rounds, right? They seem like they can't retake properly. Shoxy will get a little bit too aggressive, trying to make that pick happen. I think everyone knows he's trying to force that now. I think there's the double rifle set up there on the B side. They'll be absolutely fine with that. I was really impressive. I think I was one of the few people who was actually saying that I love this double AWP set up. I think it's fantastic. But for now, it seems like a lot of teams are trying to mimic it. They're getting shut down by it, and now it seems like everyone knows how to counter even Shoxy at that B side of the map. So I'd like to see him stick on the single AWP setup for now. It's 9-2, and Shoxy's got the AK, so it's perfect. Lots of money in the bank. He's got the AK-47. He can go for his one-tap, still go for the aggressive stuff, but has a bit more mobility to work with. He's on 12 kills right now. Same story for Apex as well, and Kenny S. So great job all round by those top 3 in terms of the scoreboards on the North side. 8 kills of Config, Majors Boy as well, 6. So at least the big names you want to be at the top of the scoreboard are there. AZ, he's at the bottom, 4 for 11, along with the 2 others as well, Cajun and OSL. So back in the round number 12, another buy available, 5 AKs this time. Limited in terms of not having full Molotovs, flashbangs, or even a single HE. HE is not such a huge deal, but not having Molotovs on Inferno certainly is.
He's inching closer. Ooh, smoke out. If he throws that, and MBK realizes how close he is. Yep. Doesn't quite do so, but he doesn't need to as AZ steps down into the crosshair instead. Good response from Cajun B. K down, but Kenny inside of the A site. He's a menace here at T side post plant. Seems he's the same on the CT side as he gets both. Blasts it out from under Apex. Got Matches Boy. It's MSL that's going to swing around behind him. Bomb grabbed. And a chance to plant it, but only just as that smoke dissolves. Whoa, he's in the open. Okay, I thought it was going away. It's actually not, so he's got time to do it. One on either side of him. He's got to make an absolutely perfect call. Nail Shocks. What a read. Getting above it. He knows exactly now where Body is. As Body jumps up, he's got another read on it. The headshot he's looking for, he can't find, though. Body, everything continues to go G2's way.
Absolutely, Body there. Calm clutch coming out of the apartments. Knew what MSL was. To be fair, MSL has got better and better at these clutch situations as the months go on. He manages to take down Shoxy there in a decent position, knows where the remaining CT is in apartments, but Body comes out, finds it, picks up the AWP as well, and you can see Config, head in his hands. He knows how vital that round was. Sure, they're getting the bomb down, and they've got 4th-state loss bonus, but their money is still poor. 4K per player, not enough for a full buy. Rug up, called for a pause. Let's work out how they operate going forward here. Round number 13. Only a few rounds left. They can't allow themselves to go down 13-2 here against G2. That will spell the end of this grand final. NES back on the AWP, and it seems like they're sticking to the single AWP setup, which I like. This was nuts, man. How did he stay alive for so long? 3 kills, just dancing around this pillar. The third shot was the one that impressed me.
It's so good how he does this every time in the A site. Yeah, but just thinks he's safe because he's not committed as his teammates had.
Yeah.
And he goes hunting for it instead.
So what's the call, Rugger? What have you got? He's the coach of North, if you're not aware. Tech 9s, armor, a little bit of utility, 1 smoke, make it 2, 3, and some flashbangs as well. Difficult to imagine that anything other than a B side of the attack with smokes towards the site. Maybe in front of the bomb site itself. We'll see what they decide to do. As we go into round number 13 now. Closing sectors of the first half. This is our 4th map. North would require the clean sweep after going down 2-0. I don't think it's ever been done before in Counter-Strike in a best of 5. Be a first, and it's not looking promising at the moment. Towards Apartments, this is looking quite interesting. It's very slow. Burst out with a couple of flashbangs trying to overwhelm the CTs. This could actually be interesting.
BK, good shot. Swings back. Better shot to find MSL. On 18, still knows he's got to give up Pit because they've walked out from the Apartments.
Oh my God.
And he just shows up with a CZ. AWP, even better. Config walks into that bomb down, and it will remain there. I don't think Majestic will even get to it at this point in time.
Oh yeah, an interesting idea. Foiled though by Kenny S and his CZ running on the corner. What was that shot? Made his point now. Might just find a BK. I'm not sure why he'd give up his frag that easily, but still, I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. They've got so much money in the bank. It'll be round number 14 next. 3 players do survive. And now another full by 4 North. Orb comes out once again for Cajun. He's been very quiet. Map 5 kills, 13 deaths. Kenny S on the other hand, 17. So in terms of the Orb duel, particularly on this map, you can see who's really lining up to score. But you can see the different places, right? You think back and think, what's Cajun B then? Yes, he's got quite a few kills, the AWP, but he doesn't do anything nuts like Kenny S does. Like, he's certainly the combat AWPer who's getting stuck in your face and finding multiple frags at any given time. Cajun B is very good at finding, or maybe he's not.
No.
Opening pits.
Just keep your mouth shut, Henry.
Yeah.
That thought's gone.
Kenny S, known to have this aggressive stance on the CT side of Inferno. This rips off the head occasionally. It's going from bad to worse now for North. A 5-on-4. Body doesn't even need to push to this position, down towards Logs. But if Shoxy can bait him in, this could be fantastic. Bomb down. Config picks up the AWP. He needs to step up now.
Config with the op is trying to find the angle, but MSL sits right in front of him. Okay, fair enough. Smoke at the bottom of Banana that they'll spray through. They've also gotten body down to the tree as a result of that smoke, so good position for him to have. AWP still trying to find an option. Slowed the pace considerably, 45 seconds to go.
Indeed, 45 seconds. They still have the majority of their utility, though. Body, though, in a decent position on the sandbags. MSL could walk right into this. This is quite a deadly crossfire. Body, now we baited in. What is that flashback? Oh, my God. Unbelievable. Body flashed in. They all line up for him. This looks like it might be done. G2, every single play they're going for is paying off, and this time it's Body once again the savior of the team. They already had the advantage, and he gets 3 of them lined up, mows them all down. And North looking dejected at this point. There he is.
Yeah, he's had a phenomenal final. Look at this, too. They're blind. They're like, oh, we'll just walk away somewhere. No, you all just walked in the same position.
Yeah, line up.
Thanks for that. Off to a flame. It's G2 in full control. 12-2. North haven't won in this organization. They won, obviously, a Dignitas and Epicenter. They may have to wait longer. G2 seems to be that much closer. A DreamHack Tour win. Putting their foot well in through the door to take season championship for Pro League. And BK through smoke. He got 2. He actually found Config as well as Apex, excuse me. Got AZ just beforehand and Majisk with 4 HP.
Yeah.
Bow out, throw it away. Another 13-2 half. This time it's not North that has it. It's their turn to try and play the comeback. Have to back against the wall.
Yeah, good luck, Major's boy. Not really much he can do here. It does come in. 13-2. On the 4th map of the grand final on the CT side of Inferno, looking very confident indeed. Kenny S continues his amazing form, 18 kills, Body not far behind as well. What a few amazing rounds and clutches he had. But, I was about to say, Matthew, we might have had an interview, but we actually are going to go to a break before the second half begins. So, without further ado, we'll be right back with the second half of Inferno.
It all points to G2. It's not much left in it. Just 3 rounds. That's all they need to wrap up a best-of-5 in a 3-1 score and become the champions of Season 5 of the Pro League.
Absolutely, they've looked phenomenal here in the first half of Inferno. Didn't really miss a single beat. 13-2. If they win this pistol, that could spell the end of North's run here in the Pro League. They finished first in the online group stages, but G2, after going down 1-8, might actually be running away with the title now, and it's going to be a fast approach as well. MSL to find the first frag. Can he get more than that? Looks like he can. This is looking very good now from North. 1 kill picked up by Apex, and that might be it, but he does manage to find a second now. The clutch begins, 3-on-2. Smoke down towards CT Spawn. Still has the bomb on his back as well. Trying to upgrade to a USP, it seems. He still has a chance to win this one. Do not count him out just yet.
Certainly does, but it would be a long shot. North obviously more desperate for this pistol round, played convincingly as a result. Cajun and AZ start to work in together from Banana. Config still waiting for them to arrive. He's going to go hunting, but AZ hears it, gets ready. Crosshair placement absolutely perfect. So they have it in them to do one round better. That's all they would need in the comeback from what G2 achieved in the last map. I'm not convinced that they have the same firepower or have had the same firepower in this series.
Time will tell, Matthew. They went for the B rush there, shut down by MSL and co. 13-3 coming in. And a forced buy from G2 in the second round. Not going for their standard approach with the AKs and Galils in the third. Body running through fire, it seems, and he'll be greeted with a swift headshot there from Major's boy. It'll be a 5-4 just like that. And Body, that's an interesting decision. You're segregated from your teammates. Yeah, sure, you're trying to get a jump on the enemy, but MBK, he does just that as well. It's going to be MSL, who's stuck in the corner now. Kenny S takes him down, and this is falling apart for North. G2 with 3 kills after losing the first frag. This could be a very convincing round for them. 2 players survive now for North, Cajun B and AZ. They probably have to go for the retake here. They can't allow this round to slip away.
And with the score at 13-2 in reverse this time, it's the same start to the half. North won the pistol and put themselves on 14 last game and then struggled to close it after losing the eco. G2 seemed to be the king of ecos. They did this to FaZe, even though they lost 6 pistols in a quarterfinal at Star Ladder. They do it again now. It's 2 to go, and they've got control.
Good Lord. G2 just rushing in towards Banana. I thought it was done for when Body goes through the fire by himself, segregated from his teammates. He drops, and then the flashbang is just perfect. The CTs didn't fall back. They decided to take the duel. One of them stuck behind the sandbags. He goes down. MSL didn't have time to get back on the bomb site. Found out as well. Then 3 kills coming for G2. Shut it down. And this could be the very end of the grand final. 14-3. It's going to be pistols for North, CZs, and a Deagle. AZ has got the scout. Need to find a headshot, my friend. As he looks towards T-Spawn, they will be focusing on the Banana area. Body with the...
This is actually even worse because G2 is not really known to have the most impressive T side on Inferno. We know North is a decent team on it. Obviously, they themselves had a pretty poor half. That goes without saying. But without the economy, that's exactly what G2 needs to find the rounds that are missing.
They might not even have a chance to show us what they can do on the CT side. That's the problem, right? Losing 13-2, if you find yourself in this situation, you're just force buying, and you're with CZs and scouts, you have no choice but to bring these weapons out. You might not want to see how good they are on this map. We know their CT side can be very good indeed. Good flashbang though, might not be over just yet, but Kenny S, not blind at all, manages to find Major's boy and Config smoked out. He does manage to push in front of it though, towards the coffins of CZ. Definitely a pistol that can cause some damage at this sort of range. He's got players in front of him, spots Kenny S and gets the dink off as well, but it's Body is going to be potentially taking down AZ here, pulls out the Glock, finds the kill.
I think they'll find that onto AZ. They may do. Bombs back at the bottom of Banana, and Apex is over toward A, but continue on that direction with Body so deep in the sight. Good clotheslining
Run
shot
away from Config.
Yep.
Get out of there. As soon as you know he's on that side of the map, just get the hell out. Apex now can hold the arch. You can see on the minimap right now. And once the bomb goes down, that's pretty much it. Sure, the CTs can salvage some weaponry at this point, but bomb planted, no kits available, only 1 flashbang as well. I think they know this round might be over, looking very convincing to be a 15-3 scoreline here. Bomb goes in. CTs aren't that far removed from the situation. They are at the arch at this point, but have to be such a fast retake. And with this triangle set up, 2 in the pit, 1 on the side as well. How do you do anything about it? Kills B with the CZ, makes his way to the side. Spots 1.
Can't land the headshot though, as Cajun's blinded. That's going to buy more time, and they don't have a lot to work with. They don't have kits. Flash goes the other way. Config wants to try and tap in, but watch inside of the site. Good read as he baits him out. Config still giving himself a chance. He's got Apex down as he peeks back out. He's got to go so quickly with no kit. He's onto the pistol. No time for the reload. He's running out of ammo in the pistol as well. And they're running out of chances to pull this back. It's going to be 15-3 championship point for G2.
See the frustration there of Config's face as he slammed the desk.
I can hear it. I can hear it.
Yeah,
Bob.
right.
We were literally right behind them.
There's a big old boy and held the desk vibrate as he slammed it. 15-3, and that was the chance for Config to make that happen. Had 2 minutes left in his CZ, and we have a
tech pause. I wonder if that's because
he slammed his PC. Might have disconnected the monitor.
I would say that's correct, based on the expressions on everyone else's face.
Yeah. Here's the replay. We've got it. I can see that. It's good. He's a passionate man. It was indeed. Okay, he did disconnect the monitor. That's kind of funny.
Fair enough. I mean, dish of his own medicine, I guess, perhaps with all the talk he's been laying down, but this is convincing from G2.
I've never seen that before, punching the desk and...
To be fair, I thought maybe he actually hit the monitor, but he actually just rattled
just
the desk, so the cable must have just already been kind of loose.
The cable jumped out of the display port or something like that. That's kind of funny. Well, we can see happy about it, but it is 15-3, championship point now for G2. Yet to win a Premier tournament. They've won DreamHack Tours and featured at plenty of other events, but this will be the first major kind of tournament of series we'll see them win, and it could be the start of something special for the G2 side.
Kenny.
He's holding hands.
Yeah, a little bit. He's just grabbing on. He's getting excited. He always does. He always actually has a little bit of a shake in his hands.
Yeah,
he plays
right.
with so much adrenaline.
It's kind of funny. Well, here we go then. Potentially the last round of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. 15-3, North with just pistols and a UMP clutching his straws, to say the least. It's up to MBK as a T-step to try and find his first pick of banana. Detects MSL might be on the other side.
It's going to go over top of the half wall and bounce back a little ways, but not directly on top of MSL. He takes a significant amount of damage nonetheless. It's down to 74, but it could have been a lot worse. We're getting up there with Predators fans at this point, chanting at Murray last night. The most epic chants I've ever heard toward a rival. Bonnie starts the way through for G2 in what could be the round that wins them the championship. Boost up above the smoke on the half wall as well. That'll be re-smoked off, and MBK takes a turn.
Bomb still towards middle, though. This is not the final commitment. They're seeing if MBK can find a frag, but Major Boy didn't see him spot. Oh, that could be it. Okay, 5-on-3 now. They will actually bring the bomb in. MBK and Body cracking open the B-sides. Up to Config now. Flashes through. Good flash, but Jock takes him down.
Now, goes alone, no one with him. It's a good flash, but had no support, no refrag. G2's all but done. It's Cajun and AZ on pistols, and MBK's already spotted him towards CT. 1 to go. And there it is. G2 from 1-8 to something absolutely great. They pull this back, and a 3-1 win, convincing on Inferno.
Looking great throughout this series. They did drop over after the 3-1. You can see what it means. This project has been in the works for a few months now. The super team they called it when it first started. We've yet to see it really come in. But here they are, winning the ESL Pro League. Commiserations to North. They've had a great tournament, but dropped off there slightly in the grand final.
Dropped off indeed, but they made it through and they topped the season. It was a good, consistent year for them. But as you say, a project that's been building 2 months and their first Premier level win. Champions of the Pro League, Season 5, it's G2.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your champions, G2 Esports! Congratulations on a hard-fought victory. You guys came out of the gate swinging, dominating performance. There were some moments there where, you guys were a little shaky, especially in that third map, but then you guys were able to rally it back. How does it feel, though, to be able to take this victory and in the way you did so?
Yeah, everything went the way we wanted, is in the fact that we, SK, were probably the best team in the tournament. We wanted to face North, we took them down, and yeah, I mean, it's just everything we wanted coming into the tournament, so yeah, it's just perfect what happened.
That's right, and Kenny, also just some quick words from you. Obviously, the fans here, everyone cheering you guys on. You were dominating as well. I guess, what were some of the highlights for you, and overall, just how do you feel right now?
It's amazing. I just want to tell everyone that there is no great events without a great crowd, and you were amazingly supportive today with us, so thank you very much.
All right, so last question. What's next for you guys?
Repeating the same performance. I mean, that's pretty much it. We played very good CS. We're going to take some time to relax, enjoy the victory, and then back to practice to the next event, and winning again. That's the only thing we can try to do, so keep on working.
Winning again. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, put your hands together for G2 Esports.
Congratulations, G2 Esports. No white flags waved today from the French side. A dominant victory against North. Amidst all that smack talk, they went from last place this season to first place. They win the entire trophy. That is an incredible turn of events in the season.
We've got to evolve with the team, right? We've got to go from the lowest of lows and the highest of highs. It's been fantastic.
The 1 of 8 to hoisting the trophy amidst all the confetti. Yanko, any thoughts?
It's just a great performance from them, finally winning a big tournament, right? We saw them with a great performance in DreamHack Open Tour on home turf, but that was kind of a smaller tournament, not that many teams that could really challenge them. But here, they definitely showed up first in the semifinals against SK Gaming, and now in the grand finals, best of 5 against North.
Does this tournament win now put, we didn't see Astralis here, we didn't see FaZe here. It's not going to dislodge them from first and second in the world, but is this going to put them on notice and say G2 is here to compete?
Definitely with how well prepared they look, right? Like, even this last map that we just saw in Inferno, they were prepared for what North had. They completely ruined their banana control, fighting there, and they've done their homework. And when players are hitting their shots like Kenny S, Body, now definitely a star. He's one of the best anchors in the world, for sure, with that kind of performance. Right. They have players who are hitting their shots, looking hot, and definitely scary. I'm glad you mentioned Body, because all the talk is going to be Kenny S, the flashy plays, the amount of impact he had. Body quietly had perhaps an equally as dominant series. He went 89 and 63. He had an 86.6 ADR throughout all 4 maps. That's an incredible progression. We talk about the progression of G2 across the season. From where Body was last year, being brought into these teams, just had a necessity to have a 5th player, to where he is now. They must be so pleased with his development.
Yes, and especially from his position, he is not a player, the game of the whole team is not going to be built around him. He is going to be the one who is going to, set Kenny S up, set Apex up, set Shox up. So from that position, to be able to have such a dominating series, both him and MBK, it's a very, very amazing result.
Yeah, and I mean, let's touch on North really quick. I mean, we know they didn't win. They dropped the ball here again in the finals. Is this a matter of them just not being able to cross the finish line? Is this just running into a better team? Is this perhaps a little bit of that choking, underperforming? We got to see Config is still definitely a star, right? Like, that guy throughout the whole series, he looked amazing. He was the only one who really was too much of a thorn in the side of G2 in the maps that they were losing. When they were winning, it was another story. We had lots of players show up, and I think that's the issue, right? Making sure that more players are showing up from the North side. To put it in context, early on, they lost a lot of pistol rounds and stuff, and the economy was against them, so when they couldn't get that running, they definitely struggled. They need to find a way out of that hole, I guess. Is it just a question of finding who's going to be that consistent next player along with Config to go along with him?
It's not just one player. You need to have the whole team perform, not amazingly well, but at least they need to hit some decent level of performance. Here you had, okay, AZ is the obvious one because it's been a number of tournaments now we're in the playoffs. He's just nowhere to be seen. But in this series, it was also Cajun who's been underperforming, and we always regard him as one of the more stable players of the lineup.
Well, we have it ready. We've been waiting the whole tournament to find out who the Pace Safeguard MVP would be. It's ready to be given out down on the stage.
That's right. We do have one champion amongst them all standing out. You guys have come through here, put in a ton of dedication, a ton of work, walking away as champions. Kenny S, you are the PaySafe MVP of the tournament. How do you feel, bud?
Thank you very much. It feels really great. I think the whole team would have deserved it. We had our moment, but I'm really happy to get it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Hands up, round of applause here for Kenny S, PaySafe card MVP of ESL Pro League season number 5.
Yes, you love that. Kenny is just having a really good time down there. It's so funny watching his player cam when he's playing, when he's doing all the crazy off plays that he does, and he just wipes a little bit of sweat off the brow. Just another day in the office for him.
I mean, you said it in your tweet best. Like when he is on top of his game, it's incredibly frustrating to play against because you do everything right. You know, you try to isolate him with utility, you try to put him in a bad spot, and still he gets all the kills and then basically dismantles your plans. So definitely the danger man for G2.
Yeah, you can do things that will neutralize 99% of the operators in the world, and he's that 1% that's just going to destroy you. But on top of that, this is a full team performance show. We've been alluding to it. These guys prepared into the matches. You've talked about this as a team that has perhaps one of the deepest coaching staff in terms of, you know, Smith as the coach, NKJ as the analyst. Moving forward in other tournaments, they're going to be dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just, as a team, they definitely won this one. Like you said, everybody looked prepared. Everybody knew what their job was. And when people needed to stand up, they did. We even saw towards the end there, Apex and Shox, who didn't have a great series early on, towards the end, they were doing their jobs perfectly. Shox with a lot of banana pressure, Apex anchoring that bomb site. So you can see everybody plays their part, and when they need to step up, they do. And that's the most exciting thing for this roster.
Yes, the champions now as well. Favorite moments from Dallas, boys? We spent about 3 days here. We've had some good times, had some bad times. Favorite memories from the event, Yanko?
Arriving.
Arriving? Yeah, the entire arrival trip? You? Don't even say it.
It wasn't arriving.
Yeah? What is it?
It was the minnow bomb.
The minnow bomb. We did do a minnow bomb last
I didn't. I saw it.
I have no idea how you spell or pronounce that. I just know I had a fish in my shot.
Let's bring up some quick highlights. We have some cool things that happened during this grand finals match. We can bring them up so you guys can check them out. Yeah, I mean this is what, the wallbang, I believe it is. Yes, that's the taco. This is actually not even sure what this is. Group stage.
No, this is a highlight package, Jason, of kills through smokes and wallbangs. Like this one right here from AZ is just like, what? Like he didn't even see anybody. Just goes that nice and easy. But this is the thing, right? The players, they know where the rotations are coming in from. Even if it's blind spam from time to time, they definitely know what they're doing. You know, it's not just hoping for the best.
Yeah,
although you do indeed hope for the best.
Always hope.
Well, it's that entire concept where, I mean, at this point where teams are so evenly matched in terms of skill and everything, like, you do need to get lucky.
This was just ridiculous.
And that's on the first gun round, right? Like, how do you...
So demoralizing.
We've tilted Chad.
I mean,
it took all of that long. We finally tilted Chad.
This is a series where Shox is statistically the lowest player on G2. He didn't really even have to do all that much. His team was just playing so well. And I think that's the biggest question mark for G2 moving forwards. Is there going to be consistency in their performance? We all know, I mean, you just look at that team and you see the amount of stars and firepower, and you see them play when they're at their best, and they're a very, very dangerous team. But you could see even in this particular tournament, from day one moving into day two, two very, very different teams. So if they can keep the level of performance from playoffs, they're definitely going to be one of the main contenders at future tournaments.
What is their next tournament? Is it Cologne? ESL 1 Cologne, I believe, is the
ECS
finals. ECS finals, yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, moving into that, they're obviously going to be very dangerous. Cologne, they'll be dangerous if they're going to be there. And then, obviously, the major is coming up.
They have to do the major qualifier.
The major qualifier, yeah. They have to qualify first. Yeah, that's back to boot camp for the boys, but obviously something's working for them. They've had that rhetoric for so very long about how they're trying to improve, how they're trying to change the way they play. So everything's looking great. What do you see next? I mean, what is the limit for this team? Have we seen the ceiling of where they can get?
Sky is the limit, Jason.
Yes.
There's no limit for this team. I mean, you look at them and the amount of the individual skill they have, they can match any other team in the world. So basically, it's just up to them to work on their team play, work on their map pool, coordination, so that they can, in that department, also match some of the world's best teams like Astralis.
Chad, any final words for the broadcast here in Dallas?
No, I'm done.
You done?
Yeah.
All good? Cool. Well,
I don't have anything to say either.
You just had a final point.
But
Did you want to add something?
That was like a specific question.
Maybe give him a yeehaw, Yanko.
Yeehaw!
There we go.
Give him a yippee-ki-yay. Finish it up.
No.
That's you. You're the bold one.
Yeah. Oh, is that what it is?
Well,
Thanks
Had
for
to get
that.
one in there.
Back to the hair.
Bruce.
Back to the hair. He's gone for the lowbrow comedy right at the end.
Go for it, Bruce.
Either way, you guys just saw a full week of ESL Pro League action. If you want to one day be playing on these stages in front of this crowd, go through the Mountain Dew League. It is the direct path into the professional divisions of Counter-Strike. Build a team, work your way up through the ranks. We'll see you at the Mountain Dew League finals. That's going to be it for ESL Pro League Season 5. That's it from the Xfinity Analyst Desk. It's been a blast. In the words of Fifth Laren, let's go drink some beer.
For years to
That's actually Donald Duck, I think is his name. Lee, we start out on overpass.
Athletes aren't just born. They're molded from the core. A core of strength. A core of laser focus. A core that can handle anything. A core that sweats the small stuff. A core that's the difference maker, game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete, but the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.